Hello, friends, fellow traders, and of course, everyone else. Welcome to Topstep TV, the biggest and most watched future trading stream that you will find. We got an all-star cast each and every day of the week. Real traders, real educators that give you 100% transparency in everything they do. You're not going to find another show like this that offers everything in one, such as education, support, good looks, cool swag, and tradertainment. This is Opening Call. He's Pat Summerall, and I am John Madden. Yes, we are here today.
Boom. Now that is big-time football.
Hey, we've got an exciting, informative, and educational programming for you today and throughout the week. We're going to be your trading buddy, your trading mentor, newscaster, fellow trader, and even that voice in your head that says, a best friend is someone who knows all your secrets, understands your past, believes in your future, and accepts you just the way you are. I'd put my wife's name right after that. My lovely wife. She does all that poor woman. So let's get ourselves ready for some top-notch, up-to-date market know-how. Johnny, Mr. Hoag, is your game plan ready?
Game plan ready, Eddie.
All right. Checklist checked.
Checked and rechecked.
That's what I want to hear. Journal ready for the day?
Journal is ready. And Eddie, it's great to have you back. I know we all missed you. I know that everybody missed you. Great to have you back.
On.
Nice and nice. Took a nice little break there and back and ready to rumble, I guess, huh?
Ready to rumble. Are you ready to rumble? I'm ready to go, man. Beginning of the week. So, hey, let's say hello to our good friend, our level guru guy, the trading mentor of mentors, John, a.k.a. the Hogan. Good morning to you, John, and thank you for missing me.
Yeah, of course. Everybody missed you. Everybody was wondering where you were, making sure you were all right. We assured them that you were just fine. Probably doing a lot of chilling, maybe getting a few things done here and there, but hopefully you had a very nice, restful birthday and week off, folks. It is Monday, April the 8th. It is solar eclipse day. A lot of folks will be out there checking that out. Like we're talking about in the multiple millions of folks out there trying to check that solar eclipse. But here, we're going to be focusing on accurate context, good risk management, and patience. One more thing, Eddie. We had another birthday over the weekend.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. MP. It's Michael Patak's birthday yesterday. Michael, if you're watching, happy birthday.
Happy birthday. All right. Let's get to some news and get this party started here. The benchmark 500 is up more than 9% year to date, following its strongest first quarter performance since back in 2019. Where were you in 2019? But the bar may be rising for stocks to keep advancing at this pace. U.S. stock futures edge slightly today, rebounding after a losing week, although gains are likely to be limited ahead of the key release. We got a lot of stuff coming out this week, and John's going to touch base on that. Earlier today, we did see the Dow was 40 points higher. We had the S&P up a deuce, and NASDAQ up a Barry Sanders, up 20 points here. But the main Wall Street indices last week had some solid gains, but still recorded sharp weekly losses amid uncertainty over when that good old team of Federal Reserve morons will start cutting rates. So Dow Jones Industrial Average fell 2.3 last week, posting its worst weekly performance since March 2023. So congratulations. Happy anniversary. S&P 500 index declined nearly 1% during that period, the biggest week loss since early January. And while the heavy tech NASDAQ composite dropped 0.8, suffering its fourth negative week in 5 weeks. We'll be watching, like I mentioned, we got some numbers coming out here. But Bitcoin, once again, Bitcoin. Who's holding Bitcoin? I am not. Edged higher today, while the further immediate strength now appears uncertain. Future gains are set to be impressive, according to the Ripple CEO, Brad Garlinghouse. So World's Economy Crypto added 2.4 higher, looking at $71,040. That was over the weekend. Bitcoin. Swing and a miss for me. Johnny, what else do we got here in the news?
All right. Well, as far as economic numbers and information this week, it's a little bit thin, especially today. Today at 10:30 Central Chicago time, there is a 3 and a 6 month bill auction. One of the talking feds, Goolsby, is supposed to be speaking at noon, and then Neil Cash Carey, the best name for a talking fed, Cash and Carey, is speaking at 6 o'clock p.m. Central tonight, Tuesday. Nothing really on the calendar. A 3-year note auction is the only thing I'm seeing that may be impactful to the markets. Wednesday and Thursday are the big ones. Wednesday, we've got the CPI numbers at 7:30 Central Time, wholesale inventories, EIA crude stock numbers, and the FOMC minutes. Now, that's not the release. That is just them releasing the minutes of what they talked about a couple of weeks ago at the FOMC meeting. Thursday, as always, jobless claims, but the big one will be PPI and natural gas. There's a 30-year bond auction on Thursday. Friday, we've got the import-export prices and the Michigan consumer sentiment numbers. Not a lot of talking feds on the calendar so far this week. Not a lot of big economic numbers this week. Markets are going to be kind of left to digest and see what they do without much new information. Of course, there's still a lot of geopolitical situations going on in the world. We've got to keep our eyes peeled and make sure you are always protecting yourself using stops. Always wear a stop.
You got it. All right. Dude, where's my crude? All right, now we're looking at around crude right now coming off its high. Coming off its highs right now, 86.69. But we did see these markets earlier taking a dump. Futures traded 1.1% lower, 85.95 a barrel. Brent dropped 1.1 to 90.15. And a lot of this is oil surging a 5-month high after Iran threatened military actions against Israel over strikes in the embassy in Syria. Expectations of a tighter oil supply also boosted crude oil supplies in recent weeks to remain in play. OPEC and allies recently reiterated its production cuts will remain in place until the end of June, while top producer Russia also flagged deeper production cuts, not cups. But here's a cup. Cheers to Russia. The big day is here. Yes, the big day. We're talking about the big day we've all been waiting for. And we hope you have your solar eclipse glasses ready. That's when, if you don't know what a solar eclipse is, look it up. No, actually, it's when the moon directly between the sun and the earth is set for today, the afternoon, moving through Mexico, 15 U.S. states, and then up towards Canada. And, the thing is, how much of the sun is covered depends on the 115-mile path of totality you fall in. So have fun with that. If the lights go out, just wait, be patient. They will come back on again. All right, so let's move on to tip of the week. James, what is our tip of the week? Take breaks. That's just what I did. Took a week off, coming back. I am fresh. I am focused. I am refueled. And remember, trading requires intense focus and concentration. And just doing it day by day by day by day, you're going to burn yourself out. Okay. Continuous mental exertion without breaks can lead to mental fatigue. And then the thing is, sometimes you're going to find yourself being reckless and not realizing it, or just trading just to trade. So take a rest. Remember, when you're done here trading, shut it down. Go enjoy the family. Relax. Okay. Re-energize. And remember, we always come back for tomorrow. So that's my take on taking breaks. John?
Well, I mean, yeah, we should all take breaks in longer time frames like that, but I think it's really important to take breaks throughout the day. I mean, if you're going to be sitting here watching these markets all day, you're going to be using up a lot of mental capital, even some physical capital. So, at least once an hour, get up, walk around, go get a glass of water, go get your blood moving, get yourself, back to center. If you're a little bit tilted, that's always a good idea to take a break. If you're acting emotionally, try and let go of some of that emotion and venom, and then come back to the markets. So it is important to remember to take breaks. You should, I know traders that actually set alarms for themselves to remind themselves to get up, walk around, get the blood moving, and then come back when you've taken a little bit of a break. It's very important to do that, folks.
Right. Oh yeah, definitely. You got to get up, grab a Slim Jim, grab a Pop Tart, get your butt back in there. But yes, take a break. All right, let's get on to our charts. And Johnny, what do you got for our contestants today?
All right, come on down. All right, so all early last week and throughout the week last week, we were talking about the equities markets changing a little bit of market state, and I believe that the markets have changed a little bit of the market state in the S&Ps. Nasdaq has been range bound for 7 weeks and remains range bound. The S&P was trying to continue this push to the upside, and now I'm calling this state a pullback consolidation. All right, so here's our all-time high. It remains an all-time high that was put up in the overnight session. Market's not going to like that for very long. So we've got a pullback. We've got a break below this trend line. There are 3 points of contact on that trend line going all the way back to October of last year. There is a bit of a market state break for you. Now, are we getting a deep pullback off of this, or are we consolidating off of this? We're right back into and tested down to the low of a previous area of consolidation. So I'm not looking at this as any kind of major pullback. And, a major pullback might be a quicker way to even out those inventories, but we can do a good job of evening out inventories just by remaining range bound for a while. And with the lack of information, new economic numbers, anything like that, with the lack of talking Feds, I'd say there's a pretty good probability of that happening this week. Of course, anything can happen. We had a deep pullback on Thursday. We pulled off of that on Friday, adding 2,300 in open interest on equal volume to the pullback to the downside. Is pretty much the same amount of volume. So this kind of sets up the week for somewhat of a range-bound week, if you ask me. Looking at last week's high and last week's low as the extremes of those pullbacks, and where is price relatively centrally located between them and between weekly kickoff high and weekly kickoff low. 5,300 weekly kickoff high, 5,180 weekly kickoff low. So that open interest increase on Friday indicates new buying coming into this market. All right, well, that's good. Maybe we lost some longs here. We got those longs back in the market. Really, just kind of setting up to be range bound for a while. I want to see this market hold this 51.91 last week's low, or 51.80, to remain in this range bound area. I want to see the market hold 53.80 or 53.08 as the upper extreme if I'm going to be looking for opportunities in range bound rules. What are range bound rules? Range bound rules are we sell against the high, we buy against the low. We're right in the middle right now. I'm going to have to try and stay very patient. Take a look at the 30-minute chart. There we go. Okay. So look at last week's range. It all happened on last Thursday. We put in the weekly high. We put in the weekly low. Well, really just on the open after that. But this was a big range. It was a pullback. It was a market state breaker. Look at where the market went to on Friday. It came 1, 2, 3 points of contact. That's support. Came right back to that level, finding this level, this trend line here, resistant. If we're going to be taking out Friday's high, that might give us enough impetus to get up to the upper extreme of the area of balance that we are currently in. Right now we're inside the value area from Friday. No real overnight inventory. Maybe we're starting to get a little bit long in very short time frames, but when you look at the overnight high, it's basically even with the value high from Friday. If you look at the overnight low, it's relatively close to the value low from Friday. So very little change in the perception of value of the S&P right now with not a lot of overnight inventory. It's telling me to try and stay patient, let the initial balance complete, and then we'll focus on the extremes of that initial balance for our opportunities. We're still in value from Friday. Friday's profile was a bit of a double distribution trend day, and the overnight range is all inside the upper distribution of time and volume that it established on Friday. So the market is really kind of comfortable and rangy in this area. So be patient today when you're looking for your opportunities. Take a look at the NASDAQ. I want to show you something here. Look at the weekly chart. Weekly chart. Okay, well, one, two, three, four, five, sixth week in range and balance. Maybe even a little bit longer than that. One, two, three, four, five, six, seven, eight, nine, 7, 8, 9 weeks in balance. Take a look at the daily chart. You can see this really well here as well. All right, we've got our weekly kickoff low at 18,000, weekly kickoff high at 18,650. It's relatively tight for the NASDAQ. I think it's relatively tight for the S&Ps as well. Well, last week's high and last week's low are pretty close to weekly kickoff high and low. And if we're going to remain in balance, then I'll focus on the extremes between last week's high and weekly kickoff high and between last week's low and weekly kickoff low for my opportunities. Really kind of range bound here. And, so that would suffice to say that back here, in March, when we started this range bound activity, the market state really changed back then in the NASDAQ, because we had been, putting in higher highs, putting in higher lows, putting in higher highs. Now we're kind of putting in higher lows, higher highs, same lows. It's really range bound. What do we do on Friday? Volume was a little higher than that pullback on Thursday, that nasty little pullback. Volume was actually higher on the way up, and we added 2,000 in open interest. So money coming in to buy it near the extreme of the lows, or the balance that we've been in for quite some time now. Range consolidation, chop, balance, whatever you want to call it, that's where we're at. Here's the 30-minute chart, and again, maybe getting a little bit long coming into the open, but the entire overnight range is inside the value area from Friday, suggesting we need to stay patient. Better trade locations are likely to come later on in this session. The value area range high for the NASDAQ is 18,376. The value area range low is 18,236. These might be interesting areas for an execution if we get the opportunity to see them. And again, because of the way the market is opening with very little information, there may be a lot of people sitting on their hands just waiting for something to change or something to happen. Maybe they're going to be sitting on their hands with those glasses on so that they can watch the eclipse today, if that's what they're going to be doing. I don't know, but anything can happen. This market seems, both the equities, NASDAQ, S&P, and probably the Dow, seem to be sitting here searching for new information. The profile on Friday was a P-shaped, normal variation to a trend day, but it's not supported by short covering. It's actually showing an increase in new longs off those lows. Take a look at crude oil now. All right, look at the weekly. All right, strong trend, right? Strong trend. Daily, strong trend. How is it doing? How is it doing? Look at the volume. Volume hasn't been, I don't think, particularly gratifying on this push to the upside. We lost 14,000 off that high that we put in on Friday. Now, this gray line right here, 8,700, is, if you remember, that's last week's weekly kickoff high. We did not close above it. Because the market is an upside move, I've moved our weekly kickoff high to $90, a nice big fat round number. It's a bit of a measured move, but we are going to have to see some sort of participation, time, momentum, and activity above that 8,700 level in order to see this market continue this move to the upside. Again, Friday, we probably saw what looks to be some long liquidation, losing 14,000 in S&Ps. It looks like that on the daily chart. I'm giving the upside auction today a C, a bouncy C in crude oil. I want to see the market close above, spend some time above that 8,700 level, and it just has not been able to do so. Here's the 30-minute chart. Okay, overnight inventory. We did open with a weekend gap. That has now been closed in regular trading hours. Overnight inventory is flat. We're seeing some buying coming in, bringing us back into range and to value from Friday's range. Look at how this market really kind of stuck here at the end of Thursday, all Thursday night into Friday. Friday we looked above it, but did not close above it. When we're talking about losing 14,000 in open interest, most of the activity was to the upside, which would be short covering, which should take buying power away from the market. Well, we're going to see how this plays out. Looks like we've got a gap close now. We've got a market heading back towards settlement and more importantly, that 8,700 level. It's going to be an interesting week, I think, in crude oil as geopolitical situations seem to be relatively fluid and things are constantly changing. But, we've closed the gap, so that's one thing. Now we're looking for value acceptance inside value from Friday. We're right at the edge of that area of balance or value, 86, 85, 86, 85, right to the low of balance, right to the low of value. We can't accept inside value. We may see this market pull back. If we do accept inside value from Friday, that could bring this market all the way back up to 87.53. 87.53 is the high of value. So watch and see. If we spend some time above 86, 85, if we get a 30-minute bar that closes above that level, or we start seeing some momentum, the target would be to the other extreme of value, which is, again, 87.53 to the upside. And take a look at gold. Gold is still achieving a B in auction grade. Obviously, the market is strong to the upside. We had a big move up, bear bull flag, big move up. How far could this thing go? I've got a measured move to the weekly kickoff high up at 2440.
Wow. Okay.
The volume and open interest healthy on Friday of higher volume at higher prices, adding 11,000 in open interest. That is an estimated open interest. But again, we seem to have a lot of trouble at 2320 on the way up. That's last week's weekly kickoff high. Look at our overnight low here, 5321.70. So within 17 ticks of it, and then finding support and seeing if we can't move this market higher. Again, I think this auction is doing pretty well. It's getting a B, higher volume, higher open interest. Let's take a quick look at the 30-minute chart. When we see all these lines down here, this is actually kind of weak structure. If this market does turn around, all of these levels, the green lines are naked points of control. The purple are gaps between day session ranges. This is a market that has left a lot of weak structure down below. If the market heads that direction, those would be really good visual targets for executions, for liquidations, or entries. So there's that 2320 level. Had a hard time getting through it. Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, we broke out above it on good volume and an increase in open interest. What are we looking at today? Well, the market opened with a gap and closed the gap immediately. Actually, the high of the range from Friday, which is the high of the week, 2350, is value high. It appears as though the market is attempting to reaccept value from Friday, which could bring us down to value low, which I think is right around 2315. That takes us back down to this 2320 level. We got to see the market reaccept inside of there for this opportunity to be true. It's everything is a hypothesis, right? One of the hypotheses is, well, we close the gap, we reject value, and we continue to move higher. Hypothesis number two, We close the gap, we accept value, and we see if the market can bring price back down to the low of value from Friday. Again, approximately 23.16, 17 in that area. So the profile on Friday was a double distribution trend day higher. On higher volume and more open interest, the auction is still performing well. What does that mean for today? Well, if we can't accept inside value, we could see this market continue its push to the upside. If we do accept value, a pullback down to that last week's weekly kickoff high, 2320 could provide opportunity for us. So take your deep breath. Stay humble, grateful, creative, and centered in your trading. And let's have a good trading day, good trading week. Great to have Eddie back with us, and I know we're going to have some fun.
I'm with you, Johnny. I'm with you. All right. We've got fast markets coming up. Dolby, Jack, Hoag, myself, Deeyana is going to be here. MP going to have a special. He's going to be here very quickly. At least that's what the rumor is. That's what my fortune cookie said. Power players, Dolby, Peter Tuckman today. We also got Jack and Bonnie. We've got Mick, Shoulder Tap, group coaching with Hoag and JD. And this afternoon, Anne-Marie, Hoag, Robert, Coach Jay, David Green, and Dolby. So stick around. We got a great lineup today. And Johnny meets you at the coffee machine. We'll be back in just a few minutes with Fast Markets. Stay tuned. Oh, yes, we are open, so let's get our ponies in the gates. Hopefully your pony has been in the gates. I'd like to say good morning. Look at these two beautiful humans. Deeyana, good morning. Welcome back here.
And of course, thank you. How are you, Deeyana? Welcome back, and happy belated birthday.
Thank you very much. I got your present. Thank you very much.
How old do you know? Is it 29?
29, yes, and a few days older. 29. Gosh, 29.
No, yeah, it's
Try
a good age, isn't it?
59. Try 59. Yes, 30 years in a blink of an eye. But yes,
Yeah.
we're open here, and I'm going to pass the torch over to see if we got some opportunity to trade. So let's have
All
it.
right. Thanks, Eddie. Hey, Deeyana, it's always great to see you. Thank you for being here with us, as always.
Yes, it was a pleasure.
I feel like we were a little bit tardy coming into this, and I'm not in a big hurry to do anything, as I talked about on opening call. The equities are right in the middle of the value area from Friday. I'm going to be patient. Even the overnight stayed inside the value area from Friday. Very little change in the perception of value in these equities. One thing we were looking at, and I know that you're sometimes a crude trader, is do we re-accept value from Friday? But you're focusing more on RBOB. So what are you thinking in the RBOB?
Yeah, so with crude oil, I am keeping an eye on it because I do want those ranges to come back, not just across just one day of explosive movement and then nothing. So I do want to see it in a range of about 160, 180 ticks on average before I start including it back into my tradable instruments. Until then, I'm just going to keep observing. Robert. I'm looking at a similar situation. So we do have a value area slightly higher up at 278.75. So if we accept that, there could be a possibility for acceptance of value, just like in crude oil, or we could also have the value rejection. So it really depends on how price behaves there. So I'm going to stay a bit patient until my levels are here. I did trade gold this morning for London, so I passed one of my combines. So that's so that's on TopstepX, and I'm going to keep that one going for an XFA. I have another couple that I'm working on Rhythmic, so I can have like a bit of flexibility over platforms. But yeah, so this was pretty nice movement during London. I actually caught a short in gold.
Really?
So I'm just gonna go. Yeah. So I'm just gonna talk through this. We had this this high that was established after a big move up that happened during Asia. And then the markets started slowing down somewhere around there. So I entered a short position at 2360.7, and it kind of just fell away from there nicely. So no drama, very orderly price activity. And so now I'm going to sit on my hands a little bit to allow this COMEX session to develop a little bit more before we allow back in. So again, not trading the first hour. We did open inside value, but we closed the gap from Friday. So that's a little bit of a mixed picture for me. So I want to see what the initial balance and the initiative players do with this before I decide how to position myself. So therefore, patience. That is the name of the game. It's Monday. We don't want to be rushing into anything. Like I said, I have one combine that I hit target on. We'll be working on the other two. May even find a live trade. We'll see. But for now, I'm not itching to go to live because of some bugs and they got slightly crossed. So we're still trying to sort that out. But yeah, so let's stay patient. Let's give the markets time to do whatever they're going to do, and then we're going to aggregate all of that data, see where we are, do the OODA loops, and then see if we can find a position.
I like OODA loops. Hey, look who popped in. Dolby, welcome.
Oh, hello.
Hello.
You have a nice weekend?
I did. I left my camera down to the bunker. Had to do a little bit of a scramble and run down there real quick, but we got it. The bunker is good. We're good. Everything is good. Markets are good. Crude on the up and up, which is pretty exciting. I have a daily range high at 87.62, daily range low at 84.89. We were in a 1 hour range between 86.47 and 86, and we broke out of that. So my next target for crude is going to be the 87.62s. And since we're on early enough, we might actually trade a little bit today because the price action has been pretty good. How was everyone else's weekend?
Good.
Mine was okay. Yeah.
87.63 is last week's high in crude oil, so you got a little bit of confluence there.
Oh, perfect. Perfect. Yeah, I wouldn't try a short quite yet in crude oil until we probably get up there. So I think it's just on the up and up until it starts to rebalance and find a happy place again. What's going on in the YM? Oh, YM is stuck in a range. And
Yeah,
got
equities
some
are
new
really
products
range bound.
here. Yeah, really range bound. Got
Yes.
some fun new products. This is cool here. So
Yeah,
we
we
got
have
what?
micros, we have platinum. Yeah, so we have micro crude,
Yeah.
micro gold, and we have platinum. So the micro army is going to be happy. I'm also happy because I sometimes like to drop down to a micro if I want to preserve profits for the day, but I want to keep trading. Don't do that often, but sometimes if you're like, oh, actually, maybe I want to get involved, and now we have that flexibility, so it's awesome. I was very happy to see that this morning. I was like, hey.
Yeah, so we are slowly starting to trickle out some new products, and we got platinum. I've never traded platinum in my entire life, but it looks like it enjoys going up right now. It is
Yeah,
moonshot
platinum
into the upside.
is a pretty good one. It does these moves all in one go, but it's pretty predictable. It's very time dependent, kind of like crude oil. So it does this lunchtime hour reversal very frequently, and it does a momentum trade usually within the first couple of hours. So it's a
cool.
nice little trade. I have traded it a little bit, not too dissimilar to gold actually. Because gold has those moments where it just kind of moves all in one go and then like nothing, which is why some people find it a bit hard to trade. But I actually like that sort of price activity. Like if you see a level, see a reaction, I just want it to go. And sometimes, you have equities that are range bound and they're like, come on, what's happening? Now for you, Adobe, that's great because you're a range trader. I don't really like doing the whole base hits. I find it very exhausting, and you're constantly looking at levels, and it's patience and timing, and you have to be accurate, and then you have to wait for like 2 hours, and you're like, oh great, I just got 18 takes. Woohoo!
What's the tick value in the platinum?
It's I think it's $5. Yeah, it's pretty cheap, and also whoever has a NYMEX exchange already on their XFA, platinum is on NYMEX, but it works on COMEX hours. It's pretty bizarre.
Really?
So if you're already paying for crude oil, you've got platinum there as well.
Well, that's kind of cool, actually. That is cool. Yeah. But yeah, $5 a tick, not bad. The volume on the dome is somewhere between 1 to 20 on average. It looks like, so it's not a ton of liquidity, but there's enough there to get the price going up and down.
Yeah, it slowed down last week, actually, for the last 10 days. Just as I was starting to look at it, I think they were just waiting for NFP, to be honest. And it just got locked into another sort of like 120 ticks. And I'm like, what is this? Like, whatever I touch, it just stops moving. And I'm like, hey, we're in that kind of Twilight Zone moment. But yeah, it looks like it's screaming, and that's a good sign. Let me see if I can drag it over.
Fun market to keep an eye on here. We are still looking forward to getting some farm animals and some grain products.
Yeah.
And that should be, I think once we get those and maybe some financials and some bonds, that's a pretty well-rounded platform. That should cover most stuff. Yeah,
yep.
I'm looking forward to that. I would still love to know more about bonds. I don't know anything about bonds. If anyone in chat has like a good YouTube video that explains bonds for a simpleton like myself, feel free to put that in chat if you even can. You might be not allowed to do that.
I mean, one thing that I know about bonds is that they move when there's like something to do with monetary policies. Outside of that, I found it pretty quiet. It's like they tried putting me on a fixed income desk at one point, and I was like, please no. Go and jump off a bridge now. It's like I was in a trade for like 3 hours, went off to do lunch, come back, and it was in profit for like 3 ticks. I was like, wow.
Sweet.
No.
Sweet. Some awesome action there. That is some awesome action. Hoga, put up your weekly kickoff levels on my chart here. Looking forward to seeing how those play out for the rest of the week. So I got them in green on all of the markets that you covered.
Got it. So hopefully they work out nice for you.
Typically they do, Hog. Typically they do.
Mm-hmm.
Crude has a ways before they get to any of them, but some of the other markets are a little bit closer here.
Yeah, the one thing about crude is last week's weekly kickoff high was $87. Now, it was resistant on the overnight between Thursday and Friday. And Friday, it broke out above it, but closed back below it. So to me, that's still a level that I'm keeping track of. And what's our session high so far? 87.10.
Yeah.
Now it's starting to come off. So it's rejecting value from Friday. It's rejecting above that 87, similar to the way it did on Friday. We did set a kind of a weekend gap there that's been closed. So that 87 weekly kickoff high from last week, I've left. If you can see it on my chart here, it's here in gray, because it was last week's level, but I still think it's a valid level for opportunities today. And so far, that's a 30 tick move below
what's
it.
That little box you got there, Hoag? That's right above.
That is the weekend gap. So we opened we opened outside of the range from Friday. So that's a weekend gap. I can take it off now. It's been taken out. So here's the gap. Here's the open. Went right to close the gap, right to value low, right to weekly kickoff high. Last week's weekly kickoff high. If I still believe that they're going to be impactful, I'll put them in gray if I move them. So this week's weekly kickoff high is $90. $90. But we've got to show some participation above 87. We saw a little bit of it on Friday. What was the open interest again? But we lost open interest on this. So was this short covering or long liquidation at the end of the day? Maybe a little of both. So we didn't see, new business coming in above that level. We saw old business being taken out. Volume hasn't been all that great. If you ask me, day over day in crude oil, I think the volume has been pretty low. That's why I've been keeping the auction grade, between a B and a C. Today it was a C. Because we did not show acceptance, momentum, volume, or much time above that previous weekly kickoff level of $87. Now we're looking at a 40 tick profit off an execution at that level.
Yeah.
So
nice.
Seems to be the rejecting value and rejecting that 87 weekly kickoff level from last week.
And Dee, what's your relationship with crude oil? Is that something we can talk about, or is it still on the ropes a little bit?
It's just that the ranges are still a bit tight overall. So when we have like one day on NFP, where it kind of screams, that's kind of expected. But even on Friday, I stuck with gold. And on Friday, I managed to grab about 400 on gold, just doing like micros.
Oh, wow.
So yeah. So it is possible that if you know what to look for, if you know how to take advantage of those moves, it shouldn't really matter whether you're trading small or big. So obviously 3 micros pretty good. I think I got like a 5R trade, and I don't use small stops, so that was quite a big chunk of the move on Friday.
Yeah.
And it actually would have been more, but again, I had something that kind of phantom order that kicked off, so I had to close that for minus 200. Otherwise, it would have actually been about 600. So yeah, it's possible.
Wow, nice.
So crude oil, I'm looking at. We accepted value, but it's now reversing away from it. One thing that I didn't like about the value acceptance in crude oil is the fact that the value from the previous day is actually not that massive.
Mm-hmm.
It's about 65 ticks. And again, I like to use about 30 to 35 ticks on crude oil. That's something that's worked for me for many, many years. And anytime I went below that, the number of losing trades would increase. And then, you would get some of them that would hit the 2R multiples target. But I just didn't like the fact that too many of them would lose. So I'm actually looking at the crude oil value rejection here. So reversal at value is kind of a fake out. Mondays on crude oil have this tendency to go the opposite way for the rest of the week and the rest of the trend. So if we have an uptrend, you will get a lot of Mondays where it goes back the other way. But just by the fact that it's just reversing from value, it just kind of smells of another 100 tick day where we don't really go far. So I'm not really liking that at all. We should have seen some follow through and a complete close through that value area for value rotation for that special situation play. We didn't get that. So that's a bad sign in my eyes for now.
Yeah. Yeah, it is. It's
Well, as far
definitely,
as looking at tilt, I mean, we've got 63% long S&P, 62% long NASDAQ, 56% long crude, and 66% long gold. Nothing very tilty going on here, especially it seems like in the equities, which are still inside their overnight range, inside value from Friday.
Yeah.
Yeah, and how do we like approaching Mondays typically? Do you trade small? Do you switch to the practice account and place a bunch of dummy trades and get the cobwebs off? What's a typical approach for y'all?
I usually don't do the practice account immediately on Monday. But having said that, I do try not to wake up, smack down an espresso, sit down, and just go boom, because that never ends well. One thing that I like to do is to spend a bit of time moving the body just to get things flowing. I spend quite an extended period of time doing the weekly plan, so looking at those large time frames, and then I move on to the intraday and day time frame levels. Only if I see something super obvious, I will trade it. So this was the case with gold this morning. I don't think I even started trading until like the overlap. So, it was literally like 4 hours of me just observing, not really doing anything. And that's worked for me very well. I think that mental side, the mental preparation is very important when you begin your day, whether it's Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, it doesn't matter. Every single day when you get up, the first thing that you should do is make sure that your mindset is in order. We see way too many people when things start moving, they're like, I need to go in. Just slow the F down, It's like, breathe. There will be opportunities, especially on a Monday. You don't want to get yourself in a hole on a Monday doing stupid trades. One sign of overtrading is if you sit down, you lose the first trade, and then you immediately kick off the second and third trade.
Back in another one. Yeah,
I've been there, done that.
We've all done it. Everybody's done that.
Yeah.
But then, you learn after a while that doesn't work. So you're like, okay, maybe I should slow down a bit.
And that's an accountability thing, Dee. I know you're big on data. I've been trading for years and years and years, and I know that Mondays are not my best trading days.
Yeah.
See, Mondays are okay. Fridays are worse for me. Because I've had Fridays where I've given back the entire week's profit. But Mondays are actually okay. It's probably because I start very slow. And I kind of insist on strong setups rather than going, hey, it's a breakout, let's go in. Usually I try not to do breakout setups on a Monday because they usually fail, especially in the first sort of, 2 hours of active trading. So that's one tip that I have for people. Try to prepare yourself mentally before going in, rather than sitting down, smacking in a trade, losing, and then getting yourself into that pain situation where you're trying to get back to equilibrium because you've put yourself into a lot of pain immediately on a Monday. We need to stress less. This is a stressful enough job. You don't need to do that to yourself. So be kind to yourself. Maybe go do some exercise or something. If you feel the urge to trade, you probably shouldn't. Because we shouldn't trade out of an urge. We should trade because data tells us so. Because we have a good level. Because price activity is working in our favor. A whole bunch of other things before you click that button. But because it's so easy to just sit down, click, and you think that's the name of the game. It isn't. The name of the game is to mentally come prepared because you are fighting yourself. You're not fighting anybody else. You're not fighting the market. You're fighting yourself.
Dee, you think the eclipse is going to do anything?
It's got something.
I don't know, man. I mean, I don't know how much I believe in all of that.
Astronomy.
But hey, if I turn into a werewolf, we will know what happened.
That would make for some great content if you did turn into a werewolf
Yeah.
on air. We've got some news.
Sounds like we've got some news. Yeah, what's going on?
Hey, it's me again, folks.
Hello.
Just want to let
Hey.
you know, as far as our eco calendar goes, we got the CV employment coming out here in about 9 minutes. Very minor. But 10 o'clock, we've got our New York Fed 1 year consumer inflation expectation, 10 o'clock Central. Also, we're talking about trading here on a Monday. Some of us love to jump in right away. Some of us like to sit back and watch the dust settle. But one of our live traders, Pin Sin Ding, with a 5x5 in gold and a 6x6 in crude, nailed the first 2 trades of the week, netting them. There's a live trader netting them over $13,000 in profit.
Holy.
First thing
Can I
of
just
the
make an
week.
observation? He's probably based in Asia somewhere, right? So to him, that's not going to be a morning. To him, that's going to be afternoon or evening, correct?
Yep. And
Most
I think he
likely.
is based in Asia. Yeah.
Yeah,
Most
Yeah.
Probably. I don't have access to the.
13K to start the
that's
week.
different.
Way to
You know,
go.
that's
Nice.
different. That's when you're already up, and you're like with it, you're awake, you've done your exercise for the day, you're ready to go. That's a different thing. But those of us who are based in different parts of the world just don't go in immediately. Do something else, have a drink of water, have a walk, stretch, yoga, like whatever you do to get your body moving, do that first. And then
Yeah, I mean-
come to trade, because your brain is going to be in so much better shape. You have to take care of your brain.
Yeah, I mean, I've actually had to make this adjustment, D, because typically I'm
Yeah?
a power hour guy, and so I'm not really trading until 2 p.m. And now that I'm on fast markets, I actually need to start getting a better morning routine to wake myself up to get in, or else I'm gonna I'm a little bit foggy and not. I know exactly what you're talking about. You're just
Yeah.
you're awake, but you're not sharp, and it takes me a minute to get sharp, and it's you don't want to be placing trades when you're in kind of that dull morning state. So to have that routine to wake yourself up a little bit, or just pick a later time to trade if you're not a morning person. Markets are still open. If you watch Power Hours, plenty of movement to
and
make
one of the
some
main
money.
reasons why I remain in this part of the world is because I ain't a morning person. I'm totally useless. It's ridiculous. I've had moments when I was still at doing the music university where, and I did flute, classical flute. I don't know why. Never really used that. I was doing the sax and electric guitar most of my life. But hey, I was like, let's be a rounded musician. So a lot of the times we would have these classes early in the morning. The number of times that I just grabbed my flute case, empty, and I turned up to class. And the professor was like, yeah, maybe we should move this because it's not it's not very productive. I was like, I'm so sorry. I don't know what happened. I really thought that the instrument was in there. I'm like, maybe it wasn't.
Maybe all music school classes should be in the afternoon.
I think all classes.
Do you know how you do your dad wisdom? Well, I've got my dad wisdom. Jazz is not for the morning. He always used to say that. It's like jazz is not for the morning.
Yeah, I did jazz. I took some drum lessons recently, and he was a jazz guy. And I play drums in a metal band. I think I'm metal's kind of badass. And I'm like, yeah, our show's at 10. You should come out. He's like, oh, okay, cool. I have a show later that night. I should be able to make it. And I was like, wait, what? He's like, yeah, I go on at 2 a.m. I was like, dude, you are so badass. My metal band's done at 10:30 or 9:30, and he's not even getting on stage till 1 or 2 in the morning.
Yeah, I used to
doing
do
an hour
club
set.
gigs with Ministry of Sound. I was their live sax player. That was a late one, so you wouldn't even go on stage until midnight, unless it's a festival or something. But usually it was just a club gig, and you would go on at midnight. You would have the first set end at about 2 a.m., and then you would have another set that would start about 3:30, 4 a.m., and you'd be done by 5 a.m. So I would be getting home at 6 a.m. Never mind, not sleeping. Sleep was what is that? If you can get together 3-4 hours, I'm great. I don't have to sleep for the whole week.
At least you have some adrenaline to take you through with a show like that. Getting back to the markets, crude oil is back within my 1 hour range.
Yeah.
So about 20 cents above 86. It's now just approaching the series of higher lows that I have drawn on my charts. We'll see what ends up happening. I'm not a huge fan of diagonal lines, but maybe it ends up being support. And then the NASDAQ has been very, very good to range traders today. So if you were range trading NASDAQ, it rejected off at 18,370-ish, and then bounced right off of 18,000, let's say 240. So some cheap trades there. If you were watching the NASDAQ, if anyone in chat grabbed the range trade and NASDAQ, put some W's in there. Other than that, a lot of kind of 50-50 stuff going on. It's a relatively slow day, it seems like. It kind of reminds me of Power Hour yesterday. Is the market just waiting? Just waiting.
Seems to be, right?
Yeah, it's a slow start. Yeah. Having said that, gold, I was doing my weekly analysis, and then I noticed the average range is like, 500 ticks. And I'm like, what? Is that right? And this is a grogginess, right? In the morning, I was like, that can't be right. And then I was thinking to myself, what this indicator, what has it been smoking? Because it can't possibly be 508 ticks. And then I reloaded it, and it still said the same thing. So I got another coffee, came back, scrolled back, and then I see a massive move that happened during Asia, and I'm like, okay. Like, how do you possibly miss that? You know, if I was trading against that, just like randomly placing trades, I wouldn't have even noticed that because I would be convinced that there's something wrong with the indicator. No, Dee, something is wrong with you. Wake up. So with me, I try to find a reason like why that happened, and there is something to do with like a hedge fund in China. There was an event, so I want to find, or maybe get Eddie or someone to sniff that out, so that we can actually see what was the cause for that big move. Because I sort of looked it up, but again, I didn't do too much investigating.
Who do we got?
Guess who?
No.
Michael.
Hey.
What's happening?
The birthday
Glad to have you
boy.
back. Happy birthday, my friend.
Yeah, well,
Happy
thank
birthday,
you.
Michael.
Thank you. I don't know if I'm coming through okay. My headset's not working. It's a whole new setup. I'm in Chicago right now.
Yeah,
So-
you're coming through well, MP. Do you think you could turn off the TV that's behind you?
How am I supposed to know what's happening in the world? That's CNBC.
We shall tell you.
You got Topstep TV here.
It's-
You've got
Focus
Hoag
here.
to give you levels. You don't need CNBC.
It's still
Also,
on.
TV's still on. Yeah, TV's still on.
Oh, you want me to shut it off?
Yes, please.
Yeah.
There's no
I don't know
sound.
if YouTube
Oh, you want me to
likes
shut
this,
it all
but-
the way off?
Yeah, it's just distracting to have a moving TV.
I thought it'd
There
be
you go.
technically cool, but hey.
We'll talk. We'll figure out something.
What are you guys doing? How's
Are
it
you trading
looking?
today?
I'm up $290.
Oh,
Nice.
Okay.
I had one of my
I
worst
passed.
days. I had one of my worst days ever on Friday, and I'll tell you why.
Oh
And
no.
I'll tell you why. I was distracted. I was putting on my ski gear because we're going for. My wife put a party together on the mountain, so I was sitting there putting it on, and I go to click, and I go double click. No, I triple click. I go click. I thought it was a 1 lot, and I still had it queued up as a 3 lot from the day before. I had my clip size. You guys ever have your clip size where you like have it accidentally on a bigger number? So now I'm long a 9 lot. So I'm instantly long a 9 lot. And it was instantly like just flushed. So that was like 2,500 instantly. So then my I don't know, we can get out of this really quickly and then we can get going. I put it back on and I was down 5.
Wow.
It was bad. Then I put it back on and I'm down 8. And then I ended up down over 10, hit my loss limit at 10. Who does that? I was like furious. It was within like 45 minutes and it was the biggest flush out of the day because then I checked on it later. It was the biggest flush out of the day. So when I'm sitting there telling Mick that I'm going to start behaving on my trading, and then I did this I did an accidental double click, but then I wanted to get out of the hole, which the lesson here is if you just screwed up and you got in the whole goal isn't to quickly get out of the hole, but I was already moving and I was already ready to go. Like I had half my stuff on and I was about ready to go get in my truck, take off. and go meet everybody in town in Aspen and then go on Ajax Mountain. But I didn't. I showed up a little late due to this, but I'm very, very frustrated with myself. I did have my birthday yesterday, so happy birthday to me.
I hope it didn't ruin the party.
Other than that, I'm not happy with myself on Friday. You don't end the week like that. But yeah, it is what it is.
Were you able to enjoy yourself?
Oh, yeah. No, I realized very quickly that it was a stupid mistake, like on my end of it, that I made worse. That I could have totally not have I could have just stopped. But the 2400 to me was like, well, I'm not ending the day down 20. I swear to God, I said I'm not ending the day down 2400 on a mistake. So I put it right back on, and then it fell. It did one of those flush out 10, 20 handles, and then another flush out 15, 20 handles, and I'm like, no, it's not going to go a total of, like more than 40 handles on this pullback on a Friday.
It can't.
Yeah, but it's NFP day though. I'm very, very wary doing anything against the trend on NFP day because it tends to have statistical trends. It causes these big moves. So this is why I had a couple of people who were like, "Oh, should we?" Because we were trading gold, and I was in on the long gold. So the guys were like, "Oh yeah, should we short this?" And I'm like, "Do not short. Just leave it alone."
And if you look at the charts, it was just a pullback, and it ripped higher. So whatever. I mean, I like walked away hitting my loss limit. And thank God I didn't ask. Mick was out. Thank God Mick was out too, because he has my ear. And those that don't know, when you're funded at TopStep, you get a great risk management team that keeps you at least understanding that downside and capital preservation is the most important thing in trading. So, who was there to have?
Yeah, Mick is great. I had a chat with Mick about some like platform stuff that was been going on with like, never mind, it's like API bridge, whatever. Yeah, we kind of had a chat, and he was like, "Yeah, I get it. I've smashed some computers due to technology." And I was like, "Okay, I'm not there yet, but close." And he just has this very good way of calming you down. And it's kind of like Hoag used to be, because Hoag used to be the risk manager when I was there like million years ago. And same thing. Anytime you would do something, Hoag would be there to be like the beacon of light when you're like all up in your head. And then Hoag would just be like, "Hey, just, it's okay. Just calm down, go run or something. Just, don't just sit here and be seething that you've done something wrong." And Mick has that same calmness about him. So I actually really enjoy reaching out and talking things through. And, and he does give you, he's not going to tear you down unless you've done something really stupid, but he will be very real and yet very understanding, because he comes from the trading background as well. Like, he knows what it's like. And it just means so much to have that accountability to fall back to just call someone up and just cry on their shoulder, and they're like, "Yeah, look, you're right. It's like, you know what you're doing. It'll be okay." And it just feels so much better than being just alone and you're pissed off at yourself and you're like, "Why did I just do this? This is ridiculous." Or what happened? It's just so much better to let it all out with another person, but somebody who's like, there's no point talking to your spouse who's not from this world, because they're just going to get annoyed. It's like, "Oh, you lost money again."
Yeah, I know. Why do you keep trading? You keep losing money. You're like, okay, well, losses are ordinary, necessary part of trading. So bear with me here.
They don't get it. So there's no point. But when you talk to somebody from this world who can actually offer you some words of wisdom and, some comfort, you can actually reset yourself and just come back the next day and go, "Okay, I can do this. Like, it's fine." And this is why it's so important to have that support system. Many prop firms these days, it's just like you're on your own, you're clicking buttons, trading 1 million accounts, getting yourself in a hole, and you have nobody to talk to. This is like the only firm that offers that support system that everybody needs in this line of work. Everybody.
Yeah, so that was my Friday. I had to be transparent and honest with you guys, as we all should be. So that is my Short memory, though. Short memory. I'm moving on from this. I know the mistake happened because I did not look at my clip size, and I double-clicked because I usually have a 1 lot in there, and I'll go click, click, click. There's a 3 lot. Or I'll go join ask, join ask, join ask, or join bid, join bid, join bid. Because I don't like to hit the market with a market order, typically. So
that's a great lesson, though, MP. It's like, doesn't really matter where you are in your trading career, whether you're new or a veteran, these type of mistakes can still manifest themselves. So it's like you still got to keep your head on a swivel, make sure you're, crossing your T's and dotting your I's as far as like your trading goes, because it can happen. It can happen to the most experienced. It can happen to the new traders. Just got to pay attention.
I think the difference is how you behave after that.
Yeah.
So how you behave after it happens, that's the important part. Are you going to let it, MP, I would look at this. It's kind of like you're a part of your birthday party. You spent 10 grand on a birthday party. Hey, you had a little bit of fun.
Well, what's great is the event that I was going to was at the very top Aspen, and I was going to pay for it because I had friends in town. It would have cost $2 grand.
There you go.
So that didn't happen because there was wind. Yeah. So technically, I got out of that bill. So, yeah.
So you're only down 8. It's not bad.
Yeah, I'm only
exactly. Yeah.
Well,
sure.
The risk managers and everybody here. I mean, it gives everybody an opportunity to realize that that nobody's alone. I mean, none of us are alone here, and everything that happens to every trader, Michael, what happened to you on Fridays happened to me. It's happened to all of us.
Yeah.
I think it's really important to let traders know, hey, that stuff happens to everybody. You're not alone in that, and I've got a little quote here. It's from an anonymous quote, but not a single scar on my heart came from an enemy. Read that again. We do this to ourselves sometimes.
Yep.
That was a deep one, Hug.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I'm a year older, smarter than ever. I'm the smartest I've ever been. How about that? Hopefully, because I think each year, if you're open-minded, or growth-minded,
you'll learn something.
Yeah. Hey, so the markets are doing nothing. If you're looking at a 30-minute chart right in the middle of the range. But if you're looking at it in the last hour or so, in the last, what do we got here? Yeah, no, it's the last 5, 10, I don't know. But you had the sell-off out of the morning, and then it firmed up a bit, and now you got a little back in the range consolidation stuff, fiddling in the middle from what it looks like.
That's what it is.
That's right.
Yeah. Ooh. Yep. And CL did break 86. I did have that level as my 1 hour range low. So my next spot for crude would be 84, 89 if we can get down there. But even still, crude is only like $2 off highs, which is not a ton. So you are bullish. It did take out there's a lot going on.
It did take out VWAP, which was 86.04, which lined up nicely with that trend line.
Yeah, but just no consolidations on the 5-minute. Really, just hit that 87s and just been rolling over since then. So probably a no-go for me. YM did have a really nice range rejection of 39,300, which could have been a good opportunity for a range trader if you wanted that short. And then I think even the NASDAQ has provided some good opportunities within its range of 18,370 and 18,240, but it's currently stuck in the middle right now. This does remind me a lot of Power Hour yesterday. Platinum did pull back, so if you're looking to get long platinum...
Yeah, it might be failing the auction. I'm literally just looking at platinum. So it could be failing the auction. But again, I need to wait for this TPO to close. It is building some structure around the initial balance high on the TPO. So if we can roll over to the downside, then we may have a failed auction setup there.
Nice. So yeah, MP, we got some new products here.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah,
and there's some more coming. And then we're launching X, I think next week. I think that may change if there's anything that pops up as we quality test it, QA or whatever it's called. So that's happening. I think micros and minis will be fixed out of the gate. So that's going to be really cool for all those folks that size down. I don't micro it. That's just, to me, I mean, the commissions are sorry. There's no commissions on TopstepX, but there is clearing fees. Clearing fees are passed through. NFA fees are passed through. Welcome to the regulated world of trading, where other things cost a bit of money and the liquidity pool is seen by everybody. That is the same liquidity pool that everybody sees price level wise. So futures is where it's at. If you are an FX trader, Dolby in a team of that's working underneath him is working on a FX to futures, little onboarding, little bridge into the world of futures, right, Dolby?
Nice.
Yeah, we are. Yeah, it's going to be awesome. So it's kind of going to be like a kind of a crash course guide for those who maybe spend most of their time in Forex or CFDs. And we're also going to have a nice little introductory video from the one and only Austin Silver. We've had on a couple of times now. He's been fantastic. He's a lot of insight into Forex, and so he's going to kind of help us bridge the gap between Forex and futures. But it's going to be a cool page. It's going to kind of just explain the very basics of futures, kind of like the products that are similar. So let's say you trade XAU in Forex, then we'll tell you, hey, try the GC. This is how leverage works, how contracts work. So it's going to be a nice little guide for Forex traders to come and try futures. So
yeah, it is. If you look at it, we have is it the Nike? Is that how you say it?
Yep, we got that.
Okay, we have that one. We have what other ones? Gold micro. We have a bunch of the micros.
Yep, gold.
But I've seen the list. They're adding more. They're adding more and more. But I think these are the most requested. But they're adding more. When we launch, the micros and minis will be done. The responsible trade copying scale up plan, which is the smart way to do trade copying, is not just getting a bunch of accounts at the same time, is to work towards growing that. And then you can scale. It's going to be much more cost effective. It's a smarter way to enter the funding world if you want to do trade copying. I'm not a fan of trade copying, but that to each its own. I get why people do it. So that is the next thing I'm pressing the group we work with over there to complete. So they're kind of mocking up what that's going to look like. So we're really excited. There's going to be a drumbeat of new features that keep rolling out. And this is what we worked on with this group that said they'll build us anything. And then they built us this sweet ass platform. They added these, the new products. You're going to see more products on here, plus the micros and mini fix and all that very, very soon in this month in April. So bear with us because we're going to keep adding cool things. And we're going to take off the scrolling ticker on top with the tilt. And then that will just reside within the real time, because I don't even think you guys are seeing it real time because there's like 5-7 minute delay. That'll be in the platform. So if you want that to continue, platform's free, and it comes a trading view chart. You guys get it all. We've seen it. We've already pitched enough of it, but yeah, you'll be seeing the public launch here soon, and it should be exciting.
Yeah, and just to quickly recap, added 5 new products. So it is the Micro Russell, Micro Crude, Micro Gold, Micro YM, the Dow, and then E-mini Platinum are the 5 new products that were added. So try those out. We still have yet to get the farm stuff and the financials. So it's coming, though. It is coming. So, Andy, can you talk?
One last thing to that. It's going to be launched. It's going to be just like everything else, like pricing wise. But then you guys, we're really making TopstepTV the place where people come to get special stuff. Either it's information that you don't hear, or if it's pricing and fun little promo things or free things or all that. It's tradertainment. So we're like, hey, how do we make tradertainment and make it exciting for the entire community? And then this community of thousands that come on here every day to tune in, it benefits. And then you can start inviting your friends, and then we just have this bigger and bigger powwow. And this is where we have fun with it. And you guys had the wacky inflatable guy. That's our little joke when we have sales, all that kind of stuff. So it's exciting. Either way, the platform's getting new and cool features, and we'll talk about them as they come. Robert does a great job, and I think he's actually doing videos on how to. I got to go to Chicago Board of Trade today to do videos on the features and whatnot. So that'll be cool. Yes, I think that's it. And then prioritize support. Those that are in Topstep X, We're going to be bringing phones back into there's an intercom chat that you can chat into there, and then you'll be able to get phone support quickly and prioritize support more quickly. So there you go. There's a love for Top Step. What I like about it in general, my favorite feature is the lockout button. You can go to my screen and the lockout button. That's what I should have done. You know what I thought, John, when I hit my DLL, because I have a problem. I think a lot of other traders have this one. And you guys can answer this if you have this problem. If I can look at the markets and I can trade them, if I can do two things, I can watch the markets and I can enter a trade into the markets. It will do both. But if you hit your screen and then you want to lock yourself out, which I'm just doing right here, which I'll say no, cancel. I'm up $290. But it's right here at the top. This to me is what I should have done. I thought about that when I hit the DLL. I was sitting there putting on my ski gear to go jump in the truck to go into town because I was at the Snowmass office. I was going into Aspen. I could have just literally just clicked that, and I would have taken that hold on you that the market has to want to participate, and I would have taken it all away. I would have killed it.
And we do, MP, we got some news. Got some
there's
news. Jack, what do we
big
got?
news today, guys. Big news today because
Big
today
news.
is Solar Eclipse Day. That is that is correct. Today, the moon will completely cover the sun in large swath of the United States. Cities with the best views include Dallas, Indianapolis, Cleveland, Buffalo, to name a few. This might come in handy for the quiz later. Remember those cities and which were not on the list. Besides that, rates. Got a few financial stories as well here. I took the snapshot this morning. It's always changing, but I thought it was interesting that this was the first time I saw the probability of a rate cut for June below 50%.
Ooh.
So keep an eye on this. I took this at 7 a.m. Central. It's since gone back to a little bit over 50%, but this is important. We started with 7 rate cuts. Now we're down to 2, and maybe that is what is bringing us 1 trillion cicadas. Yes, get ready.
I heard about that.
They are coming. And as John pointed out, we previously learned that they have the most powerful urine stream of any creature on Earth, proportionate to their size. And then it was a slow news day, but Danielle sent this story in, and do we really have to kick a guy who's dead down with this story that Pavarotti used to eat pasta during his shows?
I expect nothing less. What's more? I mean, to me, that just fits the character. I don't know.
It does. It's kind of sad too, though. The idea of it.
Keeping up that kind of weight, it's a full-time job, man. It's not easy
Yes,
to eat all that food.
Carbo load for the opera, yeah.
I feel like a lot of those singers, though, do you know? I know with like Broadway singers and stuff, it's like they just drink lukewarm water and are very careful about not eating dairy and stuff. And this guy's just munching down on rigatoni.
Well, dairy is problematic because it kind of creates extra phlegm and stuff. But pasta, I don't think it does the same thing. This is typically not made from dairy, is it? It's wheat.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well,
And-
it's like it's no different than like eating a bag of Triscuits, right? I mean, it's wheat.
Lastly, I would like to address those who think that Andre has disappeared. We saw some comments in here to the effect of, where did you hide Andre's body, MP?
Oh, I know.
Will the dogs find Andre? To the best of my knowledge, Andre is still on this mortal coil. MP, have you seen him? He'll be back tomorrow.
Oh, I was with him. I was with him until yesterday. Him and I flew out at 2:20 in the afternoon, and I was still on the lift with him at 1 o'clock.
Oh.
And we were back. He's a really good skier. I try to keep up with him. We're back on some.
So MP says Andre is alive. Is that?
Andre's alive, so much so that him and I hung out since Thursday. We had a little bro hug moment at the house, and then we said we're not going to talk work at all, and we didn't. And then we just had a great time. We had a good time, so it was fun.
That's awesome.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it does look like
you
chat
guys have
is
known
somewhat
each other
suspicious.
forever, right?
Yes, that was not a fight. I'll show you guys a fight sometime. So that was just us talking work and how to do a strategy, which we got on the same page on the house account on what we're doing. So we're excited about that one. We're going to pick that up hopefully this week. And the house account is going to be something that everybody here in the chat that's tuning in will be able to participate with an opinion. And then probably the final opinion, and then we'll get the three other opinions that we're really going to base the foundation of the decision to enter or not, based upon three other decisions, trade ideas. And if they're lining up, and we're hitting funded traders, live funded traders, we're hitting our coaches, we're hitting our trade fluencers and whatnot in our Rolodex. That's all going to be happening. That's kind of the outcome of that day. If anybody wants to go back and watch a fun, awkward, cringeworthy, yet traders motivated to both be trying to figure out how best to approach the markets. That was that day.
The best thing about that day was that poll, and then Hoag went, "It is anonymous, isn't it?"
So then we wrapped it up on a stand-up that day and figured out how exactly we're going to do it. Because we've never done this house account on air. We've done house account, Johnny, since 13 years ago. Putting trades in.
I'm long gold, so I'm not looking for March because it is a neutral day type now. And I'm only doing 3 micros because I'm still in the combines. I passed the combine, one of them this morning. This is now one of the other ones, which is on Quantower right now. So that's Rhythmic. So we're going to see whether we can get about 20-30 ticks out of this trade.
There you go.
So,
I
it did look over the initial balance by just 2 ticks. Is that's far enough? That's good enough for you to kind of make it a normal trading day?
Yeah, because for me, I did like statistical tests and stuff, and we realized nearly any extension, like maybe it's like 1 tick, but nearly any extension brings a high statistical frequency of range-bound days. So it's like an elastic band.
Right.
So it's effectively a course for mean reversion trade intraday. So any extension, you can call it a neutral day type because of that. I was actually a bit surprised by that because in my program I actually put down, if it's just a couple of ticks, no, don't worry about it. It's just like, slippage or whatever. No, actually stats say it's actually a range bound day. Doesn't matter if it's 1 tick or 2 ticks. They've still gone over or under.
Right. And it looks like you've got things going your way right now. So looking pretty good.
Yeah. Yeah, and again, I'm going to take that off pretty quickly because it's just a base hit. I'm not looking for much.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, this market is right here in the middle. Nice job.
So I'm out.
Nice.
Great trade.
Yep.
Nice. Bang, bang.
Quick.
How come I want to get short right now on this pullback? It's right in the middle, but it's right in the middle. I'm looking at the 30-minute and I'm saying this is a great, if it's going to continue. Who was saying failed auction? Was that these markets? Was that the equity indexes?
And now I was saying platinum.
Platinum, okay.
Platinum's
but it didn't fail.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, it didn't fail the auction. Yeah.
I wanted to believe it was equities.
We're not seeing much on tilt either, Michael.
No, we're not.
It's a middle of a middle of a middle.
Crude and platinum are actually moving somewhat decently today if you can catch a trend.
Yeah.
But the indices are very
I've been so burnt on trying to catch momentum trades in crude oil last 2 months. I'm really not itching to do that. I want proof that it is doing like 180 ticks, 200 ticks in a day. Anything else, I just don't want it for now.
In crude, what do we have? We have 167 ticks right now. A pretty decent downside move here.
Yep. But like I said, I've been scarred looking for 200, 250, and then it would take me to 30 ticks profit, and then nothing. And then 0, -3, -5, 0, -3.
Yeah,
Trade the range. Congratulations, getting funded. Nice job.
Oh, trade the range.
Jab.
Person after my own heart. Love it.
Yes,
Yeah.
that is Dolby's MO. Aren't you a range? You don't look at trends. You just you look
Range.
at
Everything's
the
a range.
range. Everything's a range. Look at that range right there. There's a range. You can find a range anywhere, and then you there. I mean, you can find trends too, but like I like ranges. John, how come traders in the pit always liked ranges? And in the extension of the range, you would always see them fading. And I was more of a new trader, and I would always look to the breakouts, which we see all the time at TopStep. I'm sure other prop firms see it as well. New traders look for breakouts more than they look for range-bound trading.
Because they're exciting.
Because they're exciting. They're exciting. Yes, exactly. I always thought ranges were boring, and then you get these big ass traders that would.
It's easy money because it's easy money. Because when you catch a runner, it just goes like a million ticks in your favor, and you're like,
Right.
hey, I'm the genius of the best genius in the world. And, God's gift to trade. That's right. That's the word I was looking for.
Yeah,
but yeah, yet ranges, they require patience, accuracy, timing. They are mentally exhausting because you have to be so careful with your entries. And, everybody wants those easy momentum trades where things break and then it just goes. That's nice, but you have to pair the daytime with those kind of expectations. And many people don't. They just go, well, I'm just going to look for momentum trade. Oh, it broke. But, this is the statistical piece of information that John actually mentions quite a lot, that all breakouts usually fail. So, all breakouts usually fail. Something breaks, goes back the other way. Why? Because if it's a significant takeout of institutional stops, what you typically see is that the new side lacks momentum in that particular moment after the break. So they go back the other way to pick up more orders, and that takes time. We saw that on gold last week, where we smacked through the all-time high yet again. And then we had one day of a sell-off, quite a lot of sell-off, and then 5 days before they actually picked up enough momentum, and then they used NFP to push it even further. So that's the kind of stuff you have to look for, you have to be aware of. But just going for breakouts, do or die, it's not the way, when I did one, when the equities start ranging, I was like, you'll see why I don't like trading them. Because for me, that's like, oh God, great, 30-minute chart, everything's flat. So you have to go down to like a 2-minute, 1 minute, stare at the ladder. And for me, that's very mentally exhausting because I like to look at multiple things. And then if you miss it, it's done. It's gone. And you're like, oh, no, I had it. And then it puts you on tilt. And then you're like so angry at yourself that you missed it. And then you start doing stupid things. We've all done it.
Doesn't mean you won't make money doing it. I mean, you can look at, I think, maybe a trader like Rips, who trades momentum really well, but he's in and out of position so fast that that is a style that he's used to. But I would consider range trading and momentum trading two different sides of the coin, because a range trader is looking to buy a low, whereas like a momentum trader wants to sell the low and hope for continuation. But if you don't get that continuation, you have to be super fast and confident that that is not the breakout that you're seeing.
And objective. And that's one thing that Rips does really well. Yeah. So when he's wrong, he's like, he's out. Like, I don't want it. Done. And this is why sometimes he's difficult to follow. I've had a few Rips haters on my live stream the other day. So I was like, guys, just pipe down. That's not nice. And they're like, yeah, I'm not. And I'm like, look, he's very good at what he does. He's a solid guy. Just don't touch him. It's like, I won't.
Yeah. I mean, there's a hater for every one of us, Deeyana. Don't worry about it. We all got him.
Oh, yes.
But as long as you have more friends than haters, and I think you're on the right side of things.
Also, if you don't have haters, you're not trying. If you're on the internet, we are, and no one hates you, then you're not important enough to hate, and that's the worst.
I hate nobody.
So you gotta have some haters.
I hate nobody, and I am going to.
You've been the nicest. You've been the most. Out of all the people that I've ever met, you're the most compassionate, understanding, and you listen and you nod your head and you feel like you're this warm, fuzzy person that you want to give a hug to. That's what you are, John, to me. The last 14
Thanks,
years.
Michael.
So
You know,
there's my.
you're gonna make me cry.
Well, I said it when I turned 45. I was going to start to soften up so I don't become this grumpy dude, which I kind of have been lately.
All right. Well, I'm stepping out for a little bit. We're gonna bring Eddie into the party now. So we'll see everybody later on. I'll see you all for group coaching. I'll see you on Power Players as well today. So we'll catch up later on. Michael, it's great to have you back. Thank you very much for the compliment, and we'll see you in a little bit.
You too, buddy.
Yeah.
And just so we're on the same page, Eddie had a birthday last week and we need to find out what he did. There he is. What's up, Eddie?
I rested. I relaxed. I re-energized. I did shit. I did nothing. I procrastinated. I was supposed to do a bunch of stuff, but I just, watched cartoons, ate Captain Crunch, and act like an 8-year-old. That's about it.
I have to ask Deeyana this because my wife wore this hat when I first met her, and I'm a hardworking guy from Nebraska, and she's and I didn't grow. I grew up around cornfields. I didn't golf. I didn't do anything luxurious. I wasn't a part of a country club. And then I met my wife, who has been in the country club, and her dad was a golfer and all that kind of stuff. And she shows up to one of our dates when we first started dating with a hat that said "The Art of Doing Nothing." and it pissed me off. And I'm like, what does that mean? Like doing nothing? Why would you do nothing? And she's like, you should actually think about it because when you do nothing, you're very present. And she did this whole thing because she's a philosophy major. And then I fell in love with her even more. And I found out that you can recharge a battery by just doing nothing. So it sounds like, Eddie, you did the art of doing nothing last week.
Yeah.
There's an AC/DC song that has a line in it. Doing nothing means a lot to me.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Right,
Yes, I guess I was sort of thunderstruck.
R-Bob. I'm long R-Bob. From an average session range low.
R-Bob.
Yeah. No, I'm just going to put that. And that's in one of my other ones.
As we talked, earlier, talking about Mondays, letting the dust settle and seeing where these markets are really moving.
Yep.
Speaking of moving, Eddie,
stuff is starting to catch a bid.
Yes.
Yeah, this is fun. Okay, we got some action. We're good. We can get some win-in trades today.
We got 87s up here. Deanna's got an R-Bob. We'll jump to hers real quick, but 18,387 is Friday's value area high. 18,387, which is 30 handles away. NASDAQ, 30 handles away is a value area high level. Anybody else has any levels that they want to share in NASDAQ to all our NASDAQ traders? Please drop it in there and give the reason why. Helps out anybody who's newbie or veteran of 20 years to have somebody say, level, and here's why. And as simple as it is, you can see, I think it's at the top of the screen. No, daily levels is coaching. Daily levels is something we share, and we just have in here last week's high, last week's low, weekly kickoff high. And that's all we put by, which you can go into more detail. But, we are ripping higher as far as firming up. And the fiddle in the middle is now look for an extension a little bit past this 30-minute range that we've been in that's been very tight for many 30-minute bars.
All right. I took that, and that's about 293.
Nice.
$293.
So D-Time, you said you had some opportunity. What's cooking over there?
I'm looking for opportunities. I think crude is kind of interesting, but I feel like I missed the long in crude. YM is really interesting, but indices have caught a pretty strong bid, so there might be a short opportunity at 39,300. But I want to see it tighten up a little bit at the tops here, because something I've noticed when I'm doing range trades, I don't particularly like it when we get really long candles up into the top of the range. Typically, to me, that signifies strength. So I'd want to see another 5-minute candle print at around 39,300 and kind of have it just hang out a bit and not really go anywhere before I enter into a short. I've had bad experiences, trying to counter trend trade a long candlestick on the 5-minute. So I want this to prove itself before I hop into a short here.
There you go. Okay. I took a little advantage watching gold here, trading both. I got my 150K XFA and put up a 240 on that account, and had my 50K here, put 351 up on my 50K
Nice.
combine. So just sitting back here right now with some decent trades here.
You working to get funded right now, Eddie, right? And I know there's some folks that come on air that we're going to have working to get funded. There's going to be ones that are trading live, and there's going to be one in XFAs. So your path right now is what, a 50K to what, or we have a bigger account?
Well, I got the 50K combine secondary. Right now, I'm trying to advance in my 150K express funded account, and that account. I've been down 1,000 and slow, step by step to try to get that back to at least flat line, where my head's above water. And then I'm going to take it easy there because, I had that bad day where I did lose 1,000 off it. But right now we're above it right now, looking I got 240 on it right now, balanced here, 655 on the day. So, or on the account. So I'm up 655 on my XFA, taking it slow.
Nice.
Well, I traded London, so I said that I passed one of the combines. There was a 50K. So I've got the other two, like I said, in Rhythmic. So one of them is now up $956. The other one is up $239. And the one that I passed, which you can see on my screen, is 546. So whatever that adds up to.
Well, Van just took a little bit of what Eddie did right there and added to it. He's up 900 today on two XFAs, and then he locked it up. And those that don't know, it's called lock out manually on your Topstep X. But we like to call it lock it up because you're locking it up money. It's kind of more fun to say that. But sounds like that is an official lockup because you can't trade once you hit that lockout, which means Van, has locked in $900. And that's is money that's a great day. That's money that can be, I don't know where he is at with the number of winning days you got to post. You got to post 5 winning days. Do not have to be in consecutive order. They have to be greater than $200. Why do we do that? Because we want you to build a cushion and not go back. We want you to stay funded, get funded, stay funded, and start taking payoffs. So it sounds like Van has got funded and staying funded. Yeah.
MP,
be smart. Don't be greedy.
Trading combines, passing XFAs. JD, do we have some stats for some of our traders who are doing that very thing?
Hey, we sure do. How's everyone doing this morning?
Doing
All right, let's start off with those hot streaks, if we could, please, James. All right, Jacob is back on the list after taking a short break from the markets and extended his streak to 31 days. Che is still jabbing away at it, now up 24 days. Dan S. at 22, Gabriel 20, and Arian now has a 16-day heater. Nice job all around there. All right, yesterday's best live funded PNLs. I'm sorry, Fridays. Mick just reminded me today is, in fact, Monday. So these numbers are from Friday. All right, our boy, Mr. Slow Markets, Dakota, carved out a nice $9,000 profit on Friday, trading gold, NASDAQ, Nikkei, and crude oil. Running the bases on the markets Friday. Edward, whose name we've seen on this list quite a bit before, profited a solid $6,000 down the week. We have Nick T, who was on Power Hour with us Friday, took home $5,200. Miguel with $4,700, and Corey with a nice $3,500 day. All right, let's take a look at a chart pattern.
Yeah, before we do that, JD,
JD,
do you guys realize that Dakota is actually like just jabbing away, leaderboard after leaderboard on here? I do know he took a dinger on Thursday when the markets did a what was it? Why did they do a
nosedive?
Yep.
Why was that again?
That was when news about rates came out. There's a lot going on Thursday.
Yeah, there's a lot going on. Yeah, he was doing awesome. Then he took a dinger as far as DLL. I think it was a pretty big swing, but he just made that back, I believe, because he had Up, I don't know, over 3. Ended up the day on that, I think, and he can talk about it more, taking a daily loss limit of 3. And then next day coming out and putting 8,500 up. That's like a ball player, Eddie. We always talk baseball. It's like a ball player,
Right.
like striking out. And then next thing you know, staying focused, and then just crushing it the next game, next day, the next game, the next day. Just playing the best ball that they can, and now back in the groove, and their mental capital is back strong again. Dolby, I know you talked about mental capital last week. I heard you on Friday talking about mental capital. Yeah, mine after getting hit too. Your mental capital starts to take a drain, especially after you're up money and then you lose it all and then you hit your daily loss limit. That hurts really bad. But to come back on an $8,500 a day, my point is here, that's really, really impressive.
I mean, Dakota's
resilience.
Fantastic.
Yeah,
trader.
resilience.
Yeah, it doesn't has a relatively low win rate too. So, it's something to respect, is that he's able to tolerate the not putting up winning trades consistently, but eventually putting up massive winning days. And that definitely takes a lot of patience and discipline, because I know if I hit like a couple losing trades, I can kind of get a little sour, but he knows his edge and is comfortable with executing that, and just totally fine.
Yeah, every time he throws a trade on, he shares it. He's only got like a 25 to 30% win rate, but he knows his risk when he gets in, and when he hits those dingers, they go long for sure.
Yeah.
It's the power of high risk reward as well.
Yep. Platinum, about 4 ticks off all new highs, and looks like crude oil is catching a little bit of a bid as well. Man, I need to have a bigger screen. I'm flipping through all these charts, and I feel like I'm missing setups by just like a minute.
Yeah, speaking of setup, JD, I cut you off on your chart pattern setup.
Yeah, I'm still here. You want to take a look at one? I got a couple examples of double top. We talked about this. One of the first patterns that we checked out was the double top. First and foremost, a reversal pattern. It does signal sell opportunities for traders. Very identifiable pattern. They're pretty easy to spot, fairly common in occurrence. Simple, you have 2 peaks separated by a trough in the middle. Once the peak is formed, the trough becomes your neckline or breakout point. Prices at peaks do not need to match to the tick. It's actually pretty rare, so give it a little leeway when you're looking for those 2 peaks. The measure move for a double top is the distance between the lowest point of the trough straight up to the neckline connecting the 2 peaks. That distance is then measured down from the breakout price. That is what a measure move is. It can be used as a minimum profit target objective also. Now, if you want to switch over to my charts real quick, James, we have an example that played out. We mentioned this last week in the ES. There was a nice double top here right around all-time highs. So we have our line connecting our 2 peaks. We're trading right at our trough line right now. And here's our measure and move, which turned out to be right around 67 handles. Just measure that down. Our profit target price was 51.96, which we hit on that move down on Thursday. I wanted to follow up on Thursday, but things were just so busy. And Friday, we never got to it either. So we hit that measure move target on Thursday on that move down, and it bounced right back. Now we have another example of this playing out in real time on a larger time frame. This is a daily chart of the NASDAQ. Here we see that expanding or megaphone formation that we talked about a couple weeks ago. It's still in play. But here's another giant double top formation playing out in the NASDAQ right now. There is our upper line connecting the 2 peaks and our trough line right here, which is right around weekly kickoff low. I believe that low is 18,006. So if we extend...
That's on a day. What is that JD time frame again?
This is on a daily chart. Daily chart. So this is a longer time frame chart right now. We're looking at the daily of the NASDAQ. So if this chart were to play out, we'd have to have a breakout below 18,006, or we'll just call it weekly kickoff low for this week. And that's a measure move of about 700 points, would give us a target price of around 17,300 if this pattern does end up playing out. So we'll be keeping an eye on this one, and I'll come back and reference it from time to time if anything happens.
Yeah, a double top. And guys, we're sharing these chart patterns. You're like, man, I know about this. Well, a lot of people don't. And then I've been trading since 1997. Wow. And then just to get the refresher is the whole point of these little touch and go. Thanks for the refresher, JD. That's really good.
You got it. Catch you guys later. I'll be back with the top 10 list just a little bit.
Yeah, thank you.
Cool.
Thanks, David.
Now, really quick, guys, if you look at my screen, you got a double top there, but then you didn't quite break out the range here. But JD said if it continues, then you got that chart formation happening. But at the same time, that's why you can get a little bit it's a little nerve-wracking to always be technically totally based, because the market's going to do, John said, but the market will do what the market wants to do. And there could be new information that hits the market and all that kind of great stuff. So that will change or potentially change your chart pattern, technical only type of trading. That's why people do say, hey, just the charts tell everything. The charts are God, or the charts are this or that. Be careful. That's kind of how I did it in the very beginning. I thought that was that was it. And then, there's price action, the auction process, and understanding all that. There's market pro. There's different things that you can add to see different layers of the market and give you better information on being more precise in your entry and higher probabilities of success by just getting an understanding of other things.
Little market update here. Crude had a big retracement off of 87.10s, and it is now back within the middle of its range from top to bottom. So a bid has definitely stepped into crude oil, up about 60 cents from its lows at around 9.20 to 9.15. Something to keep an eye on. Maybe buyers are hopping back in again. And the indices are just range bound, so I don't know what's going on there. Platinum is probably also like 7-8 ticks off highs, so commodities are doing pretty good today as far as volatility goes. But hopefully chat got to kind of experience two sides of the coin here. We had one day last week, I believe it was Thursday, that was mostly news driven, and I think we all kind of experienced how technicals just kind of got melted through. And now we have a day like today that's a little bit more range bound. Now technicals are coming back into play. Got an order filled from someone. That sounds exciting. Who was that?
I heard that as well.
Who was it?
I do not have an order.
Come clean. Oh, it was empty. Okay. You flattened it?
No, it wasn't. I don't have an order in. I put a working order. Watch. I'll put a working order in, and I was testing micros, and then I'll cancel it.
Yeah, it wasn't you. It was someone though.
That's all I did.
Yeah, we didn't get the.
I was feeling out the micros.
Yeah.
And somebody asked,
everywhere, so.
Yeah, somebody asked if the micros are in here. We have the micros now in Topstep X. A good handful of the most important ones. More to come, though. Go ahead, Dobie.
Yep. Yeah, so just indices are in a range. That short at YM would have been really nice at 39,300, but I was zipping between my charts too fast to take that trade. So I probably need to get two charts up for two different markets so I can just kind of keep an eye on things, but I'm just missing those trades by about 30 seconds to a minute because I'm flipping through so many different charts, which kind of helps just having one or two markets to trade. So that way you're not missing opportunities, or just have like a matrix style wall of screens in which you can watch every single market simultaneously. But I don't want to do that. So pick my two favorite markets.
Right.
I caught a little short here in gold. I tell you, it's been a tug of war here, back and forth. Been watching. Big size on the offer, but these the buyers are very aggressive, pulling these offers out. Caught a little winner here, and just going to add it on. And I think I am done for the day. I hit my number here, up 502 on my XFA.
Nice work, Eddie.
Nice. That's solid trading for a relatively slow day. But like a nice approach, it's a Monday. Just take some base hits, dip your toes in the water, build a cushion for the rest of the week. That always feels really nice as well.
Eddie, the silence.
Yeah, small profits add up, and I tell you, that's worked for me
really
so
do.
well.
They really do.
And a lot of traders have to understand that, Yeah, $100 is $100. All right. What's the next opportunity? Look for the next
Well,
opportunity. It might be 200.
Yeah, it's 290 for me, Eddie, and I'm gonna end today. I got to roll out. I got a meeting here in 10 minutes here in town at a coffee shop. The old school way of meeting people. So I got to roll out of here. I appreciate you guys all what you're doing today, and then joining you all. It's always very fun. Deeyana, Dolby Time, Eddie Horn, Jack. JD, thanks guys for jumping in here. James for
Hoagland.
Background. Johnny Hoagland, my emotional comfort support. But guys, I'm gonna roll out of here. You guys all have a good one. You guys have a good one today.
All right, man. Thanks for joining, Mike.
Thanks,
Michael,
MP.
take care.
Right, just scanning through a few things. Don't really see anything else at the moment. I do have a doggy that's jumping on me.
I got my emotional support cat here, per usual.
Yeah.
Hanging out, and he's kind of having a Monday too. Let me see if I can. Yeah, there it is. His eyes are actually covered. His paws covering his face. I got the NVIDIA camera blur on. Unfortunately,
practicing for the eclipse.
Yeah, he is. He's like, this is too much. I gotta sleep through this market.
This boy over here is more like emotional aggravation. He's not very calm. He's a boy that didn't know how to settle until a few months ago. So we had to do enforced naps because he would just be so sleepy and he would be going around trying to play with everybody because it's so much fun. And then we would have to put him to bed.
All right. I'm gonna put an order in here in crude oil actually. We're just gonna try a little wonder on this 50K, and we're gonna place this order at 86.09, which is just below this 1 minute range in crude oil.
Short?
So we're gonna try a long in crude.
Okay.
And
if
just
that
see if
fails
we can get
the auction,
to the upside.
Yeah. So that would be a failed auction.
86.09. Yeah, 86.09. So yeah. So are my charts? We're on my charts. Let me get these kind of big. So here's kind of a way. This is kind of like a microcosm because structure is the same across all time frames, but you can still trade ranges if you're a range trader in a trend. And so all you're looking for is these kind of stair steps. And then, you can find those relatively cheap entries. So that's kind of what I'm looking for. So you have these little mini ranges in an uptrend, and then you kind of want to just, ideally try to buy, resistance becomes support, support becomes resistance. And this is how you can still be a range trader, but in a trending market. So this is like kind of the technique I would use to try to capture the rest of this. But this could also be like a half-hour chart or a daily chart. It's all the same because it's all fractal. But that's the kind of system that I would use, a range system for a trend trade. So we'll see if it works. 50K trading combine. We have a nice little cushion of 346 from Friday.
Nice one.
And look, so it's already blown way past. I'm not gonna get. Oh my goodness.
That's the nature of failed auctions. Right. I was going to say you may not get a fill on that because the failed auctions, if it's a true failed auction, it's so fast. It's a momentum trade, and you have to be like almost front running it. And then once you see it accepting initial balance, the first hour of trading, that's it. It very frequently just rotates straight through it. We've also had the fake out value acceptance long earlier, so that. Is good for the long trend. So, we do have a pretty strong uptrend in place. And it would have been a good trade. But this is the pitfall of limit orders,
Live by a limit order, die by the limit order.
Yeah.
But missed it by just probably like 4 or 5 ticks there. We missed it by, not a big deal. I mean, crude offers a ton of volatility. It's already pulling back, for example. We can leave an order in at 86.07. So let's see if it does come back and maybe stretch the 1 minute range, and we can get filled on a little micro stop run as it tries to rally to the upside. So we'll leave a little one let in there for now just to see how it does. Dow everything is so rangy. Wow.
Where's your stop?
In the indices. I don't have a stop. Should I? Well, I don't have a stop in yet because I just drag them manually. because I'm like flipping between 2 different accounts. So I probably should try to set that up just like to be preventative. So let's make one real quick.
Yeah, like a disaster stop, you know, to at
disaster
least
stop,
have
yeah.
something. Yeah, because crude
300.
oil is slippery. So if it like
is so
whips
slippery.
through, you're just like, wow, well, what happened?
Yeah. So that's enabled. So we're setting up a bracket order. We'll close the order and we'll place it again. And now if we get filled, we should have a $300 or 30 tick stop because crude trades. That's how crude trades. I like it. I like it. We'll keep it. Okay, but my cat
The
cannot.
gold is looking very range bound to me now.
Okay, so we're long this crude guy right here. It's only one contract. Maybe we can buy another one though if we can get. Okay, Gus needs to stop rolling around though. He's like really pulling over my keyboard. So like I don't know if I have hotkeys or something. So we'll keep the keyboard over here away from the cat. Good fill though. 8606. 8606. Oh my goodness. All right, just stay still, buddy. You're doing great. Okay.
What's his name?
Good fill.
Gus.
Gus the cat. Gus the cat. He was
Gus the
rescued.
cat. So Gus the cat is gonna do us a trade, yeah?
Yes, yeah. He's trying to claw my
Yes.
monitor. Oh my god. Okay. Please
Claw
calm
the
down.
monitor.
Yeah.
It's got to mean
Well,
something else.
He's doing this stretch up against my monitor, and if he gets his claws out, he's gonna rip a hole in this LCD. So he needs to chill. All right, we're up 10 ticks in this trade so far, so we're doing good. But let's move our target up. I think we can try to get this 1 hour range high, which would be 86.47. Let's see if that happens. But we got filled, and it just bounced immediately. So really, really good immediate price action on this trade. You know, if we can get up to like 20 ticks, I might even go to break even, you know, relatively early. But typically I do allow at least one test of my entry before I go to break even, just because, you know, crude is kind of rude like that sometimes.
I think everything is like that. It's not just crude. There's always a retest of a level of interest that the bounce happened from. So if you move your stop to break even too quickly, it tends to take you out of the market, and then the market goes your way, and then you just want to go and jump out the window. So I also allow at least one test of the level of interest.
Yeah.
In fact, I come to expect it, and I anticipate it, and I don't freak out. So some people are like, why didn't you move your stop to break even? But first of all, I don't like doing that, because in all of my years of trading, every time I did that, it went back to test my entry and then went 150 ticks in my favor without me in on it. And you're like...
Listen, I got a lot of opinions about going to break even. It's one of my least favorite things to do. And I think it's a trap in general for new traders, because it's so tempting to not lose. But at that point, you're also really reducing your chances of winning. And if you are going to break even a lot, you're kind of betting against your own ideas, not having them play out.
Yeah, I think it's false economy. It's different when a really advanced trader does it, because we usually do it based on some kind of a data set that we've had and we researched, and we're like, okay, well, this is how many times this happens, and therefore you take advantage of something that you've actually seen happen to you, living through all of these trade setups. If you're just moving your stop to protect yourself from losing, that means that either your trade locations are wrong or that your timing is wrong. So I would first look at that rather than defaulting to a fear-based behavior where a profitable position is doing what it's supposed to be doing and you're cutting it off. One thing is certain: when you put it on break even, you cut off all profit potential if it comes back to hit it, right? So you will never make money that way. So you need to do the break even strategy through some sort of a data-driven process, rather than just put it to protect the position. What are you protecting? It's like, you need to know the market events that lead you to protect the position. If you're just protecting it for the sake of, I don't want to lose, that's not a good enough reason.
I agree, and I just turned into Dolby over here. Hi guys, what's going on?
Hello.
Hey.
How are we doing?
Hey, Jack Dolby.
How's your Monday, Jack? I mean, Dolby.
Wait, what?
Yeah,
Dolby.
Either one. Hey, no, it's doing fine. I'm the same sort of tired I am every Monday, but feeling pretty good actually. Didn't do too much this weekend, so just kind of looking at the ES, not doing much. It's kind of at the top of the value area from Friday's session. And I'm sitting with my hands on my butts. What are you guys in?
Fun. I'm just
I'm doing the
watching the
same thing.
markets, did a few trades. Yeah, so I'm also keeping my hands on my butt.
Good way to start a Monday. Yeah, not a lot of fireworks right now. We were glad that MP got a chance to stop by and talk a little bit about the updates with Topstep X. It's good to see that he's in Chicago.
Yep.
Good stuff. Well, this week, Jack, what do you think's going to happen this week? You think we're gonna make some moves here with what we've got coming out here?
I mean, like always, I'm waiting for the reckoning of which there's so much divergence right now between the expectations of where rates are and like the cuts versus the equity markets. And
Right.
I'm just waiting to see which gives in, so to speak. So kind of waiting to see a new market state here. That's more my style. I'm not as rangy as Dolby is, but I think right now that's kind of what you got to be looking at.
You gotta be careful. You know, and the thing is too, you know, this morning, and I'm talking about my monetary victories here, and really what I should be talking about is my win column. You know, I tell you, any trade you put on that's a win, there's going to be a profit behind it. And I find myself looking for the monetary targets, you know, because I scalp. And, you know, like I said, small profits add up. I'm, you know, 100% behind that because that's the way that I trade. That's the way that I've seen success. And, you know, you've got to look for the wins. Put in the win column and then check your P&L. But, you know, keep it to a, you know, something where you're not getting greedy, just seeing the money add up. I mean, this is where, you know, a lot of people, a lot of traders I've talked to, a lot of trade reports I've seen. I've even seen it here in chat today. You know, last Friday I was up 1,000, down 600 on the day. Well, you know, what happened there? Why did that happen? You know, so starting the week off, a lot of us are on the right foot, putting some profits together. Win column looks good. And you know what? Lay off the gas here. You know, tap the brake and see if, you know, if you're comfortable with what you have so far. You know, a lot of us, I mean, right now, like I mentioned, gold's a tug of war back and forth. And, you know, I caught some small wins. And I'm very happy with what I did. I'm done for the day. I was ready to lock out my 150K XFA. I'm ready to lock that out because I've, you know, hit a profit target where I'm very, very happy about. I took some heat earlier. First couple trades put me in a hole. I think one of my best trades here on that was a $780 winner with a 3-lot that sort of got me out of the hole and sort of shed some more light on my trade day. So that's where I am right now.
Nice.
Very
Lock
nice.
it up.
Yeah, it's a good feeling to lock it up on a Monday.
Oh, yeah. I see a question here. I haven't been keeping an eye on the chat. There's a question from B2B Raymond C. Can you please discuss the GC level of 2340 for potential long? Well, if you look at GC today, it's very range bound, and 2340 would be kind of, I mean, that's where I took it. It was because it's a neutral day, and all I was looking for is just the return into the initial balance. But because we have the extension of the initial balance on both sides, as you can see by these blue areas on my chart, that means that if you are looking for any further trades, you need to look at the extremes of those ranges rather than any kind of middles. But I was kind of fiddling around, so I actually wanted to pop in that trade a little earlier, but then it ran away so quickly, which is the nature of mean reversion trades on a range-bound day, that I only managed to enter at about 2340. Yeah. But that was a pretty good idea on a range-bound day, as long as you stay away from the middles. So anyone looking to go long now, well, you might get lucky because we have an uptrend, which is pretty fierce. But in general, going long in the middle of ranges on a range-bound day is not a very good idea. So that's the only thing I have to say there.
Avoid diddling in the middle.
Yes.
And
Yep,
there's some
don't
diddling
wanna
going
do
on.
that.
Just doing a check-in on the Mag 7 or whatever you want to say here. Half of them are up, half of them are down a little bit. Not a lot to do with that.
And this crude trade I've been in has been so far so good. I've had the joy of having my entry turn into support, which is always a great feeling. Way better than the vice versa of that. So we're still looking for crude to break out of 86.20 and even 86.30. So it's still very, very tight. I am interested in adding one more long just below 86 to see if we can get a stop run and get pushed to the upside. If we do get filled in that, our total risk on this trade, if we do lose, would be around $240, which for a 50K account, I'm totally fine with. So that would give me about one more trade in crude oil for the 50K account before I switched over. So let's see how this ends up playing out and see if 86.06 can still remain as support for this trade we got going on. A little bit of size.
Now, I saw you moved a profit target on that, Dolby. You talked about how you did not like moving stops. Did you move your stop at all from that disaster one to something a little tighter?
I actually moved it tight, then kind of. I'm at a reasonable spot for my stop here. I believe it is under the 1 hour range low that I had drawn earlier. So I am looking for just, maybe an extension kind of past, 85.92 if it really decides to do like a deeper pullback and maybe stop out some more people. So that's kind of where I'm looking to operate this long from, is just to see it kind of reconsolidate above 87.80. It's kind of re-ranged, and let's see if we can get some support there and have it push back to the upside. So this would be a stair-step continuation range trade. This is what we're looking at.
Rightio.
Hey, saw the market move here, top of the hour. John posted something in chat here, the New York Fed, talking about the 3-year ahead expected inflation 2.9 versus the 2.7. So some of this stuff is minor number, but it's coming out sort of hot. March 3-year. Also, they're talking about March year ahead expected inflation unchanged at 3%. So that's what hit the wire here, and we do see some moves that's going on right now.
Quick tilt roundup as well. 61% long ES, 59% long NASDAQ, 46% long crude oil, and 63% long gold. Diddling in the middle. More of that.
It's not diddling in the middle. Is that platinum? Platinum, a tick off high, is trading at $975.70. So if you're new to platinum, trades at $5 a tick and seems like it moves pretty comfortably. Actually, it's not incredibly volatile. So if you are looking for another market to trade, maybe pop into a practice account and try some practice in the platinum. But it is in Topstep X now, along with 4 other micro contracts. So if you're a fan of the micros, those are now in Topstep X as well. But I think platinum's going to be a market we're going to keep an eye on, probably going forward in the future, especially if gold is not giving us the volatility we're looking for. And we like trading rocks. So
Dolby, this is like one of those internet unboxings. That is my first time ever seeing a platinum ladder. It's a little bit small over there. What's the liquidity like right now?
Liquidity
is thin. It's a thin market, very thin. Yeah.
So between 1 in 20 or 1 in 30 contracts, depending on size. On average, 10. So not a ton of volatility, or not a ton of liquidity, I should say.
Because of that, you might also find that sometimes platinum has a bit of a spread on it, but it's only like 1 or 2 ticks. It's not like horrendous. But it's just because it's not as liquid as some other markets. One thing to pay attention is if you are ever going to trade it live, you might find that the fills are not going to be tight. So I don't think it's going to be very good for scalpers, but it's very good if you're looking for these larger moves. So that's what I've been doing with platinum. I don't scalp it. I usually look for about 60, 70 ticks out of it, maybe more. And then I don't mind getting slipped a few ticks here and there because I don't use stops that are super tight. So that's one thing just to be very mindful when you're trading Platinum Live. Obviously, if you're on a sim, that's not going to matter. You're always going to have a perfect fill. But some of us, we do go into live. And if you get funded trading Platinum, just don't be surprised if some things are a little bit different.
Because I know we have the YOLO brigade out there, Dolby, the pot pullers, the 15 lot crew. You can only do that in liquid markets, right? So don't take it over to Platinum and start trying to do market orders with 15 lots of it or something like that.
You'll be there for a long time. Yeah. Yes. Or you'll be there for a while because you're going to be like, enter trade. And depends on how the platform is set up. Is it fill or kill? Or whether you're going to wait for partial fills. You might find that it fills you 2 and then another 1.
You can get yourself into some serious trouble really quick in the liquid markets, especially, we only allow you to trade the on the run contract at Topstep, and that's precisely the reason. But I have seen people have horrific fills. So we're not talking on size. If you're not looking at the right ladder, you can lose $10,000 on a 1 lot of futures just instantaneously, right?
I had 1 month where for some reason I forgot it was an expiry. It was like last year, and because crude oil rolls every month, so I went into a trade, and it was like I think it was like an 18 lot trade, and suddenly I look at it and I'm like under like 3-4 grand, and I'm like, what? So I was like, what's happening? And then I see the gaps and I was like, oh, you idiot. Oh, great. So I just killed that immediately and then I switched. But obviously I was in a hole for about 4 grand. Not a nice way to start the day.
No,
so
and there's
be careful, guys.
No calling your broker and being like, made a mistake. Can you undo this trade, please? It's
like,
we did used to do that though. I don't know if this is still the thing, but on the open, right? And I think it was part of like the integrity of, the businesses and stuff like that, or like trying to establish that you're the good guy, is that we had a rule that if we were on like the winning side of something like that, because what usually happens is the market is not filling in yet. Somebody throws in a spread order and it gets hit right away and you're down a bunch of money or you're up a bunch of money, but it's a communication error. So we used to call up broker tech or something like that and bust trades. There are ways to do that, but it's not going to happen in the middle of the day for a retail futures account, I don't think. Let me know in the chat if you can still bust trades. It's not something you should rely on.
Never even heard of that. That sounds like that's a privilege for people who do a lot of volume. Probably are professional.
Yeah, so I've got like corporate accounts and stuff, and even we don't, like, nobody's ever offered that to us. So it's always like you have a private contact at the brokerage that you're with, but you don't have, we can roll it back, don't worry. It's like, no, you made the trade.
It was so embarrassing if you had to do it because you were just calling on your hands and knees, waiting on hold for a bit, and then being like, I'm the
anyway,
I'm the dumbass that just lost the guy I work for X amount of money buying that 112 half or whatever. What can we do? Can we split it? Agree on another price? And sometimes it worked.
Funny. That is funny. Yeah. A little update in this crude oil trade I'm in. I did go to break even because we tested my entry a whole bunch of times. Currently, we're getting some resistance at 86.30, but this trade is protected right now. We're just going to let it play out. Something I do want to work on this week, and maybe some other traders want to follow along, is I want to do a discipline challenge, and I'm going to start it during I think Power Hour, and I'm going to keep track. But something I really want to work on is being much more meticulous about my exit strategy. Because I feel like right now it's like a little loosey-goosey, and I've seen so many good traders on recently who have such a tight-knit system. Like Max Maserati, like he sat in that NASDAQ trade for so long, made a boatload of money, and he was cool as a cucumber because he was following his system. So I want to capture some of that from him, and part of that is making sure you have a consistent and executable plan, whether it's for entries or exits or position management. So that's what I'm going to work on. If chat, you want to join in Power Hour, we can talk about it. and maybe we can all get a little bit more disciplined together. I think that would be fun.
What he was doing was simple too, right? It's like he was so confident because I think he was just waiting for a green bar on the 5-minute chart, right? And for 2 hours or something, it just never came. And so he's just like, why would I buy it back?
Yeah. It makes me jealous.
That was a great
that would be an OODA loop, right? So you're just looking for price action. If it doesn't come, you just stay in.
Yeah, and he had the
Lots
ES
of people
traded. It wasn't NASDAQ.
And that's slower. Yeah, exactly. So you can sit in trade. I mean, I sit in trades for a couple of hours sometimes,
Yeah. I mean, we've been in this crude trade for a minute, This thing is still going. And we actually did break up through 86.30s. So we're still looking for continuation to the upside in crude, but so far momentum has been pretty good. But when did we even get into this crude trade? This was 9:55. So we're on 20 minutes and counting here for this crude trade. And we're just going to let it play out.
Great. We got a few updates here. We did put a poll out there for trading platinum. 73% said ixnay. No, they're not gonna. And we got 15% says no, but going to check it out. And we've got 10% that says yes, I'm going to try trading platinum. Dolby time, what? $5? $5 a unit, right?
Yeah, 5 a tick. Yeah, $5 a tick. Not bad at all. GC is 10.
So I have a sneaky plan here with the platinum. So because it's a thin market, so with us, there's enough of us. We are, an army, Topstep army. So if there's enough of us trading platinum, we can actually contribute to the liquidity of the platinum, right? So there'll be more people trading it live. So that's my sneaky move, right? Yes, to make it move, yeah, or to be a little bit more
like the GameStop
so
thing.
Trade more contracts, yeah.
Everybody get in there, all right?
Yeah. Wonder how Danny feels.
Real quick. This just in. Earlier, I was talking about our funded trader, Pin Sinding, with 13K. Has just added another 4K, 17K in the profits for today. So that's
nice.
Gosh, that's like a month. It's like a great month.
Yeah.
Yeah. Already, yeah, it's great.
I hope somebody shuts the day down. I'd like to see that end up very nicely, but just an update. There you go.
Somebody's asking about platinum, whether it's correlated to other metals or is it a loner. So a few years ago, gold and platinum used to be like twinsies. They used to be, very, very correlated. But in the recent years, they've sort of decoupled and they do their own thing. So I would say at this point in time, over the last year or so, maybe 3 years, platinum is its own thing. It's like it's not really connected with gold that much. Obviously, if there's something related to the overall market, monetary policy, then it will move in sync with everything else because everything is somewhat related to the US dollar, right?
Mm-hmm.
But when we're talking like normal everyday events, like, not news related, nothing to do with Fed rate decisions, it's pretty disconnected. So you can look at it as an isolated product. You don't have to look at correlations or nothing. And it makes it much simpler. Sometimes whenever I'm trading, or, I used to trade NQ a lot more frequently, I had to look at ES or something else to correlate the levels because it was so slippy. Platinum is not like that. It actually follows its own levels really, really closely. So outer value area edges are pretty good. Average session and daily ranges are pretty good, but it's very time dependent. So it likes to do this New York lunchtime fade nearly every single day. So if you are in a long trade, just be mindful of that. Don't hold it through lunchtime and expect that it's just going to keep screaming because statistically, that's when they start taking profits from what I could tell from my own research. So just a couple of things, behavioral quirks that you can expect from platinum. It also doesn't have much of a move after 12 p.m. CST, so Chicago time. It's literally just dead after that. It's just whatever they've done up until then, that's it.
Nice. We have also waiting in the wings, obscured like the sun this afternoon. We have JD, I think, is back there. JD, can you hear me?
Nice.
If he's not, oh, he's probably coming. I'm probably going to get stopped out of break even out of this crude trade. It's starting to pull back, and we're actually now in a 1 hour range for crude. So
yeah, this would not be a failed
getting
auction now
icky.
because of the price velocity. So the price velocity is not fast enough for a true failed auction. Therefore, from now onwards, if I'm going to trade crude, if it doesn't pick up really quickly, we're talking about a range bound day. So again, go 30 minutes, find your range, fade the edges. Don't try getting involved in the middles.
Yeah. And then JD, you there yet?
I am here. I was here. How's
Is MP there taking pictures yet?
No, not yet. I'm not sure exactly what time he's due at the office, but I am told that he is due eventually. So we'll see what happens when he gets
glamour shots done today. Should be
Nice.
fun.
Glamour shots.
Doing a headshot?
Well, glamour shots.
All right, let's take a look at those XFA PNLs from Friday. Here we go. All right, Wayne T with a whopper of a day. Just over 18 grand on the week. Balkaran, who has been jockeying for the top spot on our leaderboard, profited $14,500 to end the week on Friday. Baron pocketed $12,700. Antonio made just around 11 grand, and Omar with $10,800.
Nice.
Those XFA numbers are always pretty impressive, right? All right, here we go with that top 10 list. Bottom half. Jesus took a $3,000 drawdown on Friday, but is still hanging on to that number 10 spot. You also took a small drawdown and dropped a notch, moving from 8th into 9th place. Farouz is back on our list after dropping down to 14th place last week. Nice to have you back, Farouz. Johnson hanging tough, too. Johnson made it on the list for the first time on Friday when he skyrocketed from 45th place up to 5th place with that nice $15,000 winner on Thursday. He took a small drawdown on Friday, but he's still sitting in the top 10. And Dakota is now in 6th place after transferring balances from 3XFAs to his live account. I think there might still be a little discrepancy in that account balance, but hopefully we'll get it figured out in the next day or two. I feel like he should be a little bit higher on the list, but we shall see.
I thought so too.
Yep.
Yeah.
All right, here we go.
This new?
Big one. I'm out.
All right. Dolby's out of his trade. All right.
I'm out of my trade.
The drum roll didn't help. I'm sorry, Nick.
That's okay.
All right, here's our top 5. Isaac made $1,000 on Friday, helped move him back into 5th place. Pin took a drawdown, but held on to 4th place for another day, and Pin is having a pretty good day today from what Eddie just told us, so probably see him up another notch tomorrow, maybe. Shang Jing dropped from 2nd to 3rd after a $5,000 drawdown. Balkaran moved into 2nd after that $14,500 day that we mentioned just a few minutes ago, those XFA PNLs. And our leader, Raj took a $9,000 drawdown across 3 XFAs, but he still has the highest total account value at Topstep, so he's hanging on to that top spot for the time being. There you go, folks.
It's incredible.
That is our top 10 list. You got it.
Wow. Thanks, JD.
Very nice.
Putting up some big numbers. That's nice to see.
I'm going to
Bet
try
our names
long
were on
again.
there.
I'm trying.
That long crude. Where'd you get long crude?
86 for one, and then I have another one at 92. And I'm just saying if this is just going to be a little stop run into Euro close, and maybe we just catch a bid and get back to around like 86.15 or 86.20. So now we're long 2 at 85.96. And let's see, maybe I'll risk 420 for you, Eddie. See how this
420,
plays
baby.
out.
420. when is the check? When's the solar eclipse supposed to hit Chicago?
You know, it's a gradual process. My understanding is that it will be at its, what would you call it, peak totality at 2:07 p.m. So during power
okay.
hour, I think the sun will be 94% covered. I think we're going to have to step outside for a second to burn our eyes before we do that.
I see you. I see you behind
Yes.
that eclipse.
Yeah.
Moon River.
You just know that there's
Decent bit in
thousands and
CL.
thousands and thousands of
Mm.
people that are be going to the hospital today
Oh yeah.
because they stared at the sun.
I don't know. I mean,
Didn't Smash Mouth have something to say about staring into the sun? Didn't they have some wise words about that? Yeah.
They did. I forget what the message of that song was.
I'm not
People
sure if
saying
there ever
squint
was a
hard.
message.
There you go. Tyler's talking about total eclipse of the heart. There's
Oh,
another
nice
song.
reference. That's a good one.
Yeah.
Okay,
Mitchell
so
Brooks walking on the sun. Here we go. We got that. Everybody walking on the.
We're going to
walking
move
on sunshine.
this stop to 85.86, so just below the last 1 minute. So that's going to be $200 of risk on 2 contracts into Euro session close. And I do want to try to peel one off. We did leave some money on the table in the last position, but that's because we only had 1 contract on, and you can't split a contract in half in futures, unfortunately. So we do have 2 on now. So hopefully we can get a bid, and I can take one off, get like a couple $100 cushion, let the other one run. So we'll see how that plays out. But only $200 of risk on this CL trade here going into the Euro session close. So 4 more minutes, and hopefully we get back into
This is where
range
micros might come into consideration.
Yeah.
You know, if it's only like $200, you can totally do like a bunch of micros and then peel them off. So
Yeah, you could. I did not for this one though, unfortunately. So we're full risk here. Let's see how it plays out. But so far so good. It could be worse.
What is going on in our
could be
comments?
worse.
I don't know. I see that, huh? What's going on here?
Oh, I don't know. Yeah, wow.
Yet.
Yeah.
Hey, can we put a poll out there? Can we get a poll going here? 10:30 Chicago time. It's about 10:30 Chicago time. And we talked earlier about, are you trading on a Monday? Are you not trading on a Monday? Robert, put a poll out there if you can. If we have, let's see who has traded today, who hasn't so far into today. If you traded today on a Monday, you're just sitting back like some traders are, fine. If you're trading like some traders are, fine. Just want to put that poll out there and see where we are as far as who is participating and who is sitting back and absorbing the education.
Yeah, I cannot imagine that traders are
the
enjoying
way,
this trade.
So I'm saying the way D laughed about 420. It's like, it's funny, you know.
It's a cheap joke. Come on, chat.
Exactly. I can't even laugh now, you know. Jesus.
Laughter makes me more optimistic about trades. Yep. So crude trade is actually doing decent. A little bit of pullback. We're probably going to get our test of entry in the next 2 minutes, and hopefully it just decides to bounce and make me happy. That's the goal. That's the goal. But so far so good. I'm not taking a lot of. Yeah, I'm all right. I haven't taken a lot of heat on this trade so far.
Do you still get like happy when you're right, or?
Oh yeah. I have no control over my emotions. Yeah, 100%. Winning trades make me so happy. Losing trades, I'm like, man, it sucks. Yeah. It takes a long time to kind of get rid of that. I think what does help.
I got rid of that though. I got rid of it. I'm still a little bit bothered about like losses, especially if the process is not there. Like if I've done a dumb trade for no reason whatsoever. But with the wins, it's just like what it's supposed to. And you know, I've been doing this like for 16 years now. 11 out of that as a prop trader. And I don't know. I just don't really get excited over trades winning anymore. I'm just like, nah, whatever. Could have done better. That's usually the comment that I have in my head.
Well, whenever you're right, you're right, and when you're not, it's a bad beat. And I'm with you. I struggle with that as well. It makes me happy if I make a winning trade, but I would be lying if I said that the happiness I experienced from that is proportional to the bad feelings I have upon losing a trade badly. So something I'm working on to be more neutral.
Yeah.
We're getting a little bit.
I used to go
crude. Okay.
Like leave the office and go to the art institute and just sit there like that Pablo Escobar meme for a few hours, just trying to clear my head.
Just hold yourself.
Okay. Now we're along 3 in crude. So now we're along 3 at 85.93. So we did buy 85.87. So Euro sessions closed. So I'm hoping we get back to point of control as the market tries to restabilize here. Only risking $330 on 3 contracts, so our risk is relatively tight. It's been a nerve-wracking crude trade so far because all of my positions have been up at least $200 or $300, so I haven't taken any profits yet, so that doesn't make me super happy because I feel like I could have done some nice base hitting and been happy here, but...
So you know how I said it's too slow for the failed auction and that we're going to move to range-based trading? Well, in my head, that means base hits. So rather than looking for, my big trades, it's just like whatever the first move gives you, take it, then look for another trade. So I've been kind of working on getting a bit better at that because I know that on range-bound days, I kind of got a little bit complacent last sort of 2-3 years because of vast liquidity that we've had in crude oil. So I would put a trade on and would just go for bazillion ticks and I'd be like, hit target, done.
Yeah.
But I used to be a lot better with base hits. And I've noticed that recently, like in particular in the last sort of 3 months, I've been looking for bigger trades because I'm not in the position like size-wise that I'm used to, and I've been staring at monetary values. So I'm just like, it's just like 600, really. And then I'm looking for more. And I got myself into a really bad habit of not taking the base hits. So now I've switched things up to just look at ticks again. So never mind monetary values. I've actually removed monetary values from my P&L. And all I'm doing while I'm in a trade, I'm just looking at the amount of ticks that I'm getting. And then once I get like 15, 20, 25 ticks, if that's what I'm looking for, just a base hit, I'm out. So that's what I did today. And I'm kind of glad that I got myself out of the big, big sort of like, let's just hold every trade now for a million years. It's like, no, D, it's a range-bound day. Just take the big profit. What are you doing?
So what I'm trading right now is I would consider a 1-hour range, and so I'm supposed to hold this for a long time, unfortunately. But I agree with you.
But why would you on a day like this? It's slowing down.
The range, I know it's the range trade, and try to trade, range low to range high or to like range mid. So this is part of like that struggle. Like I never feel comfortable taking profits. I think it's one of like my biggest weaknesses. And so I'm going to try my best to be disciplined and, follow the system of profit taking. But you get into situations like this where it's like, oh, do I need to add a rule here and I add a rule there? And then I feel like now I'm like
where the OODA loops.
Yeah,
this is where OODA loops help. So putting the I call them OODA loops, but I think it's a lot more fun to say OODA loops.
Way more fun.
It sounds like a weird animal. So for me, it would be about figuring out what sort of a day type we have and then matching the appropriate strategy that you're looking for that day type. And also looking for price velocity. If there's no price velocity, I'm very, very quick to take profits. If there is price velocity, it's usually in the first part of the session because there's a lot more movement there. But we're coming into lunchtime. So just one question that I would kind of ask myself as a part of the OODA loop is there enough movement in crude oil for this time of day, which you know very well, Dolby. I don't need to tell you how crude oil moves during lunchtime. So just asking yourself, is it appropriate to hold that long for this part of the day?
Yeah.
And then once you have that answer, you can modify your profit expectations.
Yeah, exactly. I am going to end up holding it because that's what I'm trying to do. So the first thing we're going to test with profit taking is we're going to try to do half range, full range, and then extension out. So half of this range would be 87.10 to 87.40-ish. That puts us at around point of control. So I want to see if I can get one out at 86.20 before I close this position. So that's going to be the goal for target 1. Then target 2 would be 86.40, and then the third one would be 80, like new highs, basically. So we'll see. It's probably going to honestly just stress me out a whole lot. And I think you are right that short-term profit taking is probably the most profitable choice here, as it starts, pulling back and a bead of sweat starts slowly dropping down my face. But yeah, we'll see how this ends up going. Yeah, right.
Look at you scaling, and
You'll
those
be all
are
right.
three of the big boy contracts there.
Oh,
the
yeah.
oils.
Oh yeah, we got 3 E-minis, but tight risk. And another trade. We've been up like almost $400 in this trade, and once again didn't take profit. So now, if you calculate all the times I was up a couple $100, we're at almost $1,000 in unrealized profits. If I had just base hitted the entire time, maybe just gone like 2 to 1 or 2.5 to 1. So definitely nerve wracking here a little bit, but we're getting a bounce, so we're good. Just got to believe in the structure and let the trades play out.
Seeing a little slow motion sell off in the ES. It looked like it was going to take a peek at VWAP. Didn't quite get there, but it's hanging out right around there now. Nevertheless, nothing huge at the moment, I would say. Nothing that.
I am going to move my stop up a little bit. I'm only going to risk 120 now. So we did come down, tested my entry. So I'm going to move my stop to just below the previous 5-minute candle. Ideally, it really shouldn't get back down here for the most part. So let's look for some continuation to the upside. But now we have reduced risk by about, 66%. And we still have 3 contracts on. And the momentum so far has been favorable. So we're going to hang in there with this one and just try to let it play out, even though it is pumping my heart rate up a little bit to not just take the base hit. But momentum has been good.
Easy, boy. Easy. Push you down with cold water.
Now, if it goes enough in your favor, with the moving, you don't like to move stops, right? But is there some point, if this is like way in your favor and you're trying to hold it, that you would move it into profit?
Yeah, yes. Yeah, I would probably start trilling it up. But like the hard part is, having it consolidate. Yeah, well, probably because CL just cut a bid. But we can sell one. We could sell one CL, or we just take it right. Oh my god! See, this is where I get caught. This is too much thinking. Too much thinking. Not enough letting the system take care of itself.
You know what I found helped there? The flow diagrams. So you just put it in a process of flow. What you're expecting, and it just visualizes the whole process a lot. I wouldn't be able to trade without doing that. Obviously now I don't necessarily create those because I have them up in my head. But when I was still learning about profile, that was such a huge help, because there's a lot of components of the profile that you just think about all at once, and just kind of breaking them down into visual pieces. That was huge for me. So I love my flow diagrams. I'm obsessed with them. I'm such a nerd.
Got some news from Freddie here, which should make Crude happy. U.S. seeks to ensure Russia can't develop new energy projects. Wow. Okay. Well, all right. Let's see how that does to crude oil.
They already weren't.
Allegedly.
Yeah.
So I'm going to go to break even on this now. We've been I'm going to time stop this a little bit. So now we're at break even on our 3. So everything's just upside now. We keep on testing the top of the 5-minute range in crude oil. So let's see how this plays out. I'm sorry I'm covering so much crude, but I think it's the only trade I'm in right now. But hopefully the lessons and what I'm talking about can translate to other markets for traders. I think we have all kind of gone through this with profit taking. It's just such a imperfect science, the whole profit taking business. I know chat's like, take your money. It's like, I agree, chat. Especially because
you can't be wrong there,
I know.
You want to make sure you take something.
Try and play the system.
If you're committed to levels, then that's your strategy. Yeah. That's your style.
So we are close.
You have to do
so
that.
I will pull one off. I don't want to be a dick for a tick, right? As they say.
Yeah.
So let's see if we can take 86.15.
There's someone who said I'm going to disagree with this like so bad. Srinath Gadam says, but looking at points is the same as looking at P&L. Really? So when you're trading 100 lot, you think that's the same as looking at ticks? Let me see you not freak out with the thousands going in front of your face. And let me ask you then whether that's the same or not. Because I guarantee you're going to change your tune there.
Yeah.
Well,
No,
that's
that's
what
a
we
good
learn. We
point.
learn from that, you know.
Well, I think even on the
Part of the
floor,
process.
that's how traders communicated. They didn't say dollar signs; they said ticks. They said
Yeah,
ticks. Is that right?
Yeah.
Yep.
Spoo and Nasdaq pulling back here right
Preshow
now.
Production says, "Can we add ticks to Topstep X? I'm dying. I'm with you, man."
I did take one off here, so we're plus 110. Everything else is break even. So we are still looking for the. I'll remove this T1 because that kind of is what I took. So now we're looking for 86.36 would be top of range. So we're in a good spot, but you can kind of see how and why I took this trade. We were in a consolidation, and I was basically just buying the lows. And because I knew it was a little bit of a slower day, we were going into Euro session close, and typically, crude will reverse whatever the current trend is for the Euro session close, and then kind of undo part of that when Euro session closes up, because it's just the Euro session people closing up their positions, and so then it kind of rebalances.
Just enough to freak out all the newbies to get them to close their positions. It's like, hey.
Don't freak. No, don't freak. It's part of the process. Hey, just wanted to share with everybody. I know that we talk a lot about the levels and so forth. If you're looking for that, there's probably a lot of new people here too. If you're looking for the levels that Hoag has for, I know, our four markets, TopstepTV. I'm going to post a link in the chat here. Hoag's levels, it gives a daily schedule. You can meet the team, bookmark it. I just posted it here for our Topstep TV. That is another website we have versus our Topstep.com. So check it out. A lot of good information on there. And hopefully you can use those levels and keep those levels up each and every day. Remember, every day that you do come in, refresh your screen if you've got those levels sitting there. And they will be according to what we do have. And I think JD updates that each and every day. So thanks, JD.
Yeah, I'm sort of sitting in the middle of the range here. Yeah, I mean, if anything else is going on, we could definitely talk about some more markets. What are you looking at right now, or whoever?
Sure. I mean, like ES is just sitting right at VWAP right now. The tilt's 50-50. It's the middle of the middle. I think that, we got CPI coming up this week. I wonder if it's
waiting.
Yeah, just kind of waiting. So it might be a little bit of a slow couple days before that.
Yeah.
I'm still looking at gasoline futures here. Our Robert. I was tempted to short it earlier, but given that we're coming into lunchtime, I might give that a pass. And then I'm gonna wait for possibly a day range fill trade, maybe a long into the close. But the time of day is not right for that yet. It's too early.
And
so that's the only thing I'm looking at for the second part of the session. Yeah.
Hopefully we get some gas. I think we'll get gasoline futures to Topstep X. That'd be fun to kind of pair with CL and see how those kind of correlate. But I mean, NASDAQ is doing nothing. Yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah,
they're similar.
They're similar, but in regards to time of day, it's the same. So you can expect exactly the same behavior that you see in CL. It's just bigger. Really? So it's got it's got about 400 ticks of range and a lot of follow through. Obviously not every day, clearly, but on the days when things are moving, you can get so much more out of it. And it's also cheap. So per tick, it's about $4.20.
Really? Okay. How is it really? It's a $4.20. Is that after commissions or?
No, it's $4.20.
Okay.
For a tick. I don't know why they priced it like that. Yeah, 420. Yes, I was gonna wait for Eddie's response there.
It's a magic number. It works for some of us and for others. It's a magic number.
It works most. Yeah.
Speaking of magic, we've got our group coaching with the trading magician, John Hoagland. We've put if you've got a question, let's put it this way. If you got a question up top, we've pinned the link up top, and let's get some questions in for Mr. Hoagland. The Hoag will be doing group coaching with JD, and also I'm very disappointed here. And does anybody want to know? Anybody want to know why I'm disappointed? Not really? Okay, we'll move on. No. The likes. Let's get some likes in there. If you like what's going on here today on this wonderful Eclipsing Monday morning, click the thumbs up. And don't forget, if you haven't subscribed, please subscribe. So let's get those likes up here for today. We would appreciate it.
Yeah,
and,
it's Eclipse Day. We should show that again, James. It's Eclipse Day.
Yeah, that was a good one. What's the Teletubby thing there, Jack? What is the Teletubby? What is that?
What's
the worst
Teletubby?
What's the background there?
It's just the first thing when they requested something like that this morning that came to mind as far as a sun was that they have that baby in the sun. Teletubbies. Yeah.
So someone was doing a lot of acid when they were doing Teletubbies.
Probably.
They sure were. Nothing like
that. Yeah, they made a lot of money on that. Oh my God.
Yeah.
That was a big show for a while. I did move my stop up to $85.94 to lock in an extra $90. So we did kind of rip down and catch a bounce. So I moved my stop just below the previous 1 minute candlestick as crude figures out different ways to torture me today. So we will keep on hanging in there. All of a sudden, that $500 I had unrealized is looking pretty damn good right now. So we will keep on holding.
You can get a Teletubbies Blu-ray with those profits.
Yeah, right. Let's
the whole series.
The
NASDAQ traders. We'll switch to NASDAQ. We've talked a lot about crude. So NASDAQ, lo and behold, stuck in a range. Go figure. So more range trading for indices as we most likely await news later this week. Probably talk to Peter Tuchman about that and what he's expecting. She should be up at 11 o'clock. Man, these markets are slow.
But you know that Tuchman's going to come in here like a herd of bulls. Even though the market's slow, he's going to be amped up.
He's got
pump myself up right now.
Yeah, he has so much energy. All of us here are, obviously quite kind of like younger people, not necessarily young, but younger. And he's just like, hey, what's happening? And all of us are like slowly dying over here.
Yeah, I got out of the crude oil trade. So we got 197. So like not the worst. So it puts us up 540 in the trading combine. Okay. So we're I don't know. I gotta make three grand. I mean, it's not too bad. I kind of like the 50K account, to be honest.
Right. Yeah, I prefer the 50Ks, to be honest. Yeah, this is why I've got combines and stuff. So now I've got one of the XFAs on a 50K as well, which is pretty cool.
Yeah. So I'm 18% of the way there as far as profit target goes. So
it's very achievable. The 50K is my favorite one. I always say to people, whoever's coming into this industry, just start with 50K because it's got a very generous drawdown if you're not trading like a lunatic, and yet a very achievable target as well. So it's very scalable.
Yeah. Yeah. I just feel like it takes because I've been trading the 150K for a while, and it just seems like you got to kind of size up if you want to pass in like a quick amount of time. It's like, I don't want to take all that risk. It's like $9,000 is like a lot of money.
It takes a long time. Yes, I know. I mean, when you really want to kind of scale up and it's your first funded account, like it does make sense to maybe go for larger accounts. But obviously I still have the live. It's just I wanted to move to some XFAs and combines whilst crude oil was doing its weird stuff. So I'm like,
Yeah,
okay,
that
let's
stuff.
remove risk. Let's just track it. Let's still be involved in the markets, but not put any real risk on. And it's, it's really achievable. If I was going to go for 150K the way I trade, I like to trade safer. So I don't go for, I don't pull pork it with like, oh, let's go in with like 10, 15 lots. It's too much for those kind of accounts. I know I blow out on like 3 lots if I try to trade like that. It's just not very conducive for my style of trading. So I always like to play it on the smaller size, but getting more ticks out of the market. And it's something that's worked for me. And right now, all I'm doing is just adding to the XFAs to my live. So I'm not looking for any extra leverage. I just want slightly more flexibility and slightly more scale up potential. So why would I go for, 2 months of hard draft to get funded again on like 150K? It's like, there's no point. So let's just get in 50Ks, do it in like a week or 2, and we're there. Yeah.
Yeah, I would agree with that. And like I've been in this 150K account for a while. I was down. I was like $400 away from hitting my daily loss limit in this account, and now we're at almost plus 4,000. So that's almost $8,000 in profits, and I still have another like 5,000 or 6,000 to go. It's like, oh my goodness, it's going to take me forever.
But that's because you put yourself in a hole initially.
Oh, yeah,
and then you're kind of, not only do you need to reach the target, but you also have to drag yourself out of a hole. And that, it's how it is sometimes. You just have to do it.
Yeah. Well, I think on this one, like I think my first day was like minus 3,000, and I was like, oh, that's a fun start. So let's turn it into a $12,000 profit objective off the first day instead.
Oh God.
So we're rallying though. We're rallying, chat. We're gonna pass them. Crude oil melting to the downside. If I wanted to hop back in again for a long, maybe 85.40 or even a stretch of like 85s, there doesn't really seem like there's a lot of bidders coming in at all. So we will wait. I don't want to chase a short here because that's out of my system. Not my system.
Is your system only long, Dolby?
No, it's just like taking I would consider this a momentum trade. It doesn't mean you can't make money on it, but I don't trade momentum. So it's just a discipline thing to have the patience to not strategy hop and just like, oh, this looks good. Because if you do it enough, you end up taking a bunch of dumb trades because you probably made like $200 on it once, but the other 10 times you did it, you're probably losing because it's just not in your wheelhouse to do it.
Someone's asking, Christian 2024 says, can you explain how you add your XFA into live and how it works and how many XFAs can you add to your live? Well, you can have 3 XFAs in one live funded account. So if you ended up transferring one of the XFAs into live, you can do another combine if you want to keep up the XFAs. Like technically you are allowed to have 3 XFAs in one live. Okay, at any one point. So that's how that works. Now, obviously, the funding team will sometimes make a decision to move some of the XFA funds into live, and sometimes you don't have much input over that, which is a good thing. But then, you're kind of stuck with almost like a less of a drawdown per day. And this way, because I trade the London session, I trade the New York session, I trade multiple products, I want to have a bit more flexibility to maybe kind of try London, and then if that's quiet, I can go on to another different account to trade the New York session without blowing out for the day and being, oh well, now I'm not going to trade. Now I'm in a practice account. So it just allows for more flexibility on the part of a trader, especially if you're trying new markets. I have traded crude oil for like 11 years, but I've never traded RB. I've traded like maybe a couple of times before now, and somebody suggested that I try it as an alternative because it's more liquid. They were right, and I like it, but I wasn't going to just plow into a live immediately. I wanted first to see how it works under pressure. Now that I've proven that it's okay and that I feel comfortable with it, we can kind of move forward with the XFAs. If XFAs perform well, we can then move into live. So that's kind of the process.
Right. I mean, that's great account management and just overall kind of like trading combine strategy, sort of like the game within the game.
Yep, absolutely.
Really quick, it'd be remiss before we left if we didn't, and I promise you it's easy. I was hoping MP would be here. You guys want to do a quick Series 3 question?
Sure.
Just a
Go
real
on
quick
then.
one.
Go on.
Good
Go
luck.
on.
Let's do
There
it.
it is.
Torturing us.
Let's-
Torturing us, Jack.
You know, what is it like? I'm just taking orders, D. I'm just following orders. 70% to pass the series 3, and you too can be a seller of futures in a professional sense. Let's see our lovely question today. I think I made this purposefully easy. Futures margin varies as a function of the individual's objective. Because of this, certain clients have a lower initial and maintenance level than others. The following clients all have this preferential margin requirement with the exception of A, hedgers, B, spreaders, C,
Oh, I'm sorry.
speculators. No, that's fine. I can do it. And D would be both B and C, the spreaders and speculators.
Right. What
Any
is
thoughts here?
I have thoughts.
I'm
Are we
going to
allowed
go
to
with
share thoughts?
spreaders, maybe. Hedgers or spreaders. I don't know.
Well, remember, the question's asking now is it's asking which of these does not have
Oh, does
preferential
not. Okay.
treatment. So that might, once you distill it, there's so many words there, but I think the answer is pretty,
Okay.
I think pretty clear.
I'm going to say C, because if it's not preferential, it's going to be a speculator, isn't it?
Yes.
I don't know.
All right.
That's what I
Are you guys
said.
ready? Let's see what the answer is.
We've got mixed reviews here. B, C, D, E,
Yeah,
Yeah,
F.
that's what I said.
What
Nice.
F?
It
I'm
is
going for
C.
Woo!
And I can
C.
explain,
I got one right.
I
There
can
you go.
explain these because I used to work at a place that was kind of in this thing where the margins are super low because when you're trading spreads, you know, you essentially can't blow out trades the same way. It's safer to hold them.
Yeah,
if-
that's so. My problem with these questions is that I never read the whole question. You know, if you want to torture me, give me one of those like textual logic questions that we had in school. I hated those, and this was always my problem. So Jack was like, not preferential, and I'm like, oh right, no, that's easy. But initially, I was like, who has preferential treatment? Well, the spreaders will one day.
Yeah, the spreaders do and the hedgers do for actually
Yeah,
kind of the same reason. It's that, you know, if you're hedging, you have something, you know, you're speculating,
You're locked
just
in. Yeah.
the Komodo's open, so to speak. You're just sending it.
Yeah.
So that was something we did and we got it right. So good job, everybody.
Thank you, Jack.
I just got a message from Peter Tuckman. He's not going to join us. He has a little personal thing
Oh.
going on. So we will try to get him in tomorrow, schedule permitting. Hopefully then there actually will be a little bit more to talk about because today has been pretty chill. But he had a thing he had to take care of. We will try to get him in tomorrow as long as we can fit him in. But yeah, Peter Tuckman loves coming on, so it's no big deal. He's not trying to bail on us or anything. Just a busy man. There's a lot going on. A lot going on in New York.
Speaking of Baiynd, watching crude here.
Yeah,
D10.
heading lower.
Yep. He's taking a nosedive. Yeah.
Take a little dump here.
Could not extend above that 1 hour range high in the slightest. And actually, if you look really, really close on the 5 minute, this level that kind of was acting as support for a long time at 86, let's say 8606, 8610, that little range, that support actually kind of became resistance at around 1040, 1045, and it could not crack above. And after that, just absolute bail in CL. But I still think there are options to get long in crude. I just think it needs to flush a little bit lower before some bidders start coming back in. It's still a non-news, like a really, really light news day, so it can just be profit taking. Also, big decline in volume as well. Have added that,
And
so
we shall
not a whole lot
see,
going
Dolby, how that develops. However, we have come to near the end of our time for Fast Markets today. Be sure to stick around because we got Power Players coming up next. Bonnie is joining me for the Eclipse edition of Top Quiz. Yeah, Eddie, you're doing the shoulder tap with Mick, JD and Hoag for group coaching. Professor Robert and Anne-Marie and Hoag are there at 1 o'clock. And then Dolby, Coach Jay. And am I reading this right, Dolby, that David Green will be with you too for Power Hour?
Oh, yeah.
Well, right.
That,
We're
you know,
cutting them
missed
loose,
the
baby.
eclipse. You know, there'll be another one in 100 years, and you'll be fine. Stick around to see Power Hour with David Green. Deeyana, thank you so much for joining us today. Always a pleasure to see you.
Thanks for having me. It was fun as usual.
Of course, yeah, fun in these slower markets.
Yeah,
but anyway,
quiet markets. Yeah.
We'll leave that to Dakota. We'll be back just after this. Don't change your YouTube channel. We'll be right back.
No.
So you or me, Hoag? Was it you or me? Welcome back, everybody.
I think it's you.
Welcome back. It is me. Hello. Welcome. Welcome back to Power Players. Hoag, you might be one of the most powerful of all the players, so glad to have you.
I don't know about that. I was gonna try to do my best Peter Tuchman impersonation.
Do it.
We're gonna
Get real close to the camera now.
Yes,
Yeah,
right, and just keep moving around a little bit and
dial up that energy, Hoag.
It's kind of a quiet day.
Hoagie Tuckman.
But Hoag, what would you say if you were Peter Tuchman on a Monday today? You had to do a little macro analysis. What are you thinking about this week?
Well, I mean, you know, if you watch the opening call this morning, we were opening in range and in value. We still haven't left range or value from Friday's session. Let me show you this on the profile charts here. You can go to my charts here. So here was Friday's range and value. Okay, range Opening range, the low of the session. We rallied and we just ranged here the better part of the session, right? Looks like maybe 2 hours it took us to get up there, and then we ranged up here. Value area high, TPO value area high, 52.6850. What's our high of the day today? 52.6875. Where did we get down to? We got down to the point of control from yesterday, which is basically 52.48. What's our low of the session? 52.4675. We have not left balance or value from Friday. So my initial hypothesis, if you will, would have been, all right, well, let's see if we can get to the high of value or get to the low of value from Friday's session to look for an execution. Unfortunately, we did have range extension that took us up to value area high, which made me a little bit nervous to look for shorts up here. And I was also nervous to be long once we took out the single TPOs in this range extension here. But now we're getting a full rotation to the value area low from today, back to the point of control from yesterday. It wouldn't surprise me if this market took a look to the downside, maybe got close to value area low from Friday, 52.35 half, and then just came back and ranged for the rest of the day. Why is that? Well, we didn't have a lot of economic numbers today. We had a couple of things that we had come out. We had a 2-month bill auction, 6-month bill auction. We did have the New York Fed to have some things to say about what's going on. And outside of that, there's really nothing going on. So with the market inside range, inside value from Friday, there's very little change in the perception of value, and at least in the equities, because we're still inside Friday's value area. So when that happens, you're going to hear me say, excuse me one second. You're always going to probably hear me say when we open inside range and inside value from the previous session, I have to stay patient. I have to look for opportunities at the extremes. In other words, value low would be one of those extremes. Value high would be one of those extremes. We tested the value high from Friday. Are we going to test all the way to value low from Friday? But either way, there's very little change in the perception of value in the S&Ps today. Take a look at the NASDAQ. Same sitch. Here's value high from Friday. TPO value high, that is. We went right to it. That's our high. All right. 18,376 even. Where's value low from Friday? Well, there it is. The NASDAQ already looked to the low of value, 18,236, high of value, 18,376. And the market is just basically rotating back and forth inside of those levels. Now, if we were to know that before the market opened, how easy would it be to trade a day like today? But with our first hypothesis saying we're inside range, inside value, focus on the extremes of value for our opportunities today, NASDAQ gave us a really nice opportunity at the low here, really nice opportunity at the high. It's rotated back into range and value from today. This market just looks like it's ready to just kind of hang around and wait for new information. And where is that new information going to come from? I mean, we've got very little information coming out tomorrow. 4-week bill announcement. There is a 3-year note auction at 1 p.m. Eastern, 12 p.m. Central tomorrow. We don't really have any information coming out until CPI on Wednesday, FOMC minutes on Wednesday, jobless claims and CPI on Thursday.
If you go to my screen,
really kind of hanging around.
If you actually switch over to my screen right now, if you're in TopstepX and go to Trader Hub, it's the little people emoji on the far left, upper left-hand side. We actually do have all the news events in there from Financial Juice. And I would recommend filtering these, which is in the upper right-hand corner. You can kind of click this little thing, and I filtered Canada, China, and United States, and then I went high and medium. I have Canada and China because of crude oil. I kind of want to see what they're up to. So those are my settings. But yeah, April 10th is really when we get a lot of the news, and even the 11th. So when you are, preparing for your week, that's something that you can do is pop open the chart. And, if you don't have news until Wednesday or Thursday, then you can probably anticipate that it's going to be more of a range-bound trading session, right, Hoag? because like the market is waiting for the big news. They don't want to get positions in before it because they don't know what the hell is going to happen. So that's how you can kind of prepare for your week and set yourself up for success on, say, a Monday or Tuesday, because now maybe you think this is going to be range bound 80% of the time because it's a non-news Monday. So now you can have a little bit more confidence in, shorting tops and buying bottoms.
Something else that the markets are anticipating is we're right at the front edge of Q1 earnings season. We're not going to be seeing anything major really coming out until Friday, when some of the big banks are going to be releasing their earnings. JP Morgan, Wells Fargo, BlackRock, Citigroup, they're all coming out with their earnings. Well, maybe not Citigroup, but those first three are on the docket to come out on Friday before the open. So, what are we looking at as far as before that? We've got Delta Airlines on Wednesday. That should be an interesting one. And then other than that, I mean, that's really, again, we're at the cutting edge, the front edge of Q1 earnings season. So that, what are we trading here? We're trading stock. What are good stocks that are doing well, that are earning, whatever it is. So there is a lot coming at us, known information coming at us. And, don't forget, today is a solar eclipse. I don't know. I don't remember exactly how markets respond, if they do at all, to a solar eclipse, but you never know. Maybe everybody's already used. They're all sitting outside with those goofy glasses on, waiting for the eclipse. That's not going to happen for another 2-3 hours.
Yeah, it doesn't get into Chicago until, I believe, around, I think I posted it in chat here, 12:51 is when it begins, and it ends at 3:22. So it's about an hour and 30 minutes of eclipse action. So we'll see what happens. It is going to be in New York, I believe, but not until much later. I don't know how much those traders care about wrapping up their trading session because of the eclipse. They're probably more concerned about the lack of news Monday and Tuesday than they are about the eclipse. But, it's one of those days. It's just one of those days. I am looking for longs here and a couple. Oh, yeah, go ahead, Eddie.
No, I was going to say, we're all talking about this eclipse and so forth. Did you ever hear the story about Christopher Columbus and the eclipse?
No, I have not.
No.
Well, when he saw the natives, when the natives saw the eclipse, when he was on schedule, he had said this. He predicted this. He sort of freaked him out. Said, "If you don't help me out, the sun will be blocked." And he actually timed it pretty well.
Really?
Now, yeah. We weren't there to document it, but this is something that I knew prior. I looked it up on Google, and that's what it says. He says, Columbus went to the cabin of a ship to pray, timing the eclipse with his hourglass. Is that right? So I guess you know when it's coming, and sort of freaked everybody out. There you have it. Christopher Columbus, you bastard.
Yeah, there actually is another cool eclipse story. If you're a fan of history, and I've listened to the Dan Carlin podcast, I believe it is the Greek one. There's actually a battle called the Battle of the Eclipse, or called the Battle of Hales, and two armies were actually going at it, and an eclipse occurred during the fight, and both parties took it as a sign of the gods to not fight, and there's actually a peace agreement formed from that, and they actually went back and confirmed it. There was an eclipse that did happen in that area around that time. I did link it in chat, so if you're a fan of history, feel free to read up on this Wikipedia article. But Battle of the Eclipse, which happened at 585 BC, supposedly. So pretty cool, some eclipse history there. But could you imagine being of that age and seeing an eclipse happen? I mean, your mind would be absolutely blown.
Crazy.
Yeah, I got long.
This is God. Quit fighting.
Yeah, basically.
God, I wish that would work now.
I'm in a YM right now, actually. I'm long 2 YM. Let's see how this plays out. This is in my 50K account, so we are trying to play a little range extension here, trying to buy the bottom of the consolidation. I just want to see if we can get a base hit here for a couple hundo on a bounce, because we've left a lot of profits on the table today. So let's see if we can get a nice little bounce here in the YM. Actually, I'm supposed to follow my strategy hook.
yeah.
Oh my god! All right, we're
dude.
gonna let this go. Half of range would be this. Other half is up there. So we'll see how this plays out. Man, it is tough being disciplined.
I like the trade, Dolby. You got about 15 minutes to wait before you see if that extension below the initial balance is going to be a failed auction.
Yeah. Well, we got a nice little 5-minute range. Let me take a look at, pull it up.
So here's the initial balance. And again, TPO value high from Friday's up here, 39,354. Value lows all the way down here, 39,134. But the market is really centering around the points of control from Friday. Points of control are relatively close to that today. But, if we do see this range extension and in 15 minutes we close this 30-minute bar back inside the initial balance, that would represent a potential failed auction to the downside where, you might see a nice rotation back to the upside, but you've got 15 minutes of time to kind of sweat that out before you find out if it's really going to be a failed auction.
So you're saying I'm early?
I'm saying there's a chance.
Saying there's a chance. That's where I thought you were going. So yeah, we're long to 39,186 in the YM. Catching a little bit of a bid here. So our T1 is going to be approximately the middle of the range. We'll just approximate it. I think it's probably about there. Unless there's a good tool. Is there a good tool, chat? I can get a measure. I'm sure there is. About where that midpoint would be. I don't usually do this, but maybe chat, if there is a fib retracement, would that do it? Does that give me like a 50%?
That can give you some sort of measurement as to extension and reversal.
Yeah, so I guess the 50% would be that one, maybe? I don't know. Chat, I'm not that smart. Chat. I just have good trade location, but I'm not that smart.
You just really nailed that trade location, didn't you?
Yeah, it was pretty good. I'm not complaining. It was good trade location. But like I said, we're gonna see if we can hold these trades, right? That's part of the game. Oh, the rectangle has a midpoint. Oh, good call, chat. You were exactly
Dolby,
right.
I mean, if you're still in this trade at 11:30 and the market opens back, that next bar opens back inside initial balance, I think you should marry this.
Marry it. Well, thankfully my fiance is not here to hear that, but I'll take that.
But
so
I
let's
like
put
your
a
profit
short
target
order
too.
in there. Yeah, we'll take one there. And then, actually, do I need the bracket order? No, it'll be fine. So we'll keep that up there. So we're looking for 39,255. That's approximately the middle of the range. So let's hold it on, chat. We're trying to be disciplined and have a consistent profit-taking system. We'll talk more about it in Power Hour with David Green. I'm looking forward to that.
Dolby, does your fiance know that you are in love with the Dow?
No, she doesn't know I have a side market.
No, a side market.
Yeah. Yep. Nope. She's off to grad school, doing grad school things. She doesn't have the bandwidth to pay attention to what's going on over here.
Got it.
Yep. Long, hard journey of grad school, but good price action so far. We're currently up 275, but we are looking for a take profit of 39,255, which is the midpoint of the range. Take profit 2 would be the upper extension of the range, and we are really trying to stay disciplined here, chat, and lock down a exit system for trading here. Because I haven't
What's
been.
Your target
been
right
good.
now?
Like, how far away are we? Or the first one? 39,255 in the YM. So that's the midpoint according to this kind of box I have. Yeah, it's about half.
Okay. You got the TPO point of control of 39,265. If that if we go through that, you got to keep it to 39,303, which is value high.
And that's and we're like 5 to 10 ticks off with these levels, Hug. So that's actually a really, really good sign that I'm within the ballpark of what you're looking at. I do like having that one of my take profits is below point of control, just in case it doesn't get all the way up there.
Yes.
But because we are trading a very large time frame consolidation, this is I'd say a 1 hour consolidation. We could be in this trade for a minute if we don't get stopped out. So we'll have a new 30-minute candlestick printing in about 11 minutes. So we'll be keeping an eye on that. But we can hop back to the 5-minute, and it's just nice and consolidated. You know, if you are a trader who has trouble staying in positions long term, I would suggest maybe switching to a higher time frame chart, so that way you're not like focusing on the minutia of the movements. Right, it can also give you a little bit more perspective of what you're looking for and why you got into the trade in the first place.
Yeah, it's gonna be a long 10 minutes, Dolby. Whenever we're waiting for some sort of confirmation like this. But you've got great trade locations, so you don't have to risk much on this.
No, and it's going to require a lot of patience because it could just bounce up and down within this range within a range for another 20, 30 minutes, like you said. So it could take a while. Of course, it is it's hard, trying to sit in trades. A lot of people like just taking base hits and profits. So far today, I have left a lot of money on the table thus far. So that's been a little bit frustrating, but we're going to try to stick with this take profit strategy and just have it be structure based and not financially based. So yeah, hang out in the 5-minute chart here. We can get rid of this because we already got our levels. But this is kind of what we're looking at for this trade and see how it plays out. It'd be nice to get above 39,226 if we can do that. Kind of have this series of lower highs on the 1 minute. So we do want to see that kind of break. If I had to guess, we're probably... No, see, we're also making lower lows as well, which is kind of icky.
Yeah. It is kind of icky.
It is a little bit
What
icky.
time frame is that? 1 minute?
This is the 1 minute, lower highs and lower lows, declining volume. But we're going to hold because that's what the system says. But it's, it's easy to take a couple $100 here, but that's not what the system requires.
Not what you're looking for.
I'm just trying to, I just don't want to keep on flip-flopping on my exits. We bring in all these good traders who are so systems-based and so rules-based. And they're allowed to basically, get in and get out of trades with such, I would say, confidence and, relaxedness. They're just chill because they believe in the system. There's nothing for them to do. You let the system play out. And I feel like I'm not quite there yet with my trading. I get, a little bit antsy taking profits or, taking them too soon, taking them too late. And so I just want to have a system that I can offload that responsibility to.
Well, I think part of the confidence of a lot of these traders that we're bringing in is they're confident that they're not going to get out at the dead ass high or the dead ass low. They just have a plan for the trade, and if the trade plans out, that's good.
So, just a chat. I'm long 2 contracts, 39,186 in my 50K trading combine. So we have a realized profit of 195. And we have an unrealized profit of nothing right now because the market just rolled over a little bit. I am going to try to add one more. Okay, so now we have 3 on at 39,182. Probably going to get stopped out for 260. Yeah, this market really caught an offer there. So we're out of that trade. Make sure we're flat on everything. So that's a little bit frustrating. But now we're down 70, but still positive on the day.
Yeah, that's why, waiting until the higher probability of a failed auction is so important. You said, so you're saying I'm early? Well,
yeah, I was early.
Apparently we were early on that.
We're a little bit early.
But it's okay.
Yeah.
I mean, this could come off of here and give you another opportunity.
It could, yeah. And where did we get stopped at? 165? Oh, we got stopped out by the tick. Oh, come on. Dead ass low. That's unfortunate. Yeah.
I hate that.
39,165 across the board on all 3, which was the dead ass low of that little move right there. That's unfortunate.
Well, Now we've got the S&P and the NASDAQ. On S&P, yes. NASDAQ, no. S&P with a potential failed auction on the downside. NASDAQ still hasn't taken out the low of the initial balance.
Yep. So I'm looking now for maybe an extension even further. Can we get down to 39,150 and then try to maybe try longs again? I'm okay, buying bottoms and selling tops because we are in a fairly range-bound market. There is a chance that maybe it just decides to puke out of the blue, but nothing you can do about that. Nothing you can do about that. But yeah, another just deep lower low in the 1 minute.
I will find your stop and stop you out. For I am the market and I know who you are.
Thanks, Eddie.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, it always seems to, right?
Should have got my tinfoil helmet so I could block out the golden returns from
that might have done
running.
That might have done it.
Stop running my YM trade here. But yeah, we so far it looks like we did get stopped out to the tick on that run right there. Let's see how this ends up playing out, because typically, if that is the run, then this should really get some momentum and head up to the upside as some of those weak longs get stopped out. And I was a fairly weak long there. Yeah, I think it is. Might catch a bid. Yeah.
Now it's coming back into the IB. It's probably going to open the next bar on the IB. So this gives you another opportunity to buy weakness on a good trade location.
Yeah. I mean, if we can try to, I wouldn't mind a pullback a little bit. Maybe if we can get back down to like 39,191 ish, that might be worth trying to hop in and take a buy. But like, if you look at the 1 minute here on my chart, it is really just lower lows, lower highs. All day. Yeah. Not all day literally, but since 10:40 Central Time. Right. That's all it's been doing.
That 39,191 Dolby is the bottom of the initial balance to the tick.
Oh, it is? Nice.
Yeah.
So we might finally get a higher high off that range extension to the lower side. And then CL even caught a double bounce at 85.50. We did have some pending orders in there. Below 85.44, they just never got filled, and I flattened those after I got into YM because I didn't want to have two different trades on in two different markets. Yeah, tricky market to trade. Tricky market.
Aren't they always?
Yeah.
Never easy.
Yeah, they are. Yeah, just a little bummed that we got stopped out. Just to the tick. It's like, I thought we were on Sim, Hoag. I thought I was supposed to have the benefit of Sim.
It's the Goldman interns.
It is the Goldman interns, man.
The Goldman interns came and gave.
They're after my trades. So we will see if we can get something else here in this market.
Smart Alex.
I know. Such a pain in the ass. I do remember those days in customer service where, people would complain that the algorithm is stopping out all their trades. And it's like, dude, The algorithm does not care about your sim trades at all. No. At all. Ooh, platinum might be interesting, though. Ooh.
Have you really been kind of looking at that or just kind of playing with it a little bit?
No, just today, but I do like the setup that it's in right now.
You're thinking long?
Yeah. Yeah, let's work an order at 972.10 in platinum, because it kind of peaked above and came back, and I wonder if we're gonna have a resistance become support kind of situation. So this could be a pretty cheap trade because we could try to get filled at 972.10, and then place a stop under 977, and see if we can get that and maybe get some continuation to the upside. So let's see. We'll just try a little oneer. If we can get filled on a pullback, we'll work that order there. I don't see anything to work in crude. Nothing to work in ES. Gold, nothing for me at least. Man, tight markets today, Hoag. Real tight markets.
Yeah. It's expected behavior from where we started today and for the information we have at hand. There's not a lot to look at.
Scalper's paradise. Yeah, so let's try to work an order here in platinum and see if we can get filled.
And that's your 1 minute?
Yeah, we'll try 2, but it's going to be tight. So we'll try 1 at like 972.10, and then 971 evens, and then with a stop below, and it should be fairly cheap as far as the trade goes. But let's we'll keep this on and see if some buyers can step back in. Man, I'm trying to rip through these markets and find. Ooh, so YM finally did a higher high on the 1 minute.
Mm-hmm.
Man, God,
and we're 12 seconds from the next 30-minute bar here.
12 seconds? Okay, that's good to know.
Yep.
Man, that
so
would
we
good,
are
good trade.
For the time being, leaving failed downside auctions in the S&P and the Dow.
Yeah. Man, what a bummer, Hoag. We had that 3-lot YM 165. Damn you.
That's just a real oh god, nothing ticks me off more than that.
This is what typically like sends me on tilt the most, is getting stopped out to the tick and then having it run in your favor. That is what sends me over the moon.
Crazy.
Yeah, that's definitely one of like my trigger points. So I kind of have to be careful when that happens.
Yeah, we get Calamity Anne Marie feels the same way when that happens. It's very upsetting.
It is really upsetting. I think Anne Marie and I would probably enjoy trading together because I think we're both kind of emotional, but in like a fun way most of the time. We might get filled here. Okay, we got 1 in platinum.
Okay.
And let's see if we can get a second one. And we'll just try to go consolidation to consolidation and platinum. And see how this plays out. But it'd be fun to kind of dabble in this market right now. Only so for platinum, we just added it today. Trades at $5 a tick. Relatively low liquidity, somewhere between like 1 to 20 contracts on the ladder on average. But it has been catching a really nice bid, like just in general, kind of ripped off some of these lows that I have. This is a daily chart now at like 880 caught a bid, 900 caught a bid, and it's just kind of been going up and up and up from there. But we're going to try to play with platinum a little bit. If this doesn't work out, I'll probably try to take 1 more trade in my 50K before I switch to the 150K account.
What's the dome look like in platinum? 1 digit.
Thin.
Mostly thin. Ones.
It is thin, yeah. Mostly ones, kind of across the board. But I think it'll be a fun market for some people to trade. I think that's going to be nice for TopstepTV to be able to highlight some different markets. But I think it's so much easier to watch someone else trade a market and to see how it behaves rather than just like diving into it head first by yourself with like no idea like what's going on. Like watch us fumble through trying to trade some of these weird markets before you hop in if you want.
Sure.
Or
why not?
Or
right?
the practice account, or the practice account. That's always good.
Mm-hmm.
But only $105 of risk on this. This kind of reminds me of YM a little bit, to be honest. Platinum is PL. So PLN24 is the kind of the ticker for it. I can put it in chat if you're using a non-Topstep X platform. This is the current ticker in chat right now. That is what platinum is. Just put it in there.
What is the front month?
I don't know. No idea. What is N?
July.
Nope. It is a July. July is the front month then. Cool. So hopefully people start enjoying that. I am looking forward to checking out new markets. That's always going to be exciting. I never really did that before in the trading combine. Kind of just stuck to crude, but now that we are on TopstepTV, it is fun to kind of run through all these markets and talk about them and trade them a little bit. But fairly slow moving market, unless this is just like a lunchtime sort of thing.
Oh, I'm sure it has its moments.
Well, it did earlier today. I mean, at 7:30, it just cruised to the upside. But I'm by no means a platinum expert at all, so I'm kind of diving in blind here a little bit.
July is the front month.
For platinum?
It's relatively thin. I mean, there's 32,153 I'm sorry, 71,145 contracts open in the July contract, 80,000 overall. Pretty thin. Friday's volume was 32,153.
Okay.
So it's
So pretty
pretty
light.
quiet, pretty thin. I mean, it's mature enough. There's 33,000 contracts traded over all the contracts. And it pretty much just follows the front month, which is July.
Okay. All right. Well, I think it's behaving okay. Like I think someone in the chat said D was saying it gets slower around lunch. Oh, it closes at 12:05 Central Time, I'm assuming. So we might get some volatility in the close.
12:05, really?
Yeah.
Wow.
Charles Chapman, we eventually Topstep X will probably get BTC and ETH. We already do have those in the trading and non-Topstep X trading accounts. So we're trying to get them just 1-to-1. They should exist on both. Yeah, so our total risk, if we get filled in the second contract, probably be like $1.50. But this might not be a good trade just based off of the time frame. This might be like our early morning market rather than like a midday market.
Well, I mean, if it settles at 12:05, I would imagine that there are days when a lot of volume is going to come in after that. Much like gold, settles at 12:30, and
Right.
If there's a 1:00 announcement or something happens, I mean, it's still a very viable thick market.
Yeah, and we're long 2 now at 971.60, and we have a stop at 970 evens. So let's just see if we can get a little scalp-a-rooney here in this one. But definitely kind of a weird out-of-pocket trade here. My first trade ever in platinum, just kind of doing it based off of what I typically see in other markets. So I'm not expecting this to be a winning trade. Typically, the market likes to introduce you to a new market with a loss. So, looking forward to it. I'll pay my dues here. I'll tip platinum if we do end up getting stopped out here. Oh, well, yeah.
Don't tip it. Get it to tip you.
Yeah, that's what we want. That's ideally what we want. But not a ton of all the consolidations or range-bound trading I'm seeing in platinum is on much smaller time frames, like the 5-minute and the 1-minute. So we really need to see a bid kind of take place here. And if we can get well, thank you so much, Platinum. That was very kind of you. Got a little bit of a bid there.
There you go.
So if we can, if we can test higher highs in the 1 minute, let's say 972.40, I would be okay with moving my stop up to say 970.90. So let's just draw a little line on our chart here. Because then if we can get like at least one higher high in the 1 minute, I feel a little bit more comfortable with moving my stop up. But we're still kind of in lower low, lower high sort of vibes, although we just barely made a higher low in the 1 minute here. We're getting kind of granular on this chart, but we'll see how this plays out. Yeah, silver is expensive. Silver is what, 25 a tick for silver?
Yes.
I think it used to be 50.
Yes.
And then, do you remember, Hoag, way back in the day, we did have one trader who was a big silver guy, and this was like way back when we were doing Rocket Chat.
Yep.
We had one guy who was doing that. I was like, man, you are crazy.
And he was live.
Yeah, he's a live silver trader way back in the day.
Trying to remember the chat name or who it was.
I don't know who it was, but he had a reputation for being the silver guy. Oh yeah, 100%. Because everyone thought he was crazy for trading it. Yeah.
I can't remember either, but yeah, we had that silver. Can't remember.
Yeah, it was cool.
Anybody in chat remember his name?
Yeah, you got to be an OG to remember that name. That goes way back.
Mm-hmm.
That's like a Mountain Man days.
Yeah. Whatever happened to him?
I don't know. Actually, I have no idea. I have no idea. So still no. I'm gonna move my stop actually. So we're gonna go to $75 of risk. I don't really want to. This really shouldn't pull back for the market state that we want. If we do get stop run like we did in YM, whatever, it might just be a Monday, guys. You never know.
Mm-hmm.
You never know. It might just be a Monday.
Steve is saying Silver Surfer. That sounds familiar.
They called him Silver Surfer, but I wonder if
Randy says they called him Silver Surfer.
Huh.
I don't remember that.
See, we got some OGs here, man.
Yeah, seriously. If you remember that one, you are a true vet of Topstep.
Where's Hoop? Maybe he knows.
Hoop was here today. Yeah,
Hoop was here. Hoop goes way
Bet you
back.
Fred
Mountain
would
Man
know.
goes way back. Fred goes way back. I think our PL trade is doggy doo doo. I think we're down $25 right now. Oh, just kidding. Now we're back up to.
Did it teleport?
Yeah. Maybe a little bit. I don't know. I'm going to keep an eye on Platinum. I really want to see how it behaves going into this close because they said, 12:05 it wraps up. I wonder if it's like CL where all of a sudden you get a little bit of volatility end of the day.
Before the end of the day?
Yeah, before the end as people start to wrap up. I just don't know what their bent is today. What's the point of control? Looks like we have 431 at 968. Yeah, that's not good news for me. I'm not. Yeah, we're probably going to get stopped out of this one.
I'm running out of space. I need another screen.
Yeah, just really, really hard time. Just not getting the higher highs that we need.
No.
Just not getting the higher highs that we need.
Oh, Dolby. I'm still fuming over that stop out in the Dow.
I know. I'm just happy it happened publicly so everyone knows that I'm not just like, oh, yeah, that's right. That never happened. Oh, yes, it did. I got the proof right here. 39,165. Stopped out to the tick on all three of those contracts. Oh, now we're up in Platinum. Now we're up 35. So that's actually kind of decent.
It teleported.
Yeah, maybe a little bit. Maybe a little bit. We're still looking to just get anything on the 1 minute. Just make a higher high of any sort, Platinum. That would make me so happy.
Give me something.
Just give me something.
Did you say scalperoonie earlier?
Scalperoonie? Probably. I really shouldn't be in my vocabulary because I'm not much of a scalper. More like crawled up there. Hopefully it doesn't crawl up there and die. I need to crawl up there and continue. It needs to be like a squirrel climbing up into the attic to hang out, not to roll over and die.
Yes, not to roll. Yes, right.
Yeah, we don't want stinky squirrels in the attic.
No, you gotta hire somebody up there to go get it. No, we don't want that.
Yeah, exactly. And I'm gonna move my stop up again. So now we're only risking 65 on 2. Oh, Hoag, this YM just. Oh, where's Anne Marie? I need Anne Marie to come just give me a hug because we just vibe on this getting stopped out by a tick and just not being happy campers about it.
Oh man, I'm sure she would be. I'm sure she would be happy to, and she'll be here at 1:00. So.
Oh, will she? Oh, good.
Yeah.
Perfect. That is such a bummer. That's okay. Got to move on. On to the next. Oh, thanks, Anne Marie.
There she is. Awesome.
One of our favorites at TopstepTV.
So your girlfriend's getting a master's degree? What's she getting a master's degree?
Fiance. It's a fiance who. It's very important. She's getting a master's in speech language pathology.
Wow. Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, it is very cool. Very, very in-demand field, and it is just brutal. Grad school would not be for me. I mean, she's doing 10, 12 hours of work every day. I am terrible at school. Terrible at it.
My daughter's the same way. She's working on a double master's degree right now, and she has 2 jobs and a boyfriend. I don't know how she does it. I have no idea how she does it.
That sounds impossible.
She's always been very driven, though, so we're very proud of her. Very proud of your
Yeah.
fiance as well.
Yep. It is hard work. Kind of like house dad a little bit, making sure everything is nice and clean. That
Nice.
she's fed, all that type of stuff. Yep.
Supportive.
Have to be. Yep. Really, really do. It's part of the gig. But it's 11:44. Time flies, Hoag.
Sure does.
I think, yeah, people are tired of listening to us chit chat. I think what they really want is some Top Quiz. And
Top
we
Quiz.
do have Top Quiz coming up right now for a chance to win a free resets. You got to get, I think, what, three of the four right, Jack? Is that how that game works? So you can get entered into a raffle. It's not guaranteed. Enter into a raffle to win a free reset. So Jack and Bonnie are going to be coming up in just a moment. Chet, it was a pleasure talking to you. We'll see you. You get a little bit of Hogan and a little bit of an eye throughout the day today. So stick around, stay tuned, and Top Quiz coming up next. So stick around.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to the Eclipse edition of Top Quiz. I am Jack. I can't see anything with these glasses on, but Bonnie, I think you're there.
Yeah, I can't see either. Hi, Jack.
Hi, Bonnie. I think it's about time I took these off. First, let me take a look at the blinding light of I think I'm looking at MP right now. Let me take these off so we can do a little quizzing.
Yes.
Welcome to Top Quiz, everybody. 4 questions. If you get 3 or 4 correct, you will be in the running for one of 50 free resets that we will send out. You use that link that's at the top of the chat to sign up. Answer the questions on your device as they show up because we're on a 6-second delay. That's about it. Bonnie, how's the weekend?
It was nice. I did a lot of cooking this weekend. Took my mom to the airport yesterday to go back.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah.
My in-laws are actually leaving this afternoon, but
nice.
I won't be driving to the airport, so I've dodged that for now. But no, nice weekend. Cool. So, looks like you all have signed up here, so it's about time that we got started so we can get to Shoulder Tap coming up next with Eddie and Mick, and then we got group coaching with the Hoagland and JD, who JD's back there right now, actually. How you doing, JD?
What's up, guys? Mick and I were just talking about going on the roof here at the Chicago Board of Trade building to check out the Eclipse at some point. So,
oh yeah, checking out the roof. I know what that's all about. Let's go hang out on the roof.
I'm gonna
Sounds
go do
like
this.
Yeah.
I set an alarm to go up.
Nice. All right. Yeah, had a good time. Bonnie, me and JD and Dan went to the Hawks game on Saturday. They won, which was shocking, but good times. All right. We got almost 1,000 people. It's time to do this thing. Let's get started. I'm going to unpin the sign-up link as I do this. 1 second. Got to make sure I'm in the right account. Unpinning that message, and let's get going right now. Half and half today. Some of these are my questions, some of them are Danielle's, but we will see what you like more. Question number 1. Today's total solar eclipse will not pass over which of these cities? Will it not pass over Dallas, Indianapolis, Cleveland, or Atlanta? I might have misspelled Indianapolis, but you get it.
Yeah. Would it? Dallas or Cleveland?
Oh, Atlanta. Yes, it will be going. We get 94% of it here in Chicago, but direct totality over Dallas, Indianapolis, Cleveland, Buffalo, New York, I think Austin, a few places in Mexico. Big number of people seeing it, so should be exciting. Let's see.
I'm sorry for the people who live in Atlanta.
Just in general or because of the eclipse? Day Trade Hustle, BBC, Sir, yeah, I'm not going to say that one. How many ticks? Robbie, you almost got me there. All right, let's see the second question. Is as follows. This morning's chart pattern indicates a potential trend reversal and signals a sell opportunity for traders. What was it called? And here's a photo of it. Is this a bearish double top, a bullish double top, a bearish triple top, or a symmetrical circle?
Would it be bullish double top?
Almost.
Bearish double top?
Yes, it's the bearish double top that JD showed for us today. Looks like y'all knew that as well. Symmetrical circle is still my favorite of the patterns. Nasdude, Yukon Natty. By the way, Bunny, I just found out, well, maybe I shouldn't talk about this on air because it involves a bracket pool somewhere, but I might win something. I'll tell you off air. All right, Team Andre, how many ticks? And Coach Jay, good to see you in there. Let's do this. Question
Wait, are you talking
What's up?
Are you talking about the March Madness bracket?
Yeah, not a Topstep one or anything like that. It's a separate bracket. I just got an email with like, check out your results, and it was like, I filled out like 6 brackets, and one of them miraculously is in like second place. So if UConn wins, I get a nice payday. But I'm still rooting for Purdue because I have integrity. Okay. third
Well,
question.
I was gonna say I'm in second place on the
Yeah.
top step bracket right now.
Nice. Where did Michael last see Andre? So he said this morning. Was it on the ski slopes, at Cloud 9, at dinner, or he cannot confirm or deny seeing Andre? One of these places this morning, MP mentioned it was the last that he had seen him.
What's Cloud9? Is that a restaurant?
It must be. Danielle wrote this one, but it was on the ski slopes
Oh,
is where he last saw Andre. And Andre is on the schedule tomorrow. So for all the Andre truthers out there, you will know tomorrow whether there's an elaborate weekend at Bernie's situation going on or if Andre was just on vacation. All right. Let's see. We got one question left. Black Swan is back doing his thing. Yukon Natty Day Trade Hustle. Final question. You ready for this?
yes.
I like this one. You know what they say in Cicero, $50 is nothing to write home about, more than you need, half a stack, or $50 is $50. Any thoughts
Half a
there?
stack?
Yeah, it's not half a stack. That'd be
More than you
$500.
need?
Bonnie,
Who
you gotta
wrote
know what
this?
they say. I wrote this. Hoax, it's something we say now, but you know what they say in Cicero, Bonnie? $50 is $50.
Oh.
You say it in a Chicago accent. I'm sorry for exposing you to that. All right, let's see the top five here. Good job, Bonnie, with a tough, weird set of questions. But in third place, Black Swan. We love Black Swan here. Gaster. And the winner today is Naz Dude. And I might be able to see the fourth and fifth here. Yukon Natty. Yeah, writing that's okay. Yeah, I'll let that slide. All right. Well, thanks for playing. Stick around. We're going to do a shoulder tap right after this break. Bonnie, have a great Monday. Hope to see you soon.
Yes, see you soon. Thank you, Jack.
All right. Have fun, everybody. Stick around. We'll be back just after this with Mick and Eddie.
And welcome back, my friends, to the show that never ends. Well, sort of, kinda. Shoulder Tap is here. Time to share some success, time to avoid some failure. And we've got our handsome risk manager, Mick. Actually, all those guys over there are good looking. I'm very jealous. But he's going to let us know who's doing well, who needs a shoulder tap. And Mick, how are you, buddy?
Hey, what's up, Eddie? I'm doing really well. Thanks. How are you doing?
I'm fine. Monday morning, starting things off. I do see that we do have a funded trader that is just kicking ass and not worrying about taking names. I'm sure that we're going to talk about that. But what do you got for us today, Mick?
Yeah, PinSyn is up over $18,000 today. They stopped for a little while when they're up around 17,000. Hadn't taken any trades for a while, and I just saw they were back in the market before turning my chair around. Today is going to be shoulder taps, Eddie. Shoulder taps on live accounts. I have 3 of them, traders that I want to feature today that just have kind of been on cold streaks for pretty large sums of money, specifically from last week. But before we get into it, I want to give a couple shout outs from Friday's trading activity to Dakota, who made $6,000 last week on Friday. Nicholas T, who made $5,300. Miguel was up $4,700. Edward K was up $6,000 on Friday. He gave half of that back today when he hit his daily loss limit. Corey made $3,500. Mark made $2,700. And last week was the first week, and I had talked about it at the beginning of each one of these segments. Last week was the first week where we had an overall net negative as far as people that we called up from the XFA to a live account. We added 11 new XFAs to live. So there were 11 call-ups last week, but there were 21 off-boards last week of the live accounts for a net change of minus 10 from the prop firm. And that's the first time we've actually had a negative net change since at least I've been, monitoring it and talking about it on TopstepTV. So that always gives us kind of a pulse of, how tough the markets were if we have a net loss on any given day, but especially on any given week. So those equity indices were a wild ride last week, and a lot of people got hurt. Speaking of people that got hurt, I said I've got 3 shoulder taps. I'm going to start with Solomon. If we could pull up Solomon's card.
Got it.
So Solomon has had a rough start in live. His first 4 days in the account, his first 5 days in the account, he's on a losing streak of about $13,000. So it's a really rough start. He's trading 5s and 10s, and he's still got a healthy account balance, but he did get cut in half last week and last week alone, and last week being his very first week. We talk about it a lot on this segment and elsewhere that, you get this live account or even an XFA, like any account that you have, it's important to start slowly for a number of reasons. We don't want to get psychologically jinxed or screwed up when we first start. If we take big losses, that's going to affect your mental state. It's going to affect your performance because the mental state always affects the performance. So he's still in good shape. He's got about 17,000 in his account, but he got cut in half last week, and he's got to really pump the brakes. No winning days, only 22% winning trades. His average winners and losers per contract, it's almost a 1-to-2 risk-reward ratio, which is not very good at all. So despite not having any winning days on a trade-by-trade basis, Solomon's really got to look at what's going on with his trading and pump the brakes, because getting cut in half in 5 trading days is really eye-opening and alarming, whether it's a $10,000 account or a $30-something thousand account like it was for him. So he's really got to scale back his position sizing. He's been trading 5s and 10s, Eddie. And, he's just not lasting a very long time in these sessions. Very few of these trading days, actually 2 of the trading days, he was actually up a decent amount before hitting the daily loss limit. So his first trading day, he was up $1,700 that day, had a $4,700 swing to hit the $3,000 daily loss limit. Day 2 was up $950. To have a $4,000 swing and hit that $3,000 daily loss limit. So, trade small. smaller when you start. I know Solomon wants to swing for the fences here, but he's really got to pump the brakes because he got hit with a 50% haircut on the account.
Yeah.
Is there anything
Mick,
that you see here that you'd like to comment on?
was he trading 5s and 10s to get him where he was before these 5 days?
He was, yeah. The XFA, he was trading size. Okay. Solomon's a big swinger. So, like all the big swingers, they're going to have big winning days when they have the big winning day. They're going to have big winning days when they have winning days. The losing days are always going to be larger. We see these big swingers hit that daily loss limit regularly. And that's fine if you're putting up the winning days. But in this live account, he hasn't had a winning day yet. So until he starts growing the account, I'd be encouraging him to trim the contract size because, if we have a similar week to last week, his back's going to be against the wall. He'll still have a little money left in the account, but it's really not going to be looking good if we repeat or we continue this cold streak.
Right. No, you're right. You're absolutely right. And I mean, I think maybe after the second, third day, I'd sort of maybe take a few steps back and reevaluate. Things aren't working. But he's sort of, pedal to the metal here and sticking what he did before. So,
yeah. And Eddie, one thing I do like is that they're taking only 3 trades a day. And I don't know if they're taking 3 trades a day because they're trying to be selective or if they're just putting themselves on the bench after, hitting the daily loss limit on their first 3 trades for the day. That's TBD. I don't know, but
yeah, maybe.
If they're only looking to take a couple trades per day, great. But, it looks like on April 4th, so what was that, last Thursday, they made 2 trades. They were 2 10-lot trades. They only lasted that session for 20 seconds before they hit their daily loss limit.
Wow. Okay.
That's astounding to me. The markets are open 23 hours a day, and Solomon lasts for 20 seconds in the market. That tells me that a number of things here, but mainly that he's trained too big. He's trained too big to put on a position in your live account that could get blown out in 20 seconds. You're trading too big. If he were to, grow this account and ask for, a larger daily loss limit, which I would grant if it was a reasonable request, maybe they could have, not gotten shaken out there. But 20 seconds to lose 30 grand, it's way too quick. So I think he should scale into his size if he's using the size, but I don't encourage him to trade size right now. I think he needs to scale back his position sizing because we're not liking what we see right now. And I'm sure he's not enjoying what he's, his performance at the moment too.
Right. Orders from headquarters. You heard it right from Mick.
That's right.
That's a smart thing to do, especially what we're seeing right now is slow things down. Okay, you don't want to grind that profit account. Like you said, he's half and half. Gosh, get it any lower, you're gonna. The thing is, you're gonna start losing, focus, and you're gonna get more reckless as you go. We got to build confidence here, and even a small winning day should build confidence.
I would definitely be looking for that. Trade some 1 lots and some 2 lots, put together a few winning days, and then increase the size.
Right.
All right, let's move on. I want to talk about Alba.
Right.
All right, so Alba, live account. You see an average daily P&L at positive, $422 a day, trading the NASDAQ. Despite being profitable in this account, this is a shoulder tap. They're on a 4-day losing streak for $15,500, which is, again, very similar to Solomon, a lot.
Right.
So, this trader has put up some big winning days. They've spent 21 days in their live account. So on average, out of those 21 days, they're taking down a little over $400 per day, which is good. So they're profitable. Last week is really what I wanted to highlight as far as the performance goes, though. They've got a good risk reward here on a per trade basis. They're only putting up a third of their trading days as winning days and a third of their winning trades as winning trades. But the average winning day is more than double what the average losing days. That's always a good thing. And then their average winning trade is almost double of what their average losing trade is. So the risk reward's 2-to-1. It's very good. It's a large. Those are large. That's a large contributing factor as to why this person is profitable, despite having the big swings. They are trading 10 lots on average, but again, just like Salomon, selective with the trading. They are averaging less than 3 trades per day when they're doing the 10 lots. But during this streak, there's a lot of similarities between Salomon and Alba here. Last week, when they were having a hard time, a couple of their trading days, if you look at the average win-loss duration on the trade report, Eddie, you can see that they spent 1 minute in the markets before hitting their daily loss limit. Yeah. Another day was 45 seconds. Another day before hitting the daily loss limit. Another day was 2 minutes. And then on Friday, they spent 3 minutes. So this is another trader that would benefit from scaling into the large position size. And I say that because if you're not going all in, all out, you can start with your entry on smaller position sizing. And as the market's going in your favor, you add to your winning position as the market's telling you you're correct. That's nice. But the important part about that is when the market's going against you, you don't have 10 contracts on. So you're not spending 20 seconds in a 10 lot position, a minute or 45 seconds or 2 minutes in a losing position. You're going to have smaller leverage on, which means you can kind of watch that market go against you a little bit further, and you don't have your back up against that $3,000 daily loss limit wall with your 10 lot on. So I think that would be a huge benefit for Alba in their trading. Something else, even though everything's going very well here overall, despite last week being a bad week, they took a nice big payout over $10,000. And one thing about that is I love the payouts. That's a big payout for someone who is could on any given week lose up to or allow themselves to lose up to $15,500 because right now that account's sitting around $9,300 for an account balance. That right now, if you can lose $15,500 in a week on your trading, and the following week you have less than $10,000 in your account, you're not maintaining a high enough account balance maintenance level. So I'm a little concerned about how Alba trades this week because there's a chance that after 3 days, maybe potentially they could be out of this account. And we certainly don't want that, especially after they've been profitable over 21 days. So Alba, rein it in, be aware of the losing streak that you're on, be aware of your account balance. And, in the future, if we grow this account back up to higher account balance levels, do think about taking a smaller payout if your risk is still going to be, great to the tune of $15,000 in a week.
Right. I mean, this trade report looks just like Solomon's sales. Same thing. It seemed like last week. And here's the thing, too. You mentioned last week that we offboarded more than we usually do. I mean, right. Michael talked about Friday having one of his worst days. A lot of talk about last week not having a much opportunity, or at least good opportunity. And I think that's a reflection of what we're seeing here.
Yeah, I mean, definitely a tough week. And you mentioned it, Michael got smoked on Friday last week. He had size on, and he didn't spend too much time in the markets before hitting his larger daily loss limit. So, beware this week. Beware this week. We gotta preserve the capital. These equities are not friendly right now from what I'm seeing. My own interpretation of the charts and what I'm seeing out of our traders' activity. All right. Let's kick it over to Nicholas's card.
Next, Nicholas.
Yeah. All right. We got a new image for the Reaper. Now, the Reaper is here today. Nicholas did not lose his live account, but he's got, and actually I don't know what he's got. He might have lost it since I turned my chair around because he had a an $11,000 losing week last week, and he left himself with about $800 in change in the live account coming into this week.
Oh my!
Last
Yeah,
I looked, he had a 3 lot on, and he was down like $300 on this 3 lot. So he could be out of an account right now, but I want to talk about him again. Another shoulder tap, not a shout out. If you have a little over $11,000, call it $11,800, because I said he lost $11,000 last week and he only had 8 and change in his account this week. Number one, I mean, he lost like high 80s, 90 something % of his account last week. Like that's pitiful. You don't want to be doing that. That's just really poor money management. And then to have $800 and something in his account this week, to have a 3 lot on. I mean, I think this is like YOLO, all or nothing trading today. They're probably trying to, make a bunch of money today, or they're like, I'm going to bust the account and go back to the trading combine. To me, that's kind of BS. I hate that kind of trading mentality and activity, and I hate that money management from last week. So I'm definitely scolding Nicholas here. I will give him a little credit. He's, all these metrics up here on the board, he's ridden it out and grinded it out. 31 days in the account. I don't know if last week was grinding it out, losing $11,000 on a $12,000 account. That's more like getting smoked. But traders, if you're out there and you're having a bad week and you realize that you risked a lot of your cushion or a lot of your account balance, like take some time off and regroup and reflect on what happened and put some steps in place to ensure it doesn't happen again. If I were in Nicholas's shoes from last week, coming into this week, I'd be scared out of my mind. I'd be like, okay, I got to trade 1 contract. I got to take 1 trade per day. I abused my account so badly last week, and I should be thinking about how I'm going to keep this account. They're clearly not doing that by slapping on a 3 lot today, which I'm upset with. I'm displeased. I'm not mad. I'm just I'm disappointed. It's my fatherly line there, but I don't know what to say here. I mean, there's a chance this account's closed right now, or chances are I don't think they make it out of the week unless they make a buttload of money today. But those big winning. Yeah,
Let me,
go ahead, Eddie.
is April 4th is that correct? What I'm seeing, P&L high and ending the day. Is that right?
Yeah, it's another talking point. I think we talked about this last week, as a matter of fact, that $18,000 winning day that they had, that they turned into a $1,400 losing day. I mean,
folks, my gosh. I mean, that's wow. I mean,
lock in those
18K.
profits. Even if they locked in 9,000 of that, Eddie, they would have, only lost $1,000 last week, which means they would have had, a $12,800 account balance. So that's only if they captured half of the 18,000 that they were up. So,
yeah.
I'm glad you brought it up. Just another example of really poor money management. Nobody running a business would allow that to happen in their business. We as traders, the money comes and goes pretty quickly, but damn, that's all I'll say. Damn.
Yeah.
Missed
opportunity. You got to
opportunity.
stop the bleed, I mean, especially having a day like that, my gosh. Even up 9,000, even up 5,000, you've got to learn. Oh gosh. I mean, if you're having a good day and things turn sour, lock yourself out. Save your ass.
For me,
that wasn't done here.
If I found myself up 5,000 in a day trading, and I turned a $5,000 winning day into a $1,000 losing day, I'd be smacking my head on the desk. But they had 18,000.
You'd be thinking about it all night.
I'd be sick to my stomach. I've gotten sick over some dumb things I was, done trading. Last Friday, Jack and I were chatting, and he was talking about what was your biggest loss in the markets. And I don't know, I was sick to my stomach when I lost that 16 grand trading the corn years ago. It was, what I did was absolutely stupid. We're all going to do stupid shit when we're trading. you want that stupid shit to be an anomaly and not part of a monthly or weekly regular thing. I never made that mistake again because I got stung and dinged so good for it. So, all these mistakes that we make are good opportunities to grow. Everything's an opportunity for growth in trading. Every loss, everything you do wrong is an opportunity for growth in trading. People, I know it's easy to think that when you're trading well, you've got the good stuff and you're like, oh, I'm learning, I'm a good trader. Good trading, the opportunities of learning from good trades is a lot lower than opportunities learning from your opportunity to learn from bad trades. You could have a winning trade and say, hey, I covered that one really well and I had my good reason for covering that trade. But you're not going to get a lot of learnings or takeaways from that other than potentially reinforcing a consistent approach on profitable trades. It's where you screw up that has you make adjustments. You got to be aware of the screw ups, got to be honest about them, and then make adjustments going forward so you don't replicate that same mistake. I don't know about you, Eddie, but myself personally, when I started trading, I was really, really good at doing stupid shit and making mistakes. And I continued to repeat those mistakes until I got to a certain point where I had to buckle down and was, frustrated with myself and said, what am I doing? I need to treat this as a business. At the time, it was my sole source of income when I was trading full time, and I wasn't making any money, but I kept doing things I knew I shouldn't be doing. It wasn't until I buckled down and was like, oh yeah, I remember that from before. I'm not going to do that again. And when you can have that mentality, I always use the funnel analogy. All these mistakes when you start out, or whether you're new or you've been trading for a while and are not finding success, you start with the top of the funnel being very wide with all these room for errors to come into your trading. And as you learn from your mistakes, the funnel narrows, and then you only have a small amount of room for new errors or new mistakes that you haven't made before. And once you tighten up that funnel and weed out a lot of those mistakes, then it's that much easier to be profitable in your trading.
Right. I tell you, Mick, we're very bullheaded, and that's the downfall. And we've got to sort of open up, like you said. And I practice preaching this: is treat the account like a business. All right. Sure, you're the CEO, but you got to remember that it's a big business. It's not just about what you want to do and your reactions. You got to look for the best performance and the best opportunities to keep that business growing. So,
yeah.
But
bullheadedness is not a characteristic for a trader. Confidence is not bullheadedness. We need to be confident, but bullheadedness is, how people lose, $11,000 on a $12,000 account, like I just talked about. So yeah, some shout outs there, or shoulder taps, excuse me, areas for improvement, things to not do yourselves. And I think we're up on time now, Eddie.
I think we are, my brother, and it was a pleasure speaking with you. And I hope that this talk, considering what we talked about here today, you can be doing very, very well. All right. But don't let it get past you where, I got so much in the account, I can sort of trade this. If I lose it, no big deal. Don't think like that. Okay. Don't think like that. Keep moving forward. And Mick, very well information and direction that you've given today. And I guess we'll catch you back here tomorrow. So keep an eye on our traders, my brother, and keep your eye off the sun.
I'm going to try and get up on the rooftop and check that out in an hour or two.
All right. You be careful. Don't fall, please.
Okay.
Don't fall. But hey, folks, group coaching coming up next here with JD and Hoag. So don't go away. And bless you, Mick. You okay? You need a mop?
Thank you.
All right. No, you don't need a mop. All right, we'll be right back.
No mop.
Good afternoon, friends and traders. Welcome to group coaching. You're looking at Hoag, the goat, Hoagland, John the goat Hoagland, I should say. John the Hoag, the goat, the Hoagland. All right. Welcome back. You made it. Thanks for submitting your questions. We had the forum pin in the chat for a while. I don't think it's up there right now, but we got enough to get us through the next half hour, I believe.
Oh, 100%.
Hoag, you get a chance to take a break yet today? You've been on quite a bit.
Yeah, I did actually. I let the dog out and ate lunch outside. It's absolutely beautiful out right now.
Oh, beautiful. That sounds excellent. Lunch on the patio.
Yep.
Mick just mentioned it, but we're going to try and sneak up on the roof here at the Board of Trade building and catch the eclipse in a little bit. We'll see what happens. Keep you posted.
Right now, it looks like it's about a quarter to complete in Mazatlan, Mexico.
Oh, okay. I've been getting word that 2:01 p.m. Central Time is the best time to catch full peak eclipse here in Chicago.
So, got it. Cool.
We'll see what happens there.
Cool.
Anyway,
right.
I got to pull the chat up. I'm not even looking at the chat. I got to say hi to everyone. All right, here we go. Looking at the questions, let's just dive right into it. I see Jesse in there. First question of the day came in. Jesse wants to know, hey, Hoag, what is your morning routine before trading?
Okay.
I know quite a...
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
All right. So first thing I do is I get up and I have a cup of coffee, take a look outside, walk around the house a little bit to get the blood flowing. I like to putter in the morning a little bit. So I get up pretty early. I get up at about 5:20 every day. Get up, get my coffee, do a little research, see what's going on in the world. And then I sit down usually right about 6:15, and I work on the information that I put together for the market, the opening call. So I just kind of go through, look at the news, look at what's coming out, note what's coming out, what's come out by the time we open the opening call at 8:00. And then I go through just my thoughts from a kind of a 40,000 foot view all the way down to the 30-minute chart, and then we look at the profiles as well. So that takes up a little bit of my morning, and then if I'm going to be actively trading, I have a what do we call it, JD? Would we call it an outline that I put together when I was doing a lot of personal performance coaching, and it's pretty kind of custom to me. I'm going to bring it up here, and if we can, we'll take a look through it a little bit here on screen. And even if you don't have mine, even if you don't have anything like this is something that I certainly suggest you try and do. Let me see if I can find this empty one here. And because one of the most popular questions that I always got when I was doing a lot more personal performance coaching is, all I want to do is become a consistent trader. To which I always answered that question, well, what are you doing consistently to bring that to light? So this was something that I put together. I gave it to personal performance coaching clients, and I suggested, of course, that they make this their own. This is it. Okay. This is something I call let's get out of here. What am I doing here? Let's go. Okay. All right. So we called this oh, come on now. This thing's going to wrestle with me now. Okay. The market performance analysis worksheet. And basically it just lists out everything that I have to do, everything that I have to make note of, and everything that I have to do. Like I usually start on Sunday night. I start with very long time frame, monthly, weekly charts, daily. I can review these the night before or prior to the market, prior to them in the morning, prior to when the market opens. I'm looking at candlestick charts, directional performance, volume, open interest. Is there a lot of emotion in the markets? Market profile charts. recent highs and lows, excess, tails. What other nuances is the profile telling me? What, if anything, sticks out? Any other visuals or thoughts? I put those down there. And then usually at night, I will go through and I will put 3 hypotheses at least together for what I'm expecting to happen the following morning. This morning's hypothesis in the equities was we're opening in range and value. There's not a lot of economic information coming out. Hypothesis 1 was to stay inside value from yesterday. That hypothesis has come true. So we focus on those extremes for our opportunities. Hypothesis number 2, hypothesis number 3, all of these hypotheses have to be based on context and live real market information, right? So pre-session, 30 seconds before the open, I'm, kind of thinking, okay, are there any known economic releases? Any substantial overnight inventory? Any significant inflection points within reach? For example, maybe weekly kickoff levels are in play. Node settlement, overnight high, overnight low, 50% levels. Redo your hypotheses, review them, breathe, relax, and smile. Smile, everyone, smile. Happy traders make much better traders. On the open, are we opening inside or outside of value? These are all things that I think about, kind of intuitively now. But if I was to try and tell somebody else how to do it, this would be how I would put this out there. The first hour, the profiles, initial balance. Is it wide or is it narrow? Why do I ask that? Well, a narrow initial balance takes a lot less energy to be extended outside of. All of these things are things that I'm thinking of and trying to remember and think about while I'm looking at the markets. It's a lot to remember. If you put together something similar to this, some sort of a kind of a sheet like this, where you remind yourself of things that you want to be taking care of and paying attention to, then you're going to be more consistent in the way you're looking at the markets, and therefore perhaps more consistent in the way you're going to be addressing the markets. We even look at the first hour. What's happening in the first hour? Is there momentum? Is there a change? Which hypothesis seems to be ringing true? If no hypothesis is ringing true, what are you going to do about it? As the day progresses, okay, are the extremes that offer cheap opportunities in the longer time frame direction? If the market is trending higher, well, we're probably going to be looking for extremes that offer opportunities when the market is exhibiting weakness. We want to buy those dips because the market has been moving higher in the longer time frame. Is there any change to the market state? Where is half back? All of these different things are things that we can look for, as the day goes on, as the day progresses. The earlier that you can determine the particular day type that is probable that day, the sooner you're going to be able to use a strategy that relates to that market state and that situation throughout the day. Okay. This says it right here. I mean, the later the day gets, it'll probably be a little bit easier to determine the final day type, but it may be too late to take advantage of this information. The earlier you can hypothesize this, the greater your opportunities. Remember, anything is a hypothesis and anything can happen. Trade what you see, look for the cheap trades. So that's, kind of a stream of consciousness and thing that I do, or I will do when I'm actively trading, to put myself in the best possible place to find successful trades and to be able to manage risk. Okay. All right. Great question. And all of this between, what I do for the market prep, and if I'm going to be doing that spreadsheet, and which I should do every day if I'm going to be an active trader, it can take anywhere from an hour to an hour and a half. That's why I sit down here at 6 o'clock in the morning. That way at 7:30, I can, take a break, get some more coffee, wash up, brush my teeth, make my bed, get dressed, and sit down, take a deep breath, and engage with all of you and the markets.
Awesome. Thanks, Hoag. And yeah, I see questions coming through the chat. Everybody's looking for a copy of that sheet you just shared. We're going to work on putting together a downloadable copy, but a lot of the same information that Hoag just shared is in our trading checklist that we share with you every morning.
Yes.
We took some information directly from that form and put it in our trading checklist sheet. So you could start there, and we're going to work on getting together another shareable document for you. Also, Hoag, when we first started, you were sharing your notes. Do you still have all of your notes since day one of the pandemic?
No,
No?
no,
What happened to it?
no. I keep about a year of them, and I get rid of the previous year. So
Gotcha.
It's kind
I
of
remember
big
seeing
and
that.
heavy, but
I
here it
remember seeing
is.
that stack on your desk.
I'm not going to be able to do that.
Yeah, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it.
It's an earthquake there, so sorry, but yeah, I mean, from the beginning of last year, it's about yay thick, right
I
here,
believe it.
right behind me.
We should have kept that for posterity. Oh well.
It's a lot of trees, and I hate that, but I got to do things paper and pencil or paper and pen.
Yeah, that's the way a lot of us still do it. I'm in the same boat.
Old school.
All right, let's get moving on. Let's check in with Yasmin. Yasmin says, or asks, Hoag, what are some of your favorite strategies and or indicators to confirm any trade you take? How did you perfect them, and how much in advance do you prepare for your trading day? Well, we answered the last part of that question just a minute ago. But maybe we could, and anybody that's watching knows that you're very in tune with market profile and what goes into that. But
I'm honored that Yasmin thinks I've perfected anything. This is very difficult, and anytime the word perfection creeps into my head, and I'm a Virgo, and I guess we're supposed to be perfectionists, but over and over and over again in my career, I have been taught that I am not perfect, that there is nothing perfect in futures trading. So, I mean, if I had to answer this question, my favorite strategies are things that are based in nuance created by the market profile. Failed auctions, balance rejection, balance acceptance. I always like opening range trades in certain situations. I think they can be really, really profitable if you just stick with the trade in the right direction. I'm always trying to learn a little bit more about everything lately to manage trades. I've been looking at a 1,000 tick chart. Just because to get into a trade, to manage a trade, it's just something I'm learning. Do I have any perfection in any of this? No, I don't. And there's stochastics and RSIs. I've looked at those for years. They're not currently on my charts. Tick charts I looked at a while back, and I took them off. Now I'm putting them back on. Markets are always changing. Markets change people change markets. What worked 1 minute isn't going to work the next. And if you find the right answers, Jasmine, the market is going to change the questions on you. So if I had to just pick one thing, it would be the market profile. It would be the top down approach, watching volume and open interest, and then looking for opportunities based on mostly the profile, mostly the 30-minute chart. I can't really look at a 1 minute chart. The 1,000 tick chart is something that kind of gives me heart palpitations. So if I had to answer that question, that's I think the best I can do. And again, there's periods of time when you're really in tune with the markets. Some people would say you're in the pocket, right? There's periods of time when the market doesn't make a lot of sense. And I think one of the most important things that I've been able to teach myself over the years is to recognize both. When I'm in tune with the market, I'm going to be a lot more active. I'm going to be trading a lot more size. When I'm not in tune with the market, or maybe not in tune with myself, perhaps I'm not centered. Perhaps there's something in my life outside of trading that could affect my trading decisions. I've become very good at recognizing when those situations are in hand, and just not putting myself at risk when I shouldn't be putting myself at risk. It's a great question. I appreciate it, Yasmin, and I think that's probably the best way I can answer it. And every trader is going to come up with a different answer to that question.
Yeah, that's for sure, isn't it? Trying to find perfection in the markets is a very difficult, if not impossible, thing to do. So it's really, for me, it's just about being consistent and keeping in check with how you're feeling at the time, right?
Yep.
What do you got? Oh,
For the next question.
Getting ready for the next question. All right, let's just jump into it then. Jeremiah says, what's your opinion on Mark Douglas and his advice? We all know some of the most famous Mark Douglas books. There's one, Disciplined Trader.
Mm-hmm.
He also wrote
Trading in the Zone.
Trading in the Zone, yep.
That one I've got out on loan.
To who? Go get it back.
I love anything that Mark Douglas says. He's just so on with so much. There's a lot of great trading books, but the Mark Douglas books, I read them a while back, and I think they're just very important for any trader to read. Mark Douglas is the way he writes, the way he thinks, his experience, the things that happened to him in his life in and around trading. He's a cool cat. I wish he was still with us.
Yeah, for sure. He was around for a long time, and he gave some great advice, wrote some great books, and
he sure did.
Everything he said is still relevant to these markets. So that's my opinion on that. Mm-hmm. All right, let's move on to the next one. We got about 6 or 7 minutes left. Kevin wants to know.
These go fast.
Say again?
I said these sessions go so fast.
Oh, I know, for sure, right? All right, let's just keep going though. Sometimes I feel that I lose my confidence without making any mistakes in trading. How could I heal myself? I feel that I'm losing my confidence without making any mistakes. How do you wrap your brain around that? Just getting stretched a little too thin.
Well, if you're trading well and you're perceiving yourself as not making any mistakes, and perhaps they are, perhaps you're in a zone where you're doing everything right for a period of time. I think the lack of confidence is the fear of actually making a mistake or actually taking a trade that isn't going to be a winner. But remember, Kevin, not every good trade is a winning trade. If you feel like you're losing confidence after making a series of winning trades, it's going to happen. Just make sure that you are trading in your strategy, in your process, and accept any of the outcomes, because we're never going to be perfect. We are going to make mistakes. I make mistakes. I've been doing this for 30 some years, and I still make mistakes. And I have to say, okay, well, that was a mistake. I probably knew it before I put it on or before I did something. How do I get a little bit better tomorrow? So, it's maybe not lack of confidence when you're not making mistakes. It's fear of making a mistake because you've been so good. I kind of liken this question, Kevin, to I used to, in the pit, if I had a week-long winning streak or a 2-week-long winning streak, maybe there were some really good days, maybe there were some smaller winning days, whatever it was. Whenever I would start to get nervous, like, okay, I really want to keep this win streak going. I really want to just keep this win streak going. And that pressure would usually create a very bad day. That was the mistake, was demanding that I was keeping the streak going. So the longer the streak went, the winning streak went, the more pressure I was feeling in keeping the streak going. And when it got to a certain point after experiencing some pretty bad days after winning streaks, I said, I'm not going to do that to myself anymore. If things are going well and I start to get that feeling, that pressure, like you got to keep the streak going, I broke the streak under my own terms. I took a day off. End of streak, no pressure to keep a streak going on that next trading day. And I found that really helped me with the fear that, I've been trading really well. When's it gonna snap? When's the snap coming? Well, break the streak on your own. Take a day off. You didn't lose any money. You didn't, maybe you needed a little bit of mental capital rejuvenation, and then you can go on your way, right? I see people, saying you got to see a trading psychologist, this, that, the other. I am not a trading psychologist, but I've had the opportunity to work with many throughout my trading career and at different periods during my trading career. And the things that I suggest were things that were suggested to me and things that I did and things that I learned about myself while talking to and working with trading psychologists. So anything that I talk about as far as trading psychology is concerned, remember, I'm not a psychologist. I would never hold myself out to be one, but I'm sharing my experience. And some of you that have been around for a while, I've really gotten pretty personal on some of these things that were discovered and that I learned about myself when I was working with trading psychologists. And you have to be able to let yourself be vulnerable, whether you're reading books on psychology, whether you're, working with somebody. You have to open yourself up to the changes that trading psychology can make for you. Don't be afraid, Kevin. Your loss of confidence is probably, and again, I'm just taking a stab from things I've learned about myself, is probably fear of that first losing trade or fear of that first mistake. And that first mistake is going to come inevitably. It's just a matter of time of when, not if. So deal with it. Take it in. Own it. Learn from it. Move on.
I don't think you're going to find a better answer than that anywhere. Hope you're listening, Kevin. Thank you, Hoag. All right, Ruth wants to know all the big hitters on your leaderboard. Are they copy trading a few accounts to get those big numbers? Well, it just so we have pretty much every type of trader on that top 10 list. I will say 4 of the traders on our top 10 list are trading just single live funded accounts. We also have a couple traders with a live funded account and 3 XFAs, some with 3 XFAs, some with 2 XFAs. So we run the whole gambit on that leaderboard. But they are on that top 10 list because they are the cream of the crop here at Topstep. You don't see the names on that list changing too often. And I guess there's a reason for that, right? So yeah, they're all different types of traders. They're trading all different types of accounts and all different types of products. So keep that in mind. Thanks. All right, I think we got time for one more. This is an oldie but a goodie, Hoag. Stephen wants to know, how do you find your levels? What's in the secret sauce for the weekly kickoff?
Well, I mean, the weekly kickoff levels are a combination of different things. I'm monitoring volume and open interest and, the health of an auction process, whether it's range bound or whether there is an auction process in longer time frames. If you were to, I'm going to give everybody a hint here. If you were to reverse engineer those levels, you would probably kind of get a sense of where they come from. What are they and why are they? I'm going to put this link in to the chat right now. If you ever wondered what the weekly kickoff levels are, and at least this trader found them to be really useful and helpful. This is a trader, and he's here sometimes. His name is Kevin Lavin, and he's a charter technical analyst, and he put this article in his LinkedIn page, and he sent it to me, and I said I thought this was really one of the best ways to kind of talk about what these weekly kickoff levels are and why they're where they're at. And they're meant to kind of fish out or alert myself and you to levels that are probably going to be likely noticed and important to the longer time frame, other time frame, big pockets traders. A lot of them are based relatively close to or on naked points of control, measured moves, technical analysis, and a little bit of I don't know. I always say chicken bones and tea leaves because trading to me is as much an art as it is a science. As a matter of fact, I think right in this book, no, that's another book. I heard a quote that said, "To be a trader, you have to have the mind of an engineer and the courage of an artist." So I kind of collect all that together. I think about it. I do my homework, and then these levels they kind of find me, and those are the ones that I put out. As far as shorter time frame levels, it's always based, loosely around technical analysis and market profile information levels, those kinds of things. So, if you're interested in Kevin's article on, the weekly kickoff levels, what they are, what they mean, I think this article says it better than I can. Kevin's he's around when we were doing the market preps and make Hoag monies. And he found that they were really useful for him, and he put that article on his LinkedIn page. And I saved the link, and so you can read it if you want to. Tea leaves and chicken bones, right? So that's really where those levels come from. And again, they're put together to really try and anticipate maybe a little bit. I mean, we can't forecast anything. We can anticipate with the knowledge that we have where longer time frame traders are likely to adjust their inventories. And sometimes we hit it well. Sometimes we hit it right on. Sometimes, the market may become magnetic towards those levels, which indicates a lack of decision by the longer time frame. Maybe the longer time frame needs to think about what they're going to do there for a little while. We saw that last week and the week before, I think, in the NASDAQ, where price just really centered around the weekly kickoff level before it moved away from it. So check out that article. Blessings to you all. And that's about it, huh, JD?
That indeed is it. We are out of time, but stick around. We got more tradertainment coming your way. Oh, Hoag, you got some dad wisdom?
Yeah.
Coming up next, we have Strategy Lab with Anne-Marie. You're going to have Robert, another hour of Hoag and Anne-Marie, and then we're going to close out the day in Power Hour with Dolby, Coach Jay, and David Green. Let's hit that dad wisdom, and we are going to get out of here. Go for it,
You
Hoag.
guys have heard me all say this before. You guys have all heard everybody say this before, but that's my dad. On the floor of the Chicago Board of Trade, you can see that badge right there is the badge that's right behind me. He always told me, the hardest steel comes from the hottest forge. I'd call him after a bad day, and he'd say, well, that's the way you learn, kid. Again, the hardest steel comes from the hottest forge. I'd say, I'm so tired of hearing that, Dad. But he'd say, it's true. So everybody, trade well. I'll see you in just a few minutes. Looking forward to hanging out with Robert and Anne-Marie for Strategy Lab.
Greetings, traders and Eclipse viewers. I'll come out, hopefully some of you across the United States here or across the world get a chance and an opportunity to see it. I'm in Massachusetts. It's going to be bouncing on here in about another hour, so hopefully we're going to take a peek at it. Welcome, Hoag. Welcome, Anne-Marie. It's maybe about 2 weeks since we were all together. It was a blast last time. Looking forward to it again today, and we're actually going to bookend this week because we're going to do it again on Friday. So this is Strategy Lab with Anne-Marie with Hoag. Hoag, give you your voice to rest there. We're going to get right back into it. Anne-Marie, how are you doing?
I am doing very well. I am a super science nerd, so I've been really looking forward to the eclipse today. I've been watching the telescope on NASA because I think on the south coast of Florida, which is where I sit, we have about I think it's maybe 64 or 74, something like that, right on the edge. And so I've been looking at the NASA telescopes, watching it. So it's about a total eclipse at Mazatlan right now.
Mm-hmm.
So
right now.
Yeah.
Nice.
So
nice. There you go. We get about a 98% up here in Mass, so I'll be definitely looking forward to that. There's two of us that work in Mass that work for TopStep. So myself and Tim, both on TopstepTV. TV. So we'll be bouncing outside for a minute. I hope everybody else has seen it too. And enough of that. But I guess today on Strategy Lab, we're going to do some talking about some different types of gaps. And I think you have some input for us and some maybe some resources that we can go and we can take a look at. So a gap, there's a couple of them. You have like gaps between candles. We have gaps from the close of one day to the open of the next. That's literally the day to an hour later for the Asian market. And then we have daily gaps where did the US market close and where did it open today? And all kinds of opportunities for potentially trade there. So Emery, you want to start with that? And then I think Sean's got a couple of charts loaded up that we'll take a look at as well. So please.
You moved the chart over there. So last week, Austin, who's one of our guys that's come over from Forex space, he was talking about different types of stats that he likes to look at. And he mentioned this place called Edgeful. And so what I did was I took a look at these, not the gap fills, but the opening ranges to see what happens and to see how it happens by weekday, which is super interesting. So we spend a lot of time trading gaps, and we'll either call them, and help me with this, Hoag, we'll call them it'll tell us that the market is actively looking for new prices, either higher or lower, and that's when we get out of the range of the prior day. Is that correct? Yes? Okay. And
yes.
So
it's a form of imbalance.
There we go. And so help me with that definition again. If we're out of balance, it means that traders are going to be hunting for higher prices or lower prices, correct?
Yeah, like if the market opens outside of the previous day's regular trading hour range, that's what I consider a gap. So it is saying that there's a probability that something has changed overnight with the collective perception of value. And when we open with that gap, typically one of two things is going to happen. It's either going to leave that gap at the end of the day and continue in the direction of the gap, or it may close the gap and then continue in the direction of the gap, or price may come back into the previous day's range in balance and perhaps leave the daily range overlapping to higher. And the least of all probabilities is if we were to open above a previous day's range and then close a day below that previous day's range. And if you're in an uptrend and that happens, that would be considered a key reversal day.
Yes. Okay.
A bearish engulfing pattern, something like that would be something you would call something like that.
Okay. And so what was super interesting about these sorts of gaps, I wanted to sort of dovetail it into our look at the markets where you trade that 1 minute formation versus something that's a fair bit wider, and how we might play around with some strategies associated with that. So you said you had something on T2, the market shows T4. Sorry.
Yes.
Yes.
So what Anne-Marie is talking about is the opening range, which I typically, for consistency's sake and for risk management's sake, use a 1 minute opening range. Now, what's an opening range? Well, back in the day in the trading pit, before electronic trading, all of the trading had to occur inside the regular trading hours. In the S&Ps, that was 8:30. The opening range was established after all of the brokers around the trading pit had completed all the orders that were due fills right on the open. If it was a slow day, that it may be, just a handle wide, 4 ticks wide, and only take 36 seconds to finish. If it was a very busy day, it may take 5 minutes and several handles of price range with which to finish filling all those orders that were due fills on the open. So the exchange would then take a look at the range, and they would bring a piece of paper around to all the brokers and say, okay, we think the opening range should be from here to here. And if you filled all your orders that were due fills on the open between those two levels, you would say, I agree. If you traded outside of there, you'd say, no, I need the opening range to go actually, 2 ticks higher, because that's where I had an execution during the opening range. So I didn't have to adjust anything to my customers because I filled their orders outside of the opening range. So, the context of the opening range in pit, it was human. If there were a lot of orders to be traded, it may take 5 minutes to finish the opening range. In electronic trading, if there's something somebody wants to get done right away, they have to click a button. So that's why I've kind of rat-holed my opening range to 1 minute. I think 1 minute is plenty of time for somebody that wants to get something done in electronic trading, right on the open, get it done, no problem. But I know that there are a lot of other people out there that look at the opening range in different time frames. Some maybe 2 minutes, and some maybe 5 minutes, some maybe 15 minutes, some even 30 minutes, and some would even call the initial balance an opening range. But that all that does when you expand that time frame is to expand the risk. Okay, Anne-Marie.
Exactly.
Yes.
That's exactly right. And Hoag, to add on to that, trading the gaps, it's something I really started out with myself, was taking the gaps, really just, you can call them fading them, gap fills, whatever you want. I actually started doing that as well as the opening range. And the point I want to make here is that the opening ranges are could be different per trader, per instrument. Opening range of London on NQ, if you're trading that, you may have a really different approach than the opening range on, let's say, oil during the US market. So we need to take all of this in context. I just want to be clear on that, because even though you have different opening ranges, some traders, like you said, use 1, some use 5, some use 15, and some just use the hour opening initial balance of the first hour. It really matters based on the trader, right? And again, in the instrument, your risk tolerance and everything else. So it's not a hard and fast set rule. And you also said one more thing, Hoag, I want to make sure everybody catches on to. I am an opening range trader. I only trade the ES, and I trade a 1 minute opening range. Well, I'm going to trade it different if it's 2 ticks or 20 points, right? So we need to be able to go with the flow and make sure we have a plan around what if this, what if that, and how are you going to trade these different scenarios, rather than just a hard set rule. It's like, hey, if it goes out of the opening range, I'm going long. Well, if it's 30 points, you may not want to. If it's 2 ticks, you may not even want to trade it.
Right.
Well, let's see what the opening balance looks like. So just the different variations and options around the opening range trades. I would like to get back to the different types of gaps, and especially what we're going to have with Anne-Marie. We'll look at my chart right now. I'm going to show one quick little thing and then kick it back over to Anne-Marie. I marked 2 areas. This is just a Dow 5 minute because I had it up on my chart. This here I've highlighted. This is from Friday's close to today's Asia open. And I'm just eyeballing here. I know it's not specific. So what I would like to do with this is, if I'm interested in taking and fading this gap, well, I'm going to short into it when it breaks and have my target down below. And as we can see, we did get entered right here if I took this. and my target is, I'm saying right here, let me get the levels for you. It was right around 39,280, and the target is right around 247. So that's what I would be entering. So that was my entry point. Now, if I'm doing a one-to-one, it's pretty straightforward. Again, I'm just going to eyeball the size of this, but there would be roughly a one-to-one ratio where I'm entering here. My stop is above at like 307, and my target is down here. And lo and behold, it did fill that gap. It looks like about 7:30 Central Time. The second gap I just plotted on this chart is the close of yesterday's market, and then I also plotted the open of the U.S. market, which was roughly in this area, which is 281, roughly. Just eyeballing this. And what if I wanted to fade that gap? Well, guess what? Would have entered, should say. My stop was one-to-one ratio was right around 314, 15. And the target was the same because I'm targeting that area. So if you wanted to trade both of those scenarios, your Asia fade gap or your US gap fade to the previous day, those are two really good solid trades. Do they work every time? Hell no, of course not. But that's how we have risks in place. And I kind of wanted to show the difference. And I happen to have YM. We can look at any other instrument if chat wants to see one while Anne-Marie is going through that other site that you were talking about. There was more information on there. So I'd like to kick it back over to you to finish up with that.
Sure thing. And so we could even look at the YM. What's super interesting about these, a long time ago, when I was really learning different things from my toolkit, I started learning the gap trade. And so there is a guy, and his first name is Scott, but they called him the gap guy. And he probably is still out there. He's just done a tremendous stuff. All he does is trade the gaps. If there's not a gap, he doesn't trade it. As soon as the gap fills, he leaves. And he's got a few things on how gaps will fill. But what I found really interesting was I just took a look at from January to current to April. It's the first trading day in January, or maybe just a couple of days after, by the ES. And we can see that on Mondays, get this, for a gap up, 62% of them aren't filled. And for a gap down, 60% of them are not filled. And so it's telling us that we have trending going on in the market, right? The gap doesn't fill because the gap stays and the market continues down based on, whatever it is that's going on in the broad market. And when we look at that from the trading formations that you set up for us, John, like here, as we're staring down these profiles, when you look at those 1 minutes, if we notice that, Mondays and Fridays have a tendency to, that's interesting about Fridays. That's
See if we get Anne-Marie's chart up there if it's possible.
Okay, so take a look at this interesting thing right here. This is just this month, this is just from January to April. And so these are all the gaps that get filled. On Monday, 62% and then 60% if it's gapping down or gapping up. So that tells us, hey, we've got trending motion that's likely on Monday, which has a tendency to reinforce John's opening tick trade for that opening 1 minute. If it gaps down or if it gaps up, it gives more power to the fact that John's opening range trade break is going to have more legs. On Tuesdays, check this out. Since the year started, every single gap that's occurred on Tuesdays has been filled. Gap up, like every gap up has been filled. Take a look at Fridays. For Fridays, you'd think that because Fridays, I I always in my mind think, hey, Fridays are trending. My mind seems to gravitate to that, but this says that's not the case. It says that gaps up are usually filled, 63%, gaps down, 75% of them are filled, saying that, hey,
On a
the
Friday.
market, a little bit more bullish. So if you've got an opening range trade on Friday that gaps down, there's only a 25% chance that it's actually going to continue down without coming back to fill into that opening range. So this is a really, go ahead.
And Marie, let me ask you, how are they defining a gap?
Okay, so great. So a gap is the 9:30 open and the settlement price for closing. So that's how they're whatever the settlement is, and then 9:30 open. So they're using no, I shouldn't say settlement. The 4 p.m. close and a 9:30 open is what they're using for their stats here. They're not using Globex.
In essence, basically settlement.
Yes.
So a gap in this regard is not necessarily a market that opens outside of the previous day's range. It's anytime it's away from settlement or 3 o'clock close. Okay.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah, that's exactly what I used to trade, John, the same way, just going that exact way. It's like, hey, what was the price? Settlement price, closing price are so close. It's it's irrelevant, but it's really close. And they, all right, great. Our U.S. market opened at this level. This is the distance. And then you need to make your adjustments there. So at the time trading NQ, if it was 150 points, it's a little too steep for me. So I'll wait for something else. If it's 50 or 40 or 30, it's probably going to close right off the bat.
John, I know what you're going after right there. I saw what you were saying right there. So let's dig down on what John's actually saying. And please tell me if I got this off track. Well, what John is saying is, hey, listen, the data that you're looking at is not quite going to be in line with what an opening range trade looks like if the opening range trade is made and it's in value and in range. Is that what you were after?
Kind of, yeah, because I know that there's different ways that people will gauge a gap. Most of the time, to me, the market has to open outside of the previous day's range. A close to the one extreme of the previous day's range closes the gap. Not all the way to settlement, just to one extreme or the other of the previous day. So, like...
Okay, so while you're going through that, let me ask you this. You've been killing these opening range trades lately. You've had some really pretty ones that you've taken. Is there, if something is in range and in value, does it affect how you view? Yes.
Yes.
Okay,
yes.
Help us understand how.
Okay. Today, there was no range. There was, we opened right in the middle of Friday's area of value. As a matter of fact, you can even see it here on this. Here's Friday's value high, Friday's value low. We can say that it's 52.35 to 52.68. Our overnight high, very close to 52.68, the value area high. Okay, the overnight high was 52.69 quarter, within a few ticks of the value high from Friday. The overnight low was 52.3650. Value low from Friday was 36.55 half. So 4 ticks away. So we've already got an inside day and an inside value area day by the time the market opens up in regular trading hours. The market opens, doesn't leave the opening range at either extreme, which is what I would be looking for in this case. Trades to value high from yesterday, to 52.6850, went 1 tick above it, turns around, and then comes back and retests the low of the initial balance, leaves a failed auction at the bottom. Where does that failed auction go to? Overnight value low, doesn't even get to Friday's value low, and then comes back inside the initial balance, which creates a rotational day because S&Ps have traded above the initial balance and below the initial balance. And for all of you that don't know the initial balance is this dark blue line here, and it represents the first hour of the regular trading hour session. Okay. So this is the overnight profile. This is the regular trading hour profile. Okay. So when I saw this morning, I said, well, I'm probably not going to be doing much today. And if I am, I'm going to let the market establish some extremes, and I'm going to fade those extremes. Unless something breaks out, I can print money all day. Bam, 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 back and forth. Right. So now let's go back to this one. This was Friday's profile, right? Thursday, we had the big dump day. Opening range is dead ass low. But it closed in range, but out of value in a market that exhibited a lack of balance at the end of the day, the previous day. So this was an opening range trade I was going to take. This one, not so much.
Gotcha. Okay.
All
right.
So, and then when it comes to ranges, this was the first and the second. The range was, the low of the range here was 52.82. The opening range actually ended up being a decent opportunity, but not an entire day and not an all day sucker. The high of the initial balance was 52.55 even. It was left at the high of the day until the very end of the day. This was a very small range, but it never did close the gap. So when it doesn't close the gap and leaves the opening range at the high of the day, this is a day that I'm looking for shorts. Does it play out for me? Not at the end of the day. The next day we opened in range and in value, but we had an opening range to the downside that failed. We have an opening range to the upside that succeeds. But most of the time, I'm probably not going to be taking an opening range trade if it's right in the middle of value from the previous day. It's saying on the open that there's very little change to the perception of value here. And you can see later on in the session here, the market did offer opportunity to come back into the opening range at the end of the day. And then we saw a nice bounce off after that.
Okay, so the tight bars where the very small opening range, not the initial balance where you're talking about that. Yes, right there. Would you be looking at that during the course of the day? And if it gets up over the top of that initial balance of would you say, hey, I think some longs can really defend here? What would you? Okay.
Yeah, because we look at this initial balance and let's kind of eyeball 55 down to 35. So it's a 20 point open initial balance. It's a very relatively small initial balance for the S&Ps. So it's not going to take a whole lot of energy to push this market higher once it breaks out above it. It ran out of time.
Yeah, I got to plot that. I don't plot that, and I think I'm going to start plotting that on my charts.
Anne Marie, quick question. Maria, could you mind sharing the website, the name of that you were sharing on your screen? We had a couple questions on the chat. I just don't want it to us to lose it.
Sure, it's Edgeful. Edgeful. I talked to the developer of this. He's an ex-Goldman guy, young fella. I think he'd be a great guy to come on and yak technical things with us because he's an Excel geek. And so I'll send his name over to you guys. He'll be he is just a numbers wonk. And he just wanted to get out of the Goldman rat race. And so I think he's I think it's a really nice fit. And he might be a pretty fun guest for us, but that's what it is. It's Edgeful and
Full, Edgeful, Full.
FUL. FUL. Yeah, I don't understand the name either, but there we go. But yeah, I found it to
have a
be
strategy. You want it edgeful,
yeah, that's right. Instead of edgeless, I guess.
right?
Yeah. So yeah, that's what that one is. So if we could go back to your chart right there, John, and let me just dig through a little bit because I'm going to draw another kind of a TPO thing on Motive Wave and see if I can always keep track of that initial balance, because it might, although I have a tendency to trade well before that, it would be a really nice way to say, hey, I should stay in the trade. And now, of course, Max Maserati's heard his name called 52,000 times since the magnificent trade he had last week sometime, whenever that was. But last week's Thursday, I think it was, something like that. But if we were looking at the breakdown of those things and we go, well, it's fallen through the initial balance of that day, and then it can sort of map out where we might head next in terms of the recent initial balances. And I am just spitballing right here in terms of where it actually started holding traction. I want to see if it has anything to do with the initial balances of times past. So I'm going to build a couple of TPO profiles on Motive Wave and check that range break to see how it did and see if we can use that as something to go, hey, heads up, this is the initial balance of XYZ. You know what I mean?
Well,
so, look.
When the market becomes directional like that, it's going to focus more on naked points of control than extremes of initial balance.
Oh, okay. Now, if we were to talk about why that is it because the market desires to build more uniform-looking profiles in terms of where things have been tested, or why do you think these naked points of control become more important?
Well, I think it
Am
comes
I asking
from
the right question?
No, it's a great question.
Okay.
And points of control are comfortable levels. So if a market is out of balance, what is it seeking?
Balance.
So it's going to try and seek out previous areas of balance or comfort when it is out of balance like that. So take a look at the NASDAQ here. Okay, this is last Thursday, right? We ranged, we hung around up here. Max got short up here, and the market fell apart. It went through a weekly kickoff level. It went through there was only one naked point of control, and it walked right through these. But when we get to the low here and we look left, so what was the low? 18,069.
Look at that.
Interesting.
18,069, 18,000. There is a naked point of control down here somewhere because it went right to it. 16 right here.
So you saw this in times past. Now,
Yes.
Max was trading the ES.
Yes. Right. Oh, yeah. I was just going to show you how.
But it happened in the NQ also, is what you're saying.
Yes, it did. Yes, it did. Yeah, but it's not showing that right here on this platform because there was I think I was looking at this point of control here, which was 79. This one is 69 right here, and that's that low. But it did actually go through that before. I'm wondering how I had that still on my charts. But I mean, it's still, it's still seeking comfort down at that level.
They are definitely magnet areas when are looking at them. And, you can go back. Everybody says like hindsight, but it's not. It's hindsight when you're trying to find the assistant areas. But it's something that you can keep on your chart, even though that I know you scroll back. That looked like about 10 or 12 days or whatever it was.
Right.
But it just showed that once we built up, came down a little, built a little higher, came down, built a little. And we start making those profiles, especially the P-shaped profiles. We keep going up with it, and then all of a sudden, we need to seek that balance. It was just so far, like you said in the opening call, for like weeks now, John. It's just these equities are resilient. They just go up and up and up, and then every once in a while, you have that correction where I think you and I'm not a long-term holder like this, but I have a very good agreement with you on this. Where a lot of traders we're seeing that it's a big giant sell-off. We're done. The market's crashing. I think you looked at it the same way, or a similar way. That it's like, no. It was just, it was time. It just has a correction, and we're going back.
It was time.
It needed to take all. It was time, right?
We talked all early last week. This market is at risk of changing market state, and it has.
Correct. Right. And patience,
Right.
man. This is talk about patience. It's patience being in a 10-minute trade. Never mind 10 days.
I mean, here in the S&Ps, that low from last Thursday was 51.94. 51.82 half is a naked volume point of control. It didn't get there. Sometimes what doesn't happen is as important as what does, because the following day we open with the opening range at the low of the day and we rallied.
Yep. That's a key move of yours too. Speaking of opening ranges, where if it's a medium-sized opening range, the opening range is the low of the day, and you stay above it with a little bit of a retest. It's not always, but often
I love
be a trending upward
That's
day,
one
right?
of my. I let that ring in my ears a lot. If I hear John say that, and he'll remind me to go, wait a second, silly, pay attention to direction. And if the low is made at the open, it's telling you we've got directional motion here, right? If it breaks and then holds again and breaks and then holds again, totally different story. But if you are looking at the low of the day coming in at the open, or even the high of the day coming in at the open, like it was on Thursday, last week Thursday, we saw that, we talked about it, came all the way back down, and that, it's golden. There's some little things that you can keep as the guardrails, right? And one of those is, where was that opening range, and where are we right now with respect to that opening range? For sure.
For sure. Yeah. And it's easy enough to just throw them on the chart. It doesn't take long. Leave it on there, put a label on it. It'll just be there when you're ready, especially if the market was doing, like John was showing us, up, up, up. And then you had that Thursday that took everything out and just on NQ and ES, just filled the whole, flew right through a whole bunch of naked point of controls. So it reached down to that value area again. And then, those will be way off your chart if you mark them, and as just getting closer, you're zooming in on your chart and zoom out, zoom in, look left on them and say, oh, wait a minute, there is something down here.
Yeah.
It's a potential, right? It's a magnet area.
Always
Obviously,
look
it's not
left.
given, nothing.
Always
Absolutely,
look left,
yeah.
right? So, this was the 1 minute opening range, and the risk on this was about 88 points. The total range of the day was 66. So the potential, if we held this and got out at the high, like Max, huge reward.
Yeah.
But we were talking earlier about expanding the time frame of the initial balance or the opening range. This will be a 5 minute opening range on that day. There's the 5 minute opening range. So that risk becomes 19 quarter, about 15 handles.
Yeah.
Pretty big on ES.
That's big. I can't even imagine what it would be on the NQ.
You want to see
yeah.
Yeah,
That is something because it moves so far, so fast.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay, so the thing about the NASDAQ, the opening range was not the low of the session, but if we add time to it, still
wasn't. Yeah, maybe the 15 minute. Try the 15 minute.
15.
Barely. There
it is.
That was it.
15.
There it is. But that risk is 182 through 102.
80 points.
80 handles.
80 plus points.
80 handles. Wow. $1,600 risk.
Right. But
Wow.
if you took it and you stayed in, you know, it's worth 280 points at the high. At the high.
That's a hard hold right
80
there.
points.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, it looks like there's a lot of activity, just a lot of chats and traders in chat talking about different areas of the country. They're starting to see some of this darkness head over their area. So hopefully everybody is having a chance for an opportunity to see some of that. And in preparation for this, I did make a new little background over here we'd like to see, and we'll take a quick look at the markets. But let me get out of the way. Yeah, we know we love our... get out of here. Here we go. So this was just saying, give me the eclipse and a futuristic view with a day trading theme. And this is what it came up with. You want to see the irony? This looks pretty good, right? The city, I don't know why they consistently put in these like flying things and flying animal, flying creature stuff. But here's the funny part. Look what it did. It put these X's all over the place. I did not do that. It's like, it's got to be getting a handle on me right now. Something else. Something else like that. Before I kick it back over, could you switch over to my chart briefly? I want to answer a question in the chat before we move it out. There we go. Thank you very much. After showing that YM, because I happen to be on it, traders asked me to just show the same thing on NQ. So this is it. This area here, I used a different one. It looks like here's our gap up. So I'm an idiot. Okay, let's move our gap where it really should be because it's a downward candle. So this is our gap up. We can see it was a 38 drop down. If we did a 1-to-1 on this, we can see obviously we never hit it. But there's our gap. And if we came into this, if we held on to this a little bit down here, it looked like it took from 15 to 7 to about 2.5 hours to close that. The gap I'm talking about is the previous day, so Friday's closing price, Friday settlement. And then the open of the Asian market right back to it. The white line here at the bottom is roughly 18,310. That is eyeballing the settlement price. And this line at the top at 18,360, so a 50-point difference. That is the open of the U.S. market. And lo and behold, what did we do? As soon as the market opened, it went right to filling the U.S. close to U.S. session open. It just faded right back into it. So I'm not saying this is 100%. Nothing is. But when the statistics showed, Anne-Marie shared that website, I am dying to see if it's going to do the same thing tomorrow. It's been 100% on that website. So keep that into consideration, right? If it's pulling that gap up and it's filling it 100% of the time at this point anyway, it's not going to do it forever. Just keep it. It's something to keep in mind. And the reason I'm saying this, folks, traders, and you guys too, we all trade different sessions. We know we on fast markets we're hammering away at the U.S. Open. We know Dakota likes a lot of the overnight stuff. We know like Coach Vince that trades some of the afternoons. I do some overnight. I do some pre-market. They're all different ways of looking at the market. But let's say you typically trade Asian Open, and you can't for some reason. Well, try it in London. Right? There's always another opportunity. If you miss the gap fade, maybe you get the breakout, the opening range breakout of the next session. You don't happen to get the opening range breakout, you can look statistically and say, well, maybe let's take a initial balance trade. So it's not one size fits all. It's not the same thing every single day. Every trader, every market, every account is all going to be different. We're just giving some examples. That's the whole idea behind this strategy lab. And at this session, it's not a lot of like firing in and out of these trades. That's for fast markets, power hour, and some others. This here, we're talking strategy, and this is what it's all about. This would happen to be about gaps. Anne-Marie is sharing the information she found. Hoag is relating that into some of the other profiles and the magnets of the point of control areas and the different types of opening range breakouts. And you need to adjust and need to adapt to those. We just saw, hey, NQ, 1 minute opening range. Yeah, we could do that. If we went to a 5 minute opening range, that might be a little bit too much risk for these accounts that we have. So I just wanted to make sure I reached out and I touched on that NQ, sharing the same thing on the YM. It was request from the chat. We want to make sure we fulfill everybody's requests. Yeah, Marie, what else do you have for us? We got about 10 minutes left. So yeah, run it out for us.
Those are really great points, Robert, in the sense that, so today in Strategy Lab, we talked about ranges and gaps, right? So we have the ranges and gaps. Also, all of this week for the NQ, we can see that all the Tuesday gaps have been filled on the gap upside. All the Thursday fills, the gap downs have all been filled. So very interesting. So Tuesday, a bearish day, generally, if it gaps up, it fades and fills the gap. Thursdays, if it gaps down, it fills the gap. So super interesting. But what really all we've done today is say, hey, listen, there are some things that happen right near the open that can really help frame out whatever strategies that you're looking for. So the takeaway is this. You've got to pay attention to those opening ranges. And of course, when you're sitting, let's say you have this stat and you're coming into Tuesday and you go, all right, well, my gaps up get filled, and you're sitting here on Topstep and you go, hey, if I happen to gap up tomorrow, it doesn't mean immediately go ahead and go short. What it means is, all right, you look at where it is that it's gapping up. If it's heavy resistance, you can say, I can see why that might be a good area to short. When we give you these instances of things to look at, as newer traders or traders looking for an edge, we have a tendency to go, oh, well, I'm just going to short that. We forget to go step 1, 2, 3, 4. We forget to go through our OODA loop. And the takeaway from all these things we're talking about in terms of gaps and range breaks and all the sorts of things that we've discussed today, just remember it's got to come back to the space where you go, hold on, I see what that stat is saying, but I don't know, was it Bill Parcells that said statistics is for losers? I don't know, but it sounds like something he would say. So you have to think, wait a second, that's just a statistic. It's not an absolutism. Can I see, hey, we gapped up. Can I see it fading? And, can I see where my target might be? And then enter the trade. Don't rush to these concepts as, oh, this is going to be, my holy grail. Because as soon as we think we have a holy grail, the whole market is going to shift. And all the traders are going to start doing something else. And we're going to have to go, oh, wait a second. That's different. It's just like what John said about 10 minutes ago. He said, hey, we've got a little bit of market state that might be changing. And that certainly is something that we're looking at now. And if the market state is changing, it means that price action can shift. And so we just have to pay attention. Again, price, 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 price.
Well, I'll echo that same sentiment that statistics, they are statistics. And just because it happened before does not mean it's going to happen again. But there's a thing called probabilities that we go on. Mm-hmm. You just shared probabilities, Anne-Marie, of on Tuesdays. If it's a gap up, it's nearly 100%. It was 100. It's going to fill that gap.
Yeah, it has been 100% since January.
Yeah. Awesome, 100%. And what was it in for the Thursday gap
Let's
up?
See what it is for the Thursdays on gaps down, they get filled to the upside, and then on Tuesdays, gaps up get filled. So it means that things are moving downside. But let's go to a year and see how that shifts. Right? Still 75% of the gaps up get filled in a whole year. And then on Thursdays, let's see. So It's really, these Tuesdays and Thursdays are statistically significant in terms of Thursdays being more bullish and Tuesdays being more bearish. right?
when there's a
'Cause we're
gap
looking at the-
present and we're only looking at one data point, we're not looking at anything else. Like, was there news? Was it a holiday week? Like, none of that stuff is
Exactly.
there. This is one data point, and it is very, very impressive. I'm going to quote Hoag on this before I kick it back over here to his comments. And from what you were saying earlier, Anne-Marie, Hoag, you're right in front of me, man. I'm going to quote you on this one. Just when you know the answer, the market changes the question.
Exactly. 100%. Oh my gosh. Don't you wish that wasn't true? But it is.
Boy,
it is true. And
it is something else.
You got to embrace it. Embrace it. And just manage the risk, you know?
If we know
I get so much out of listening to Nick. Exactly.
Right.
You know, I do. I get so much out of shoulder tap. And it's all about managing that risk. If you manage the risk, you can live to trade another day. Just don't go out betting the farm. And if you think that you're not like that, but you actually are, you really have to look at yourself in the mirror and go, hang on, am I working in the market like I'm buying lottery tickets? Or am I working in the market like I'm building a business? And that's so important, right? Because they're two totally different mindsets. And trading for a long time, I've met people that really are on both sides of that, whether they want to, whether they want to say it or
Believe
not.
it or not.
Yeah.
Yeah. Right. I would love to see more of a data point on those. We just saw that we went from 100%. You went back for a year, and it still was up there on both the gap up and gap down Tuesday to Thursday. Now, imagine if we just pulled some of the data out of that and said, well, what is of those days that it didn't close? I'm going to throw a total random number. The gap happened to be over 100 points in NQ. Okay. So now we just add that to it and say,
gotcha.
Oh, here's a gap
So
up.
gap
It's less than 100
size.
points. We're going to reduce the amount. And this is just speculation. But imagine looking at the reasons when it didn't fill. Is there a commonality on that, right? And the potential in there. I know that when I do trading and a big adjustment I made, I do this mathematical, my own brain algo calc. And if my targets were more than 20 points, I was losing 80% of those. I no longer trade targets more than 20 points. That's the point I was making with what you were showing.
That.
I would love to see some more data behind that as to, okay, we didn't lose a lot of them, but of the gaps that didn't follow that procedure of filling, be really curious to see it. I saw they were in the chat, so that'd be wonderful. Yeah, that's wonderful.
Yeah,
John, you got a couple minutes left. I'd like to give you the last word, sir.
Can you ask him, when we're talking about gap fills to settlement or the last price, how much of that is due to overnight inventory adjustment?
Ooh.
In other words, it's the shorter time frame, weaker hands traders that are moving price away from that level overnight. If they don't get what they're looking for, they bail and they bring price back to settlement to close that gap.
So do we think this might be a measure of volume?
I think it can do a couple of things, because what do we have? There's certain things. We have contract rollover, which can be hairy. We have holidays, which are going to throw a different thing as well. You know, when they have that extra day. Now, whether the holidays close on a Friday or close on a Monday, maybe that has something to do with it. Or maybe it's just, if it's been up for 5 days in a row and there's another gap up, it just doesn't fill. I don't know the answers to those, but those are their hypothesis, their questions we need to throw into the mix just to get us a little bit closer to that better probability. But man, that is still really, really cool, really good.
Very
statistics as
interesting,
to,
right?
hey,
Yeah.
Tuesdays and Thursdays. Yeah. So at the very, very least, Anne-Marie, with what you shared, if the market gaps up and it's a Wednesday, maybe I don't touch it. If it's Tuesday, I'm going to take a shot.
Yeah, exactly.
Way to go.
Exactly.
Way to go, folks. Any last words? We have about 1 minute left. Real quick for both of you, then we'll sign off. We'll get out into the Power Hour with Master Adobe, Coach Jay, and actually David Green is going to jump on too. So Anne-Marie, close us. Give us the last minute here, and then we'll sign off.
I hate to be a broken record. Just manage your risk. I hear Mick talk about how many days people last in a live account, how many days they get to the FXA and XFA and blow out. And it makes me go, pay attention to your risk. Pay attention to your risk. And if I'm sitting there going, pay attention to my risk, maybe that's something that we should all be thinking all the time. Hey, I need to pay attention to my risk. And I have to send that mantra to myself because I'm always swinging a little bigger because it's fun, but I've been tapering that down, and it looks like I still need to taper it down.
You're a gunslinger.
I am. Calamity again.
It's always nice. It's always nice to hear that again. It's not really a broken record. We have so many traders coming in and out of chats and watching the show. It could be 2 months from now. Great to hear it again with manage your risk. And as I always say, we have entries, targets, and stops, right? We know our entry because we put it on. We know our stop because we know our risk. We don't know the target, but we get the best that we can with it. All right, folks, that is going to do it for us. We have Jovi is going to take control of the power hour. It's been a little rangy here for the past, well, it looks like around lunchtime has got it. Coach Jay is going to be on. I love that guy. And of course, David Green is going to be here as well, giving his expertise. That guy is a walking encyclopedia of knowledge as well. We're happy to have all of us on there. Hope we can get outside. It's starting to darken up a little bit here in Mass. And everybody else have a great day. Thank you both for being here again. Love it. And we will sign off now. Take care, everybody.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to a very special Eclipse edition of Power Hour. Very special guests here, Coach Jay and David Green here. I'll be honest, it feels like I am just sitting inside of a tinted Honda Civic right now. That's basically what the Eclipse is, as far as I can tell. How do we feel about the Eclipse today, gentlemen? And how has the trading been? A little choppy.
Yeah, I think everyone's staring at the sun right now, trying to figure out what's going on. Not a lot of volume, but we'll see what we can get out of this power hour. Maybe when all the traders come back and they can't see, we can take advantage of some trades.
Yeah, right. And then, David, how has the trading session been? Have you enjoyed these markets thus far?
Yeah, again, it's been really choppy. I agree. We had a couple of nice moves in the futures that set up for a couple of nice trades for us. If we look at the last 2 hours, we're just in this tight little range here. Nothing is setting up to do at all.
Yeah.
So it's been fairly quiet. We had the big dipsy doodle around 12 o'clock that set up for a trade, and since then it's just been chop city. So not a lot to do.
It has definitely been chop city. So when you have a day like this, I mean, are you anticipating this because you did your research on Sunday and you knew that there was going to be more economic releases on Wednesday and Thursday, or do you just take whatever happens?
I 100% take whatever happens. We got to be aware of all the news that's coming out. And like you said, we got CPI and PPI on Wednesday and Thursday. So those will be the big events that move the markets this week. But I don't do any homework, guys. I don't read the Wall Street Journal. I don't look at Barron's. We're day traders. I come in the morning, look at my charts, things set up to trade. That's when we're going to make trades.
Yeah, I'm with you on that one, David. I feel like reading the news sometimes can cloud your judgment, right? And you start making opinions about something that should happen, and ultimately we have to read what the market is going to do.
Yeah, it's a analysis by paralysis.
Right.
Keep it simple.
Yeah. It looks like the indices are starting to roll a little bit, but my goodness, are they incredibly range bound today?
Very tight. Yeah, there was a small imbalance. It was a little over 1 billion shares on the sell side, which isn't really enough to move the markets. When we get up to 2-3 billion, that's when you'll see some giant moves come out around 3 o'clock. This was very, very small. So we did have 1 billion for sale. We had just about 1 billion for sale, and you saw a little pullback of 10-15 points. But when it gets to 2-3 billion, that's when we want to get on the same side of that at 3 o'clock. And the next thing now will be 350. Will be the final market on closes. And believe it or not, you guys, I'm sure you've seen this. Sometimes in the last 10 minutes, we'll see gigantic moves out of the futures. And that's why. So nothing setting up right here. 350 will be the next time if anything happens. So we'll see.
Anything, I would agree. Yeah. Go ahead, Jeb.
Dolby, the last time I was on with you we were talking about range bound markets. The Dow Ranger. And I was saying I need to take your range bound market class. You were saying, join me for Power Hour. No time like the present. What do we do here? Or is this range too tight to trade?
It is not too tight to trade. I mean, a range can occur on any market. And just for some context, I am a range bound trader. I love trading ranges, buying lows, selling highs. And we got a very, very tight range. Typically, I'm trading the YM or crude oil, a little bit of NASDAQ here and there. And yeah, I mean, we're on a 5-minute YM chart right now. The range is very, very tight. If you wanted, you could have bought 39,223. That would have been a cheap trade, in my opinion. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 bounces off that level. The thing is the payoff going to be really good because it is really tight of a range? Yeah. Something I've been working on is trying to get better with exiting my trades. Kind of got screwed earlier this morning on a Dow trade, getting stopped out to the tick perfectly. So that was pretty frustrating. But the bigger the range, the more value there is in there. You just have to have a little bit more room for stop runs on the outside to kind of take into account for that volatility for the larger time frames. But we are on the 5-minute. I think you still can trade it. I would just be quick in maybe getting in and out and kind of tempering your expectations for upside targets.
So
I
Nick,
kind of got
let me ask you,
go ahead.
What would be your trades that you're looking at? The bottom of the range is like what? 39,213. The top of the range is like 39,265. So is that what you're looking for? You're looking to put orders in on both sides of that and just trade in between it?
Yeah, so I go from top down. I want to try to find the biggest range or consolidation I can for the day, and I'll label them on my chart. So here's a 4-hour range low at the bottom at 39,153, and then I did a 1-hour range high up here, but this is also the 4-hour range high as well. So ideally, what you'd be trying to do is like buy the bottom of the range and then sell the top. Now, what happened today is that I was trying to work the bottom of this range for fast markets, and we ended up getting stopped out right here at 165. And if you don't believe me and can zoom in, here are the three orders, 3 long YM stopped out at 39,165 for a total loss of about $200. And that is that tick right there at the very, very, very bottom that ended up rallying to the upside. So that was unfortunate, but the trade location was really good. We just didn't, we just got unlucky, to be honest. Very, very unlucky. But yes, David, that's in general what we're looking for. Just big ranges, sell tops, buy bottoms, and then, try to take profit on the way. It is a strategy that requires some patience and discipline just because you do have to sit in trades for quite a while. So we will try to find some of those range-bound trades. We just need to be, I think, a little bit quicker in taking profits today.
If you look at my chart on the YM, I think do you guys have my chart up now? Can we share it?
Oh, you're good. Yeah.
All right. So if you look at my chart on the YM, where you got stopped out, right?
Yeah.
Just about where you got stopped out. You see my little pivot point down there?
Yep, 39,160. Yeah.
That would have been a spot. That would have been a spot for me to get in on the long side. Just missed it, right? That would have been a spot for me to get in on the long side. And if you look at the NQ, this was our one really good trade of the day. When the NQ's at 1220 spiked down to our pivot point, this is just one of the technicals that we use. Okay, I use moving averages, I use pivot points, but we went down 75 points and almost exactly hit our pivot point. I mean, we went 4 points below that. We almost exactly hit our pivot point. This was 18,257, and we held on to some of the trade until it got up to our resistance at 18,289. That's a 32-point profit on a bit of our trade. So when we talk about trade management and stuff and where you get in and where your stops are, this is all personal preference. Personally, I give the NQs at least a 10-point stop when I get in them because it's that volatile, depending on what kind of trade I'm looking for also. But I'm taking profits as it goes up. But to get the most out of our trades, which I try to do on every trade, I know the segment before we were talking about trade management, right? And, there's a lot of people that can pick the exact spots to get in, buy and sell stocks, and it still doesn't mean that they're successful, right? But I'm always going to hold on to a portion of my trade until it gets to my resistance level. And that was up like 32 points where we got out of the last little part of the trade. So we got in on support and we got out of the rest of the trade on resistance. And that's a literally trade. For the last 2.5 hours, we have been talking to ourselves and doing absolutely nothing. This is just like you said, it's just totally range bound. There's nothing here to do. So, we wait. We're patient. We're disciplined. We wait for things to set up. Well, we're not trading. It's that simple.
Yeah, so we get to sit here and chit chat. And Tess, you're first in chat. Well, why the 65 EMA instead of the 50?
That's a great question. You asking me? Is that for me?
Yep.
Yeah. A lot of trial and error, and we just figured out the things that work best for the different types of trades that we look for. So for us, for me, for our techniques, those are the moving averages that work for us. And keep in mind, I'm not always using the moving averages unless something's moving to get to one of those moving averages. If you look at all my moving averages right now, right, they're all right next to each other. That doesn't mean anything to me. Something has to move to get you to one of our support or resistance levels before I'm even going to think about making a trade. If you look earlier in the day here, when we got up to our 65 EMA, it got a little bit above it, pulled back 15, 20 points. Even the first time here, when we got to a 30 EMA, it pulled back 10 or 15 points for a trade. But something's got to move for me substantially to get to one of those levels before it's important. When we look in here and we see all this stuff just sitting right here, no, not going to do that.
Those are braided. I don't think I've ever seen moving averages so tight. Those are flat.
Yeah, I mean,
sleep on those.
Right. So they don't mean anything when they're just sitting like this. Anything. Look, for any trade, and I'm sure it's the same with all you guys. I want something to move to a level that I'm looking for. Otherwise, it's just not I look at it this way: the odds aren't good of making any kind of trade here, right? And what we want to do, what all of us want to do, however we do it, is put the odds of our trades in our favor working, right? It's not going to all the time. We know that. We're going to have losing trades no matter what we do. Anyone who says they don't is full of shit, pardon my language. We're all going to have losing trades.
It's the truth.
But what I'm looking for is just to put the odds in my favor of a trade working. You know, after an 80-point move and having a support level, I feel that the odds are in my favor of that trade working. And that's what I look for all day long. That's it. It's not that difficult. You know, the easier part of trading, the easier part of trading is this, guys and girls, right? Everyone here will tell you that the hardest part is what's here. That's the hardest part of trading. It's not even a contest, right?
100%. And I'm kind of going through that right now. And I did want to, I was talking about this earlier in fast markets. I kind of wanted to do like a discipline challenge with you, chat, especially during power hour. I think there's all one thing that we're really trying to improve. And personally, I think just focusing on one thing and trying to get better at that over time is a good way to do it. So, chat, I'm going to challenge myself and you as well. So for me personally, for this little discipline challenge, what I want to do is basically really hunker down and settle into a profit-taking system. I've seen a lot of David, we've had a lot of traders on recently who have been really successful. And what I've noticed is that they are so consistent in their system, whether it's entry or exit, that I want to up my game and get to that point as well. So I want to lock in my system for profit-taking. And what happened today was really funny. So I was trying to do this for YM, and I ended up getting, stopped out. And then I put a trade in platinum, and I ended up just flattening the trade for basically because a segment was ending. So not like a great reason to end it, but it ended up rallying up in my favor. So had I stuck with my system that I promised I was going to do, I would have ended up profiting on that. But because I flip-flopped, I got nothing on both hands. And so that's what I'm trying to fix. So for me, I am trying to stick with a profit-taking system. And chat, take about 5 minutes, and we'll check back in and see if there's something that you want to work on for this week and next week. And we'll check in on Power Hour, and we'll see how everyone is doing. But I'm going to work on a profit-taking system that I want to stick to day in and day out and see where that gets me. Chat, hopefully you can find something that you want to work on this week, and we can check in together and kind of hold each other accountable. Jay, is there anything off the top of your head that you would want to maybe work on this week and try to join me on this challenge?
We actually talked about it in the At the Buzzer market recap on Friday, and some of the markets that we were able to trade with Topstep accounts require more patience, just naturally. We've been seeing some really good trades, and I talked about it the last time I was on here, in the cattle market and lean hogs, but those trades take an hour and a half. Dolby, I think the last time I was on with you, I said I'm not a very patient person. So sitting in a trade in an hour and a half for it to work out is difficult. But then I look back at the charts afterwards, and with a one lot on the setup that presented itself in the cattle, with a one lot, it was a $1,500 trade, right? So that's what I'm working on, right? Work on that patience. It was a 6-to-1 trade, risking about $200 to make $1,500, and I'm not better than making $1,500 in 3 hours, right? So I need to work on my patience as well.
David, you've been doing this for quite a while. I mean, was there anything that you would want to work on? I mean, little things in your trading game that you could try to improve here and there?
There's always something to improve on, right? If we're not trying to learn something every day, and like I said, I'm doing this for 35 years, but there's no ego involved in trading. It's certainly not in mine, and I'm willing to learn every single day. And there's always trades that we're going to look back on and say I could have done a little better here, or I lost too much in this one. I kind of pride myself on at least trying to be letting every trade play out. Nothing's going to work, in 2 minutes or 3 minutes. I don't know if I could stay in a trade for an hour and a half, quite frankly.
It's tough.
I mean, a long time.
That's hard for anyone. The only thing I would say to that is, if you're in it for the right reason for you, then put stop orders in and walk away from the trade, and just keep raising your stop orders as it's going in your favor. And even that's not easy to do. I get it. It's not easy to do.
And I think with the tough thing was, I have two different watch lists, right? And I have cattle and hogs on what I call a set and forget watch list, right? Where you should be able to put on the position and just not look at it. But then if I'm taking that trade while the equities are moving, you're sitting here looking at the desk, right? It's almost two different brains you have to use, right? Because the equities are requiring you to act a little bit quicker, and the other ones. So it's separating that. We'll see how it works, but yeah, like you said, put in a stop, let it go.
Yeah. For me, when I get, look, I'm a big believer also in no matter what trade I get in, I want to take some profits. Okay. I showed you a trade where on the last little bit of it, we got 30 points, but I'm certainly not staying in the whole trade then. But for me, it's easier and mindset. It's much easier when I've locked in a nice profit on some of the trade already. Then I could just sit back and say, okay, I mean, I took 75% of my trade off already. I have a nice profit on it. There's no reason to get out of it until my chart tells me to. So that makes it a lot easier. So I'm a big proponent of any trade that I get in. Give me some money. Give me some money. Yeah. Then I'll make sure I just can't lose money on that trade. And then I'll just let the technicals play out. So it's a lot easier to do when you've already put some money in the bank. And then you just, I'm getting in for a technical reason, get out of the balance of it for a technical reason. But all the stuff that we're talking about now, guys and girls, this is the hardest part of trading. This is what takes the longest time, right? The only way to get really proficient at this is to just keep doing it. And Nick, you talk all the time about journaling, right? And that's a gigantic thing with me is journaling. If you don't know your hit rate, then you shouldn't be trading. To me, that is a mega important thing. But then you can go back and say, okay, I look at my chart, why did I take 5 points out of this when it went up 39 points, right? Why did I take 8 points on it? And you can go back and look and just hopefully you stop doing those things. And it's a process and it takes time. It does. Let's at least anyone say what we do is easy because we know it's not, right?
No,
and there's always room to get better, always. But you just got to try to be as consistent as you can. I tell all my traders when I'm trading, there's no reason for me to even look at my P&L when I get in a trade. That's just how I do it. There's no reason to, especially when you're a beginning trader, when you see, and it's amazing what we do, especially as beginning traders, right? We'll get out of the trade as soon as we see some green on the screen and we'll let the losses go forever. That's what beginning traders do, right? So it's just a process. It's just something that you have to do. I'm doing this for 35 years. I can look up and I can look at any chart. I don't care what it is. You can tell me it's YM, a cattle, hawk. Doesn't matter what it is. And I can look at my chart on, a 5 minute of the different time frames, and I'll know what or if I want to do anything in that chart in 30 seconds. It doesn't take that long once we get proficient at reading our charts. The two most important things to me when you start trading is number one, getting your rules down pat, your patience, your discipline, your trade management. Then you move on to reading your charts and whatever system you use. I don't claim to have the holy grail. Nobody does. Okay. But whatever system that you use, if you find something that is working for you, then you just got to perfect everything else that comes along with that. And it's just time. It's time. That's all it is.
It is. So chat, you've had some time to think. If there's anything that you want to work on this week, feel free to drop it in chat and let's all hold each other accountable, whether it's personal daily loss limit, working on an execution. Let's just all try to focus on one thing together, and we can try to hold each other accountable through this week during Power Hour. So YM projecting off of 39,260. That would have been top of the 5 minute range, kind of heading back down to the middle again. Incredibly tight markets right now. This kind of reminds me of Power Hour on Friday, to be honest, which was not exciting in the slightest. But let's see what we get from chat here as far as what they are trying to improve on.
Hey Nick, why don't we challenge chat also for those of you who aren't doing it? Okay, keep a journal just from today till next Friday of every single trade that you do. Every trade that you do, what setup was it? What was my stop order? What was my profit target? Did I stick to my stop? Did I get enough out of the winning trade? Really, guys, I mean, I don't know about you guys, but I don't have 50 trades a day. Sometimes I have 2 or 3 trades a day, and that's it. There have been times I sat here and had no trades. I mean, that happens also. But I think that would be a really good exercise to get everybody for a solid week. Just record every trade you did, the technical reason you got in it, your stops, why I get out of it, and come back next Friday and let's see where everybody's sitting with that. What's my hit rate? Oh, you know what? I had a 70% hit rate this week. Great. Well, if you're hitting at 70% and you're managing the trades, you should have made some money, right? I think that would be a really good challenge for everybody and helpful.
Yeah, I'm glad you said that too, because since this is going to be a challenge, we're probably going to start feeling a lot of emotions that we probably don't want to feel. We're really going to test ourselves. I know I was trying to hold trades this morning and I was really uncomfortable. So I think journaling is a great idea to do in conjunction with the discipline challenge, because write down how you feel during the process of doing something that is uncomfortable to you, and then go back and see how you feel after. Chances are there's going to be a mismatch, that you probably felt a lot more anxious during that new thing that you were doing. And it probably was a lot easier than you thought it was, or the benefits are better than you thought it was, once you're able to review that in hindsight. So I love that. I think journaling is just so important in trading. So important in trading. Is that a
I mean, everybody who's I'm
sorry,
sorry, Nick. Everybody who's with TopStep, everybody who's with TopStep already has a tremendous advantage for everything that you guys do for them, right? You're trading live every day. There's a huge advantage in that, right? But it's still work beyond that, everybody. It's work, all right? And a lot of people don't want to put the time in. They just don't want to put the time or effort in it. But look at it this way. This is my business. This is Nick, this is your business. It's everybody's here business, right? And if I don't keep bookkeeping records or anything like that, I'm not going to succeed in my business. And that's how I look at this every single day. This is my business, man. This is how I make money or lose money, right? And if I'm pushing bad buttons, I'm going to be losing money. And if I'm pushing good buttons, I still could be losing money, but at least I'm doing it for the right reason.
Yeah.
That's the bottom line.
Is journaling something that you learned from your experience on the floor? Is that something that's just kind of like passed down from trader to trader, or is it just individual?
Oh, God, no. But when we worked on the floor, Nick, I never wrote anything down. There was no journaling of everything. You know, when I was a specialist broker on the floor, I had the orders in my hands. I've had this conversation. You know, you didn't have to be a brain surgeon to make money when you had the buyers in your left hand and the sellers in your right hand, right? This was something that I had to learn how to do when I started trading on my own, and I lost $300,000 in 3 months, you know, because I knew everything and I had a gigantic ego, and, you know, if I can't do this, nobody can. Wrong. Okay. So yeah, it's something I had to learn the hard way, which is why we try to pass this knowledge on to everybody, because you don't have to learn the hard way, right? Everybody who's here, everybody who's with TopStep, we're trying to take all that, as much of that pain away from you guys as we can. So just soak it up, man. Soak it up. That's the best advice I can give to anybody. And don't be in a hurry.
Oh, no, God, no, don't be. The market knows if you're in a hurry. I don't know how it knows, but it knows if you're in a hurry. That's when you really start get punished. And you know you're on the wrong side of things when you got a feeling the market is reading your mind, not in a good way.
Oh, it knows, right?
I know.
It knows
I
where you
don't know
stop.
how it knows.
It knows where
It's
your
like Santa
stop
Claus.
orders are. It knows everything.
Yeah. I'm going to work some offers here in the YM at 260, 265, and 270. So we're short one right now. Let's just see. This is basically, for me, in my book, just a range trade. Good vol. Wow, this is moving a little bit faster than I would probably like, but we're going to risk 235. Let's see if this gets back into range. But this is a range trade. We'll see how this ends up going. So we're in the 50K trading combine. We're kind of scratch on the day already. If we do get filled, okay, now we're short 3. And so total risk is 315 on the trade. Let's see if we can get back within range again. But there is some volatility coming into this market here. So let's see what ends up happening.
Coming down to the bottom of the hour, 5 seconds here. See if we get some volume. Likely, it's pretty dark right here now in New York, so I'm assuming all the traders are taking their pictures of the eclipse, but we'll see. I like the shorts, Dolby. I'm looking for 18,320 on the NASDAQ, and I'll take a short with you. 18,320 is 50% of the opening range. I use a 3-minute opening range. 18,320 is 50% of that. Looking for it to hold. It held the last time we were up there, so I'll take a short there, risking the high of the range.
Nice. Cool. So we're kind of in there.
Now, would the higher the range being like, the higher the range be like 25? Is that what you're looking at?
If I go short 20, I'm going to use the high of the opening range just because I don't want to get wicked out there. So I would go 36. We'll go 36.
Excellent.
Nice. So cool. Yeah, we'll work this for a while and see how this pans out. But I want to see if we can get back to the middle of the range and then bottom of range. And that's the system that we're going to try to run. And then anything out of that would be a bonus. Momentum thus far has not been great on this. It seems like I managed to hop into some shorts when the market wants to catch a bid. Did you get MOC yet from Mr. Tuckman?
318. It was 900 million to sell, which is non-event.
900 billion.
But if you're short, it's better than it being to buy.
Okay, well, we'll take whatever we can get.
Yeah, 350.
I got the short there. I'm in short 318.50. Because we're in this tight range, I'm going to keep this pretty tight. If I see about $100 on this trade, I'm going to take it off with this price.
18,320.
I'm in at 18,318.50.
Okay, gotcha. I thought you said 20. That was even nicer.
It spiked. It hit 20. I didn't get filled, so then I took the 1.5.
Got it. Now, how many contracts do you normally do on a trade like that?
I'm in one right now, just because I'm not the best range bound trader. Taking some lessons from Dolby here, but normally I trade anywhere from 2 to 3. Don't try to trade much more than that.
Yeah, I'm usually around 2, depending on if I'll be more aggressive if we have a bigger move.
Yeah, I'm in 4 right now and pretty much regretting every single tick of this. So what might end up happening, I might have picked a range that was too tight. So I very easily could have tried to play a larger range, which would have been right where my stop is. So I kind of have this sneaking suspicion I might get stopped out to the tick again and have it come back down. Typically, when you are range-bound trading, you want to trade the largest range that you can find, not the smallest. So I feel like I might be a range within a range, so I could be in no man's land in this trade right now. Yeah, because now I go to the 1-hour chart, and if we do a 1-hour range, we're kind of, the 1-hour range is closer to 39,280 or even like 285 in the Dow. So I could be a hair early on this trade. So we kind of need to cross our fingers and hope it decides not to do a stop run. So this might have been a mistake. David, when you put on a trade and it's a mistake, you just flatten it immediately?
I give it what my normal stop would be. I don't know what your normal stop would be in YM, but let's say I did the NQs, and if my stop is 5 points and it went 5 points against me, I'm out. I'll look for another trade.
Yeah, I just got stopped out of that one.
What I'm looking at in the NQs now. Mm-hmm. Okay, so this is what I was looking at in the NQs, right? We have a ton of price action up around 24.25. So to me, if anything, when we got above this 24.25, I'm probably going to grab a little on the long side. I'm not doing anything now because to me, there's still nothing to do. But when I see all this price action, and then we get above that price action, that's telling me that we probably have another leg up. So we'll see what happens.
Yeah.
I'm probably in the camp right now where I'd rather buy a pullback unless we get really stretched out to the upside. And when I say really stretched out, we're like, I don't know, we're 20 points above. If I get 30, 40 points above our moving average, I'll start a little short. And I'm trying to look for the next level I have. So all this earlier this morning was around 56. Okay. That's all this price action early this morning was around 56. So if we spike up to 50, and this is where I'm just being patient. I'm certainly not running in and buying it here, but I know I have a crap load of price action up at 56. So this could do that easily. I will start a little short if we get up near 56.
Yeah. And again, I'm going to try to work shorts again, but much further up.
So Dolby, we talked about volume the last time I was on. And David, I see you have it on your screen as well. When we got back above that volume average on the 3-minute on the NASDAQ, buying volume came in. So that's normally what I would wait for. This one was kind of just a feeler trade. But if we get some follow through on here, I'm going to get stopped. I'm still in the trade right now, still working a stop at the high of the range. But if that volume,
and I understand what you're saying. we get these big bars, especially if we got another follow through, then you're
Right.
going to get exhausted. They'll get
Yep.
exhausted, and then you'll get a little bit of a pullback. You still can get one from here,
Yeah.
without a doubt.
I am like a sneaking suspicion I was a hair early. But we'll see how this plays out.
Well, we got all the way to 91.
Yeah. Yeah, I think I got sucked into too small of a time frame is what ended up happening. I was focused on this little box right here, dead in the center, instead of the much bigger box, which is more important. Let's say it's a half-hour chart, which would be like all of this. So my little 5-minute range didn't mean a damn thing because we were nested inside of such a bigger range that it ended up extending outside, now coming back in. So that was really just my mistake on that one.
Yeah, and Nick, if you look,
sucked in.
if look at the 2 o'clock high. Okay,
2 o'clock
the
high.
2 o'clock high
Yeah.
was right around 85, right?
Yeah.
2 o'clock high bar was right around 85. So to me, that would have been a nice little place to start. No question about it.
I basically, what did I get stopped at? 286. I got stopped out at 286. So I'm the guy who got stop run. I was the week short.
Yeah, you were the high tick.
Yeah, I was the week short. So, I don't know how you feel about this, David, but one tick below the low is the weakest long, and one tick above the high is the weakest short, whatever it is. So I was the weakest short by far, and they just ran my ass and got my money.
I would try the long around 46 now if we could spike down that fast.
For NQ?
For YM.
YM?
We spiked down around 47, 46.
Oh, interesting. So what would be that trade in your book? Like
Well, that I have my 65 EMA, my 200 EMA, and it will have gone down, 40 points to hit that?
Yeah.
So there it is. It just hit. So let's see what happens. It exactly hit 46.
Okay.
Let's see how it plays out.
No, oh man. It's just been one of those days, David. One of those days where you're just like, good trade location, but you're just a tick or two away from getting the goods. It's kind of been
I see it.
Classic Monday for me.
So I'm in this smaller 46. I will add to this at 34. That's my 200 EMA.
Okay, so you're starting to take on some longs here in the YM, huh?
Correct. Yes.
Okay, interesting. Let's see how that plays out.
So my first entry was 46. My next entry will be 33.
33. Okay, cool.
Oh man, I'm on the other side of the trade
If
from you guys.
that breaks my 200 EMA at 33, that's when I'll have my stop.
Got it. Yeah, it always feels. Yeah. So I'm gonna see if I can work now bids at 212 and 207. So since we extended the top of the 30-minute range, let's see if we can get back down within. Test the other side. So that's kind of like the megaphone formation that typically happens in range-bound markets where they're just trying to stop out weak positions on each side. So that's kind of what we're seeing in the last couple minutes here in the YM is the dreaded megaphone.
And look at the NQs are coming in nice and strong now. So you're making money on the NQ short now.
Yeah, trying not to count it. We're working on that patience live chat.
There you go.
Trying to. I set a profit target. I normally don't trade with one, but I have a profit target 10 points in the profit right now. We're about half of that. And if I get stopped out on this one, I get stopped out. I am trading a combine. I'm up $428 on this combine today.
Nice.
So looking to add to that. But if I get stopped out of this trade, I won't go negative on the day.
Nice. Yeah, I had one of those. I had a lot of unrealized profits today that I did not pull the trigger on. It was like a couple $100 there, a couple $100 here, and just did not press the sell button to cover and take those profits. And so now I'm down 500 when I could have been up 500. So it's one of those situations where I think one in the hand is worth two in the bush. So kind of having a little bit of regret I could have been done early in the morning. And I think that's a feeling we all kind of want to not have is, damn, I should have stopped 5 hours ago when I was up $400 and just locked it and been done.
Yeah, I mean, that's you have to decide what's enough. That's the bottom line, right?
I want to try something here, and I've recommended traders do this before. Again, I want to take. I'm in one contract, right? So I want to take partial profits if I can.
Yes.
So I want to. What I'm going to do is wherever I get out, I'm going to try to add. I'm going to try to get out of the one contract and add 5 micros, right? So that's cutting the position in half and seeing if I can get to the end of the range.
There you go.
Because I'm in that one contract. But I need this. I want the trade to get closer to my profit target, but we'll see. I probably should have just taken it off.
So you take, to me, I have 10 points. I'm taking half of it off, and then I'll see what the next move is.
Yep.
See, even the YMs. So I just got out of half of it break even at 46. Now I'll see what the next move is. I'll still add that back at 33. I cut my exposure now because it was, 10 points against me. So I'm okay taking half of it off break even. Now we'll see what happens for the rest of the afternoon.
Yeah, definitely a slower, more agonizing session. Chop City. Okay, what do we got? Oh, nice.
I just sold 5. I sold 5 micros, and yep, there we go. Okay, I sold 5 micros, took the mini off, and now we're just going to manage the mini. So now I cut that position in half, was able to take some profits. I'm not expecting a lot on this move right now, but now I can, I can go break even with these micros and be okay with it, right? But I cut half the trade, and now we'll see. 18,300 is a major psych level, so we're going to need to see some real volume to get through that. But
yeah,
I just wanted
to. I can't believe we're doing this on no market on close orders. There's just nothing here. It's weird.
Yeah, there's nothing.
But that's what these things do.
Just stops getting run. That's all we're doing. So yeah, definitely a big bummer on my 4-lot short. So I would have taken some off in the middle and probably some off down here if things had gone my way. Unfortunately, the stop was a little bit too tight, and I was too microscopic on my charts. I think we've all probably been there at one point in time where we're just sucked into the 1 minute or 5 minute, and we missed the bigger picture. So I definitely feel like I missed the bigger picture on that one. But right idea, wrong execution, unfortunately, but it happens. We just got to learn and get better every single day. So, tune into Topstep and get better every single day.
That's it. That's all we can do. Stick to your stop orders, know your risk, know your downside, and move on to the next trade.
Exactly right. And I'm going to try to still work some shorts, 212, 206 here, and see if we just do the exact same thing on the opposite side. Wow, got filled on all of those very quickly.
Nice push below 300. I'm going to close some of those. I'm down to 3 now, and I'll just trail. If we pop back above 300, I'll get out.
So we're in 2 at 39,209. So we stop ran on the other side. So let's see if we get back. And then I want to do half of this. So that would be about here. And we'll let this play out. And our stop is just below at 39,200. And that will be my last trade on this account. I really don't want to lose more than like $600 on a 50K in a day. That's not ideal. Probably even a little bit too much personally. But we are still trying to figure out our sizing here in the 50K. But so far, good momentum. No complaints.
I'm flat now. We popped back above 300. 300 was the initial profit target. So that's kind of why I like to trail, because everyone saw the move we got Thursday, right? Dakota and I were in that short around 18,500. It took 30 points out of a 500-point move. So I want to try to, like David was saying earlier, capture some of the move, right? Take some profits off, and then find where, at least for me, the trade is invalidated. Back above 300, the short is invalidated. And if it presents another opportunity to get short, then I'll go ahead and take that one. But I think I'll trade with micros for the rest of the session.
Yeah, once you have that, put that much money in the bank, absolutely.
Right.
Yeah. Momentum for this YM trade is a little bit suspect, but we'll see what happens.
Yeah, but we've seen these gigantic moves at 345, 350. So I haven't gotten to 350. Let's see if Peter gets us the 350 market on close.
Oh, yeah, nice. I want to sell 249. See if we get there. And David,
he just posted.
straight juice from Peter Tuckman from the floor.
You just told me it's still 650 to sell, so this has nothing to do with marking on close orders, guys and girls.
Okay. This is probably just stop running around, if I had to guess.
Profit taking and everything.
Yeah. I mean, we have a really nice megaphone right now for YM.
Oh, we got a question in the chat from
getting back down.
Question in the chat from Oladeli. How did I convert mini to micros in the trade? So I had one mini on. I just took it off and traded 5 micros, and tried to get in around the same spot. So I'm not changing the average on the trade.
And I'm going to go break even on my trade. We did get a test of my entry on the 1 minute. So I don't like moving my stops to break even too early. I do allow for 1 test of my entry before I go to break even, and I did get that test. So my position is at break even now. So in some regards, we are locking in some profits because we're not locking in losses. That's not ideal. And so we're going to try to get 249 and then 290 to the upside. That's kind of the system that I'm trying to run, which is the middle of the range, top of range. And then if you have a third, it's the range extension out. So let's just hold this and see what happens here.
See if the NQs can get above like 08. Could reverse this little down move.
Yeah.
But if we don't, it's still negative here.
And David, this has kind of been my day recently is nice, really nice entry. You're up a couple $100 and then the wheels fall off. So maybe I end up getting stopped out here, but I'm having a really kind of hard time just banking the stuff, but trying to run the system, see if the system works. But do you adjust your profit taking depending on market state? If it's a day where fundamentals are in control and levels are just getting crushed, do you just sit back or you always stick in the same system every time?
No, when things are really just whipsawing all over the place, that's a time to be just much more patient. I'll just look for things to get stretched more, and maybe I'll go to a 15-minute chart or a 30-minute chart or a 1-hour chart and try to find some other levels there. Like I'm looking at the YM right now, right? We have nothing on a 5-minute chart. So I'm going to try and see if we have something anywhere that might make sense. So I'm going to my 15-minute, 30-minute. I'll see if I find something. If not, I will wait until maybe we get a far from moving average trade in it. But yeah, I have no moving averages anywhere in this all the way down my chart. So
yeah, and we're starting to get a little bit of some momentum feels kind of mediocre right now. I try not to get sucked into momentum because it can change on a dime.
Yeah, I mean, if we break the recent lows here, I think you got a little more to the downside. So let's see what they do right about here.
Yeah. Let's see. We're real close to getting stopped out at break even on this one. But at one point in time,
the sell side is building up a little.
Yeah, go ahead.
Sell side is building up a little bit, 750 million to sell now, which still isn't a big number.
Okay.
We'll get the final number.
Yeah.
We'll get the final number at 350.
350. Okay. And so we'll just hang out here with this trade. Let this one cook. See how this goes. But I mean, at one point I did have about $250, which would have caught my losing day in half. You know, is that a way that you would consider trading? You know, David or Jay? Jay is just, you know, trade the P&L. I know some people really like trading P&L because it helps their mental capital, whereas some people don't like doing it because now you're not letting your entire edge play out. Where do you kind of sit on that, David?
Me personally, if I was down 500 and I cut it in half, I'm out. Look for the next trade.
Okay.
That's how I would personally handle it.
What about you, Jay?
I think it's okay. I think it's okay to want to recover a day or recover part of the day. But I think it gets dangerous when you say, "Hey, I'm down 500, so I need to make 500,"
right?
Because then you might not take that profit in the middle, right? So
nice.
I think sometimes we set that hard target, and you get 400, and you're like, "Well, I need 5," and you don't take the trade. That doesn't make sense.
No, I agree with that 100%. That's why I said even if I got half back, all right, that's a good trade. Just go on to the next trade now.
Yeah.
So we couldn't get above 09 in the NQs. So that became a little resistance now. All the moving averages are around 08, 09. So the fact that we couldn't get above that yet is good, Nick.
Okay, good. I mean, it feels okay. I mean, the 1 minute is kind of range bound right now. A little bit of resistance at 233. Got a series of higher lows. That's some news I hear in the background. I think it's that Eddie.
Yes, indeed.
Hey, we got Eddie here.
As
What's
it's been
up?
posted in the chat, 780 million to the sell side. There you have
Paired
it.
off. Pete just sent me
780 million. And thank you, Vince. Vince Smith also putting that in chat.
Okay. Pete just sent me that it's down to only 50 million now, 1 minute later. So most of it paired off.
So most of it did get paired off. Okay, so what should we
He
expect?
gave me 750 at 348 and 50 million at 350. So it's pairing off.
Okay. Okay. So market's absorbing it. Not a big deal.
So do we expect to see, I mean, I know I do, going into tomorrow, probably pretty much are the same, right? We have CPI, what is that, Wednesday?
Yeah, Wednesday and Thursday.
Really low volume. We got some nice moves early on, but after 11:30 Eastern, hasn't been much going on. So I expect a lot of the same going into the rest of the week.
I'm with you, 100%.
Yeah.
Especially tomorrow.
Yeah.
Wednesday and Thursday, we got news. So.
I'm out break even.
Come on.
Really catching yeah, so my next target now would be 39,165. And we only got 10 minutes left, man. It's really flying by. So
it doesn't
David,
matter.
This
could go down 60 points in 10 minutes.
Yeah, I'm going to leave a buy order in here while I talk about something real quick. So, David, we do something called TopQuiz here. It gives people the opportunity to win a free reset. And if we could get the winners up on screen, that'd be fantastic. Typically, we get some funny names. So we got the names up right now. Let's see if we can find anyone who snuck in a good one. Nick to D-Tick. Yeah, I experienced that one today.
Yeah, Mama needs a reset. Well, you got one. Congratulations.
There you go, Mom. That's exactly right.
What else we got here?
I think, yeah, I don't know. Nothing. I think that's probably the got pick me again, Black Swan, frequent flyer.
Who need a reset?
Mama needs a reset.
There's two. There's Mama needs a reset.
Yeah.
Who needs a
we got
reset?
Who needs a reset?
Oh, Optimist on reset. Yeah, a lot of people needing the resets apparently. So man, flying by here. Already 2:53. We got a couple minutes left in this fairly boring trading session, but could have been profitable if you had, shorted, played the ranges. You probably could have gotten a little bit of a scalp here and there for a couple hundo. I know I could have had I, kind of gotten back out at half off whatever my P&L was. But let's see what happens in the last couple minutes.
We had more action in the last 45 minutes than we did in the previous 3 hours.
Yeah.
Yeah, really.
Yeah, right. I might even try to work a NASDAQ one too, actually. These ranges are really
I was
nice.
thinking the same thing.
I'm
going micros.
One of those.
A lot of price action at 85 that we missed by a couple of points in the NQs.
Yeah.
I might actually switch over from
there it goes.
Remove. Yeah, I'm going to NASDAQ. I'm gonna switch to NASDAQ and see if we can get a little stop run here to 280 to 18,280.
Yeah, we got a lot of price action down at 85 to 80.
CL doing nothing. ES doing nothing. Gold nothing. EK nothing. NASDAQ. I think NASDAQ is going to get a little stretchy here. Apparently, we do have a message from MP.
Okay.
James, if you have it ready, we could probably knock that out real quick. See what,
all right, standing here with my risk manager, Mick. Hey there. Who keeps me in check on everything. And as he always says, don't let your losing days eclipse your winning day. Truth. Even if it's a partial eclipse, makes sense all the time.
That's right. That was pretty cute video. Thanks, guys. Thanks, Mick. Mick, that's our David. That's our risk manager right there. So you ever get into a live funded account, he's going to be your guy to help you manage that account. If you want to adjust your loss limits, daily loss limits, contracts, that type of thing. You can talk to Mick, the risk manager right there. That was with MP, our fearless leader, in Chicago. The Chicago Mercantile Exchange, I believe. I get the CBOT and the CME mixed up all the time. I should be better about that.
Dolby, you getting that trade or?
I got a pending order here at 18,280. I don't know if we're going to get it in time.
Yeah.
To be honest, we'll see. It might shoot down and shoot back up again, and maybe I can get a couple hundo.
A couple of hundo.
We'll see. Today was a day of just leaving profits. A lot of unrealized gains that left on the table. So got to hit the journal, take some notes. Not fun to leave money on the table. Let's see if we can get one last trade here. David, do you normally trade this? I think you do kind of trade this a little bit, right? Every now and then you'll trade power hour, the last hour of the day.
If there's a big imbalance, it's really when I'll get aggressive. But normally I don't like trading after 3 o'clock, 3:30.
Yeah. And he's on Eastern time, chat, if you haven't figured that out.
Yeah, Eastern time. Because I usually end the live trading room somewhere around 3 o'clock.
Somewhere around. Oh, nice. And yeah, we're gonna have your buddy Peter on Wednesday, actually.
Nice.
Yeah, and that should be good too. A lot of stuff going on Wednesday, Thursday. A lot of news.
Yep.
So we should probably expect about the same volatility today, chat, as you did today, unless something kind of wonky happens. But hunker down for some more range-bound trading as the market awaits some big news on Wednesday and Thursday. All the big count guys, people who have a lot of money to deploy, are not going to deploy it before big news events.
Agreed.
I could be wrong, but that's about right, David? They're going to sit in the sidelines and wait for things to digest before they start throwing in orders?
Yes, 100%.
Okay.
First hour, last hour, especially tomorrow.
First hour, last hour. Nice.
Yeah.
And then, we got a couple minutes here, and once we get to 3 o'clock, we'll pass it off to Eddie Horn, who will close it out. 2 minutes left in this session. We got one last chance here to maybe catch a fill in the NASDAQ if it decides to shoot down and run back up again. Wouldn't risk a ton.
What I will do sometimes, Nick, though, is hang out after the bell and see if we get big, giant moves.
Oh, really?
Yeah, that does work out sometimes. Yeah. Still see some volume.
One day last week, I don't know what happened, but after the bell, we spiked up like 80 points.
Yep.
Wow.
So sometimes you'll see that a little bit after hours too.
Yeah, we got
I think we're
FOMC
going out with
minutes. Yeah, I would agree. This is very reminiscent of Friday's Power Hour, which was a complete drag. But,
Whimper.
unless you were nailing a range bound. Yeah, unless you nailed that range bound trade on either the long or the short side, it probably was not a very exciting Power Hour today for you. Not that you weren't entertained. I just mean on your own.
ES looked really nice, actually. I'm looking at the ES chart. It moved a little better than the NASDAQ did.
Yeah. And it did a range extension about the same time, I think. What was that? 230?
Yeah.
Yeah, just hopped right up. Give me all your cheap shorts, and I'll take those. But what do we got here? 40 seconds into a relatively chill power hour. In chat, we are doing a discipline challenge this week. So please think of something that you are trying to improve. I'm watching you. David is watching you. Jay is watching you. So keep track. We're going to check in and see how everyone's doing tomorrow and throughout the rest of the week. I'm on my day 0 right now. We're all on day 0. So whatever you have for the week, let's be serious about it this time. And let's hold each other accountable. Make sure we all try to improve together as traders. And that is the bell. That's all we got. I'm going to pass this off to Eddie Horn. David, It was so much fun to have you here. Jay, pleasure as always. Eddie, close us out, baby.
All right, my friend. Thank you very much for being with us here today. I hope that you did learn something. Taking a look into tomorrow, as far as our economic numbers, not much going on here We do have a 11 o'clock EIA short-term energy outlook. 12 o'clock high noon tomorrow, we've got a 3-year note auction. And, of course, that API weekly crude stock. Taking a look at our menu for our All-Star cast. Tomorrow, Rips is going to join Hoagland, myself, opening call. It's going to stick around here for Fast Markets. And yes, Andre will be back with us. We got Andre, Hoag, Dolby, Jack, and Rips for Fast Market. Zach Anthony's going to be with us for Power Players. We also got Henry going to join us for Top Quiz. We've got, of course, Shoulder Tap with Mick and myself, JD and Robert for group coaching. We're going to have Deeyana with us here tomorrow for market stalking at 1 o'clock p.m. Central Time, and to close that day out, yes, Andre, Dolby, and Hoag for Power Hour. So hopefully you did learn something. We really appreciate you being with us here. And we love having you here with us each and every day. And hopefully you love being here. So hopefully you learned something here today. We're going to be moving forward in your trading journey each and every day of the week. So get some rest, re-energize today, and have a fantastic rest of your day, your night, your morning. Stay safe, stay healthy. Until we meet again, I'm Eddie Horn, and this has been Top Step TV.